Hey everyone, welcome back to the alternate path. Today, we're diving into second part what if story. What if Bella was Edward's first friend and his last love? Here's a quick summary. Edward and Bella have been inseparable since childhood. As the years pass, their lifelong friendship is tested by growing up, changing dreams, and the possibility that they've always been meant for each other. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to the alternate path and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Bella Pav, 20. Thanks for coming everyone, I said, awkwardly standing up. All of my closest friends and family were sitting with us. Edward was next to me, Alice on my other side. Next to her was Jasper, then Emmett and Rosalie, then Marietta and Jacob. Next to Edward was Renee and Charlie, Carlisle and Esme, Claudia and John, Hale and Sam and Katie. Everyone was just eating and talking. We had run through everything earlier and everyone was prepared for the actual wedding ceremony. Every time I thought I got nervous and excited butterflies. It feels really good that you all support Edward and I. I smiled down at him and he laced his fingers through mine, holding them on the table. And it's good to have all of my friends and family in one place. Thanks. I sat back down and everyone began chattering. If it was possible, Emmett and Rosalie grew even closer since they found out she was pregnant. So far, they hadn't told anyone and neither had Edward. He didn't even say anything to them. They said they wanted to wait to tell everyone until after the wedding, so the attention would be on me, not them. But I told them to let everyone know tonight. The wedding isn't for a week, so it would have died down by then. Plus, all of their closest friends and family were all gathered in one place. It couldn't be easier. I gave Rosalie a pointed look and she shifted in her seat. Emmett wrapped his arm around her and whispered something in her ear. She nodded, and they both stood up. Everyone looked at them curiously, falling silent. Okay. Emmett and I have something to say. She took a deep breath. And I would also say this is Bella and Edward's time, not ours, and I don't think it's right to announce this here, I interrupted her then. But I told her she should, so she needs to stop feeling bad because it's perfectly fine with me, I injected. She smiled at me and everyone's heads flitted between Rosalie and Emmett and me. Well, what is it? Claudia asked after a minute of silence. Well, Emmett and I. She paused, staring straight at her mother, sort of smiling. Are going to have a baby. The silence was deafening. Rosalie looked around, the smile wiping off of her face. Mom, she said uneasily. Say something. Wow honey, Claudia said finally. Pregnant. Are you sure? Positive. I took 3 tests and they were all positive, she said. Are you two ready for this? Carlisle asked calmly. Esme was looking at Emmett with her jaw dropped. Yes, Rosalie said. We've talked about it a lot and we want to keep it. We're ready to be parents, even if it was unexpected. Well then I'm happy for you, Esme said finally. Both of you. She stood up and hugged her son and her soon-to-be daughter-in-law. I have plenty of doctors I can recommend, Carlisle said. We can make sure you have a healthy baby. I guess I'm happy for you too, Claudia said. She embraced her daughter, then gave Emmett a small hug. Daddy, Rose said, jutting her lower lip out in a pout. I think you're too young, John said. But if you say you're ready then I believe you. Congrats. Rosalie beamed, hugging her father. Oh my god, I have to go shopping. You'll be needing lots of baby stuff. Can I plan your shower? Alice asked, bouncing up and down in her seat excitedly. She launched herself up and into Rosalie's arms. Please. Sure Alice, Rose said, giggling. Then Alice tossed her arms around her huge brother, looking completely dwarfed. Edward got up and hugged them too, playing along with the charade. Everyone gave their congratulations before sitting down again. The seats were rearranged slightly so Rose was sitting with Esme, Claudia and Renee, and Emmett was with Carlisle, John and Charlie, all presumably talking about the baby. You knew Bella? Alice asked. I nodded. I bought the tests with her, I admitted. Well, you had good knowledge, she sighed. She seemed a little disappointed but she got over it quickly. Oh my god, I'm going to be an auntie. She squealed, tossing her arms around Jasper. Let's have a baby, Jas. She said excitedly. Jasper paled, his eyes going wide. I snorted. Well, not right now. But someday, Alice corrected herself. Someday, Jasper agreed, hugging his pixie girlfriend. I peeked at Edward's watch and saw it was already getting close to midnight. Marietta came over to me. Key. dotting both of my cheeks before leaving. I'll see you soon, Bella, she said happily. Ciao, Edward. Bye, Bells, Jacob exclaimed, hugging me quickly before the two of them took off. See you at home, Bella, Katie sang. She took Sam's hand and the two of them made their way out. Alice and Jasper left next, Alice still chattering happily about the baby. Have you scheduled a doctor's appointment yet? Carlisle was asking Rosalie. She shook her head. I only found out today, she admitted. Do you have any idea how far along you are? I don't know. 2 months, 3 maybe. She said, shrugging. Well, I recommend Drive. Surely, she's supposed to be really good, especially with first-time parents, he said. He started writing stuff down for Rosalie, who was paying close attention. Do you want a boy or a girl? Charlie asked Emmett. I'd like either. A boy would be good cause I could teach him to throw a football and stuff, but I always wanted a daddy's little girl, he answered with a grin. I saw Rosalie smile at his answer. You'll be needing lots of vitamins. You're eating for 2 now. And take one last, good look at your body. It will never be the same, Claudia said. She laughed as Rosalie paled. Well, we'd better get going, Emmett said. He wrapped an arm around Rosalie, pulling her up. Thanks for your support, everyone. No problem. Come to us if you need anything, Esme said, her voice passionate. Bye guys. Rosalie came over and hugged me. I know Edward found out, she whispered. I instantly blushed, but she laughed it off. Don't worry, if you were pregnant, I'd tell Emmett. She pulled away then, grinning. Bye Rose, I said. She waved. Emmett came over and gave me a bear hug before departing with his fiancée. Well, we all better get going too, Esme said finally. The last of the adults all left, hugging and dotting Edward and I goodbye. When they were all finally gone, I sighed contentedly, leaning back in my chair. My eyelids instantly drooped. I was exhausted. Come on, love, Edward Said. I groaned groggily in response, earning a musical chuckle from him. I felt his arms scoop me up, bridal style, and carried me to his Volvo. I love you, Edward, I sighed, but my voice was like mush. I love you too, he replied, placing me gently in the seat of his Volvo. I was out before my butt hit the seat. Bella, you need this, Alice exclaimed. I was mortified. We were standing in Victoria's Secret with Marietta, Katie and Rosalie picking out wedding night lingerie, which, according to Alice, is an absolute necessity. My wedding is tomorrow. Tomorrow. Alice, it's not like this. Is our first time or anything, I sighed exasperatedly. I don't need anything special. Yes you do, Bella, she said firmly. It's customary. And this is adorable and will look perfect on you. Edward will love it. I opened my mouth to say something, but I honestly couldn't argue with that. Edward would love it. No, Alice, I said finally. No, Bella. You are buying this, she said sternly. You wouldn't let me throw you a bachelorette party, so you are buying this and you are going to wear it on your wedding night. Fine, Alice. Just buy it before anyone sees, I agreed. I know Alice was never going to let me leave until I bought that lingerie. You need to try it on first, she said in a duh tone. No, absolutely not, I squealed. People might see me, Alice. Here. She completely ignored me, handing me the set. Go put it on. I groaned, grabbing it and stalking off to the dressing room. I pulled it on and looked in the mirror. And the effect was shocking. The cloth was dark blue and lacy, with a pink bow in the middle. It was push-up and made my small bust look huge. The bottoms were a little lacy navy blue skirt with a matching pink bow. It made my legs look miles long. Pic on profile, I opened the door, peeking my head out to look at Alice. I kept my body completely hidden behind the door. Alice, Rosalie, Marietta and Katie were all watching me, giggling at my self-consciousness. Come on, let's see, say. Why? Rosalie called. I timidly walked out, holding my arms over my stomach, trying to cover myself up. All 4 girls started whistling and catcalling, which caused everyone in the store to look over. I blushed, wishing I could just sink into the floor. I ran back in the dressing room and locked it behind me. We are definitely buying that one, Bella. Alice called. I might buy one for myself, Katie mused. Sam would like it. I just rolled my eyes, quickly pulling my regular clothes back on. When I came back out of the dressing room, at least 4 different guys were eyeing me appreciatively. I almost gagged. Here, I said, tossing the outfit to Alice. She giggled, catching it easily. We made our way to the counter and Alice handed my purchase to the cashier. "It's for her wedding night," Alice said proudly to the cashier, who smiled at me. "We get lots of girls in here before weddings. It's perfectly normal," she assured me, sensing my discomfort. I smiled gratefully back. "Thanks," I said, grabbing the bag as she handed Alice back her credit card. "Bella, I've decided to give you an early wedding gift," Katie announced. I groaned. "No more gifts. I can't take it anymore. I'm Ned." Katie laughed, sounding oddly like a dolphin in puberty. "You know, like a dolphin's cry, but lower. You'll like this once," she promised. "What is it?" I asked, bracing myself. "Sam's sleeping over our dorm tonight. So that means you and Edward will have the apartment to yourselves." She smiled up at me, proud of herself. "Thanks, Katie," I cried, hugging her. "That's much better than lingerie." Alice made a face at me. "I knew you'd like it," she teased. "Well, I'm going home, bye guys," I called, trying to make a break for the exit. But Alice was already blocking my way, knowing I was going to make my escape. "I don't think so. Your honeymoon is in California and for that you will need bikinis," she sang, dragging me to the next store. I groaned again. Edward and I had decided to just spend a few days in California for our honeymoon. We hoped to take a second honeymoon over the summer and travel to Europe. But we still had school, so we couldn't exactly skip weeks of classes to travel. After hours and hours and hours of shopping with the girls, I was finally able to go back to Edward's apartment. I didn't even bother going home to drop off my bags. I just brought them inside with me, knowing Alice would probably pack them for me anyways. I hadn't even knocked when the door pulled open. Edward was standing there eagerly, my favorite uneven grin on his face. I pulled into the house, my piles of bags dragging. Edward chuckled and grabbed a few, helping me. "Eager are we?" I teased. "Eager to have you in my arms again," he replied. "Cheesy," I sang. "I know." He grinned again, dropping the bags. His eyes went over them, probably checking the brands. And then he noticed the Victoria's Secret bag. "What's this?" he asked, reaching for it. I quickly grabbed it, hiding it behind my back. "Nothing," I said casually. "Bella," he said, his voice low and warning. "You can't see this," I told him firmly. "Why?" He pouted. I giggled. "It's for my other fiancé," I deadpanned. "Oh really?" he asked skeptically. I nodded. "And when's your wedding to this one?" "The day we get back from our honeymoon. I'm going to divorce you and take all of the money and marry my other fiancé while wearing my why Victoria's Secret lingerie," I said simply. But then I burst into giggles and he laughed too. "So it is lingerie then?" he asked seductively. I shivered involuntarily. "Just one more night, Edward," I reminded him, pulling away swiftly. He groaned. "One more night," he repeated. "And please don't look in this bag." "I promise, you'll see it soon," I said quickly. "But I won't wear it if it's not a surprise." "Fine," he sighed in agreement. I ed him chastely. "Thanks, Edward." I dropped the bag behind me, careful to keep the lingerie completely covered up. Edward plopped himself on the couch, holding his arms open for me. I climbed onto his lap and snuggled into him. "This time tomorrow, we'll be husband and wife," Edward sighed dreamily. "You'll be Bella Cullen. I'll be sisters with Alice," I added. Edward chuckled. "That too." He ed my forehead lovingly. "Are you excited?" "Yes," I said truthfully. "Although, knowing me, I'll probably trip down the aisle and rip my dress or something." Edward snorted. "You know, we won't be able to spend any time together tomorrow. At least, not until the wedding. You know Alice is going to steal you in the morning," he said sadly. I smiled. He really didn't want me to go. I took pleasure in that small fact. "I know. But at least you won't have to go through torture. I'll have to get a manicure, pedicure, waxing, hair and makeup." "Honestly, I should have made you wear the dress," I said, rolling my eyes. He chuckled. "That would have been lovely," he said sarcastically. "Yup," I agreed. "You can throw the bouquet and wear that awful lingerie." I was sent into a fit of giggles as I pictured Edward in the lacy little skirt and bra. "Can I get pregnant too?" Edward asked in mock enthusiasm. But I couldn't answer, I was giggling so hard. Edward soon joined in my laughter and we were soon both on the couch laughing our heads off for no apparent reason. I could hardly breathe. When we finally sobered up, I curled back into his side, dotting his jaw lightly. What time is it? I yawned. It's 11:30, he answered. Well, I'm sure Alice is going to have me up at the crack of dawn tomorrow, I sighed. Let's go to bed. Edward nodded, intertwining his fingers with mine as we made our way to his bedroom. I changed into a pair of pajamas that Alice had bought me and curled into bed next to him. He pulled me against him and I fell asleep, breathing in his glorious scent. Bella Pav, 20. Wake up, Bella. You're getting married today. Alice's voice was like nails on a chalkboard, completely impossible to ignore and annoying. Time for the bride to get ready. Say goodbye to Edward, you're at my mercy now. She started laughing, a mock evil laugh. Save me, I whispered to Edward, clinging to him. He chuckled, dotting me chastely. There's nothing I can do, he said. I could hear Alice stomping down the hall, her heels clicking. Come on, Bella, she called, pounding on Edward's bedroom door. I'm coming, I grumbled. I pulled Edward to me, dotting him fiercely. I never wanted to pull away. But Alice came in and pulled me away from him, ignoring my protests. I love you, I cried to Edward as Alice forced me outside in my pajamas. I love you too, I could faintly hear him say. I couldn't believe the next time I saw him, I would be walking down the aisle. Come on, Bella, we have to start now if you want to be ready by 5, she said firmly. She pushed me into her yellow Porsche, instantly skipping to the driver's side. The clock on the dashboard said 6 a.m. How anyone could be so chipper this early is beyond me. You couldn't have let me get some sleep, Alice. I complained. It's not my fault if you stayed up late with Edward. You should have thought of that earlier, she said sternly. I rolled my eyes. Where are we going? I asked. My house. My parents are gone for the day, so it's just going to be us girls, getting ready. I have manicurists coming at 7, she said. What else are we doing today? I groaned. Well, the manicures and pedicures should take at least an hour and a half. Our dresses are getting dropped off at 9. We have waxing appointment at 10 and that should take at least an hour. At noon we'll have lunch. At 1 we'll start your hair and makeup, which will take at least 2 hours, probably more. Everyone else will get ready then too. So we'll leave my house at 4 and be at the church by 4:30. And then you'll walk down the aisle at 5. She smiled after all of this, proud of herself. I had to admit, she was very organized and prepared. It was comforting. Thanks, Alice. I really appreciate you doing this for us, I said sincerely. It's my pleasure, she said with a toothy grin. We reached her house in 20 minutes or so, and when we got inside, I saw Katie, Marietta and Rosalie all eating fruit, grumbling and yawning. You got all them too? I asked Alice incredulously. She nodded. Katie was the most stubborn, she informed me, rolling her eyes. You came to my dorm at 5 in the morning. I was exhausted, she complained. Doesn't matter. It's Bella's day, Alice said firmly. So she got to wake up last. So you were all up before me? I asked, turning back to my other friends. They nodded grimly. I'm sorry. Don't be, Rosalie said. It is your day after all. She gave me a tired smile that quickly turned into a yawn. Thanks for this, guys. This really means a lot to me, I said. I was about to choke up. Save the tears for later, Marietta advised. You'll need them. Group hug. Alice squealed, wrapping her arms around me. Katie, Marietta and Rosalie all stood up and hugged me too. Oh crap, I heard Rosalie exclaim suddenly. We all turned to her, but she was running to the bathroom, hand clasped over her mouth. Way to ruin the moment, Rose, Alice pouted. Well, it's the baby, not her, Marietta corrected. Sorry, I heard Rosalie yell weakly from the bathroom. It's okay, take all the time you need, I said kindly. Rosalie had gone to the doctors a few days ago. They found out she's 3 months along, due May 22nd. The baby is perfectly healthy and developing the way it's supposed to. The doctor said she probably wouldn't start showing for another month or so, at the start of her second trimester. She still had awful morning sickness. Manicurists are here, Alice sang suddenly. She skipped to the door and pulled it open, revealing 5 women, all holding big, suitcase-like boxes. Alice led them inside and into the living room. I followed Alice into the room and she shoved me into their huge recliner. The manicurists opened the boxes, which held foot spas, and started filling them with water, setting up all of their nail necessities. Come on everyone, I called, once the first women told me they were ready. Alice sank onto the couch, dipping her feet into the warm bubbling water. I slid off my shoes and placed my feet into the spa in front of me. Katie, Marietta and Rosalie, still looking a little green, all came into the room, sitting down at separate foot spas. Alice had timed everything almost perfectly. The manicures and pedicures took a little over an hour. The dresses got dropped off at 9. The girls all tried on their bridesmaid dresses and, luckily, they all fit perfectly. At 10 we went to get our waxing. Each of us had to go separately, so that took an hour and a half. At noon we all ate, our eyebrows and bikini lines raw. At 12:30 I took a long shower and shaved. And at 1 Alice started my hair. She instantly wrapped every strand of hair in hot curlers, dousing it in hairspray. While my hair was in the curlers, I put on my dress, which fit like it was made for me. Which it was. Rosalie spent an hour perfecting my makeup, making sure to use waterproof mascara. Everything that she used highlighted my natural features, making my chocolate eyes sparkle and my full lips look ever fuller. When she was done, Alice unrolled my hair so it fell in ringlets around my face. She pulled some of it back, using a small clip to hold it there. Katie, Marietta and Rosalie got ready while Alice was finishing me up. She was already dressed and ready, all in the hour it took Rose to do my makeup. Done, Alice announced, arranging my hair. It was already almost 4. You look amazing, Bella. Absolutely perfect. Can I see myself now? I asked. 1 sec, she exclaimed. She quickly grabbed my mother's pearl necklace that I was using as my something borrowed and clipped it across my neck. Then she handed me my grandmother's diamond stud earrings as my something old and I clipped them on. Finally, she handed me a dark blue garter, my something blue, and I slid it up my leg. That was the part of my wedding I was least looking forward to. My something new was my dress or my veil, whatever floats your boat. Finally, Alice nodded, helping me to my feet and leading me to the full-length mirror. I gasped when I saw myself. I did look amazing. My dress had short sleeves and flowed to the ground beautifully. The back was just simple white. The front was an intricate design of beading, with the white clipping on my stomach and showing the beading to the floor. It was perfect. Everything I could ever want, and more. My hair was curled and framing my face. Alice set the veil in my hair, on the clipped back strands. My makeup was flawless, my skin almost glowed. I felt beautiful, even next to my perfect friends. Alice was standing next to me in the mint green bridesmaid dress I had picked. It was very simple, with spaghetti straps and fell to the floor. There was sort of an extra piece of fabric at her side that fell down to about mid-calve on the dress. It looked as good on petite Alice as it did on tall, modelesque Rosalie. Pics on profile. Oh my god, I breathed. You look stunning, Bella, Rosalie said. She was beaming. Marietta and Katie agreed wholeheartedly. You guys all look wonderful too, I gushed. Well, let's get out of here, Alice said. You are getting married in exactly 1 hour and we need to be at the church. Nervous butterflies flooded my stomach. I am getting married in 1 hour. But the excitement quickly overtook the nerves. When I went downstairs, I saw Renee and Esme standing in the living room. They both came over and started gushing about how beautiful I looked. I blushed and returned the compliment. Renee was wearing a pretty silver dress that fell to the floor. It had a little half-sleeve jacket on over the silver beading of the top. Her hair was done in an elegant bun. Esme was wearing a beautiful light purple dress with short sleeves. The top part had a pretty beading design and it fell to the floor in slight layers. Her hair fell down her back in cascading waves. Pics on profile. It's 4:10 everyone, we need to go. Alice announced. They led me out to the limo and the 5 of us settled in, Renee and Esme taking the Mercedes with Phil and Carlisle. Charlie was driving to the church and meeting us there. My friends all babbled the whole car ride but I couldn't focus. All I could think about was the fact that in an hour, I would be Mrs. Isabella Marie Cullen. I would be married to Edward, my best friend, my lover. It's a day I've dreamed about and everything is perfect. We're here, Bella, Alice's voice broke me out of my reverie. We were a bit late, it was 4:45. I hurried inside, to a back room where Charlie was waiting. He hugged me. You're not my little girl anymore, he said gruffly. I'm not going to be the main man in your life anymore. You'll always be my dad, I promised him. Edward will be my husband but I'll always love you. I know, sweetheart, he said proudly. He Ed my cheek. Renee came rushing in, tossing her arms around my neck. Charlie left the room briefly to give us some time. Oh baby, she said, hugging me tighter. I could feel myself starting to choke up again. I can't believe it. It feels like just yesterday we were at my wedding. And now my little girl is getting married. I love you, Mom. I'm glad you're here, I said, my voice thick with emotion. I love you too, baby, she said. I'm going to go sit down so I can watch you walk down the aisle. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She Ed my cheek too and left to sit down. I sat down in front of the long mirror hanging on the wall. I looked like a totally different person, a beautiful, confident woman. I took a deep breath. Bella. I turned and saw Marietta standing in the doorway. The bridesmaids are about to go. I just wanted to come say good luck. She stepped into the room and I stood, wrapping my arms around her. Even though I'd only know her a few years, she was like a sister to me. Thanks, Mari. I'll be watching from here, I promised. I love you, Bella. I'm so glad I came to live with you and Charlie, she replied. I am too. And I love you too. She Ed both of my cheeks and rushed back out of the door, wiping her eyes. I stood in the doorway and sure enough, all of the bridesmaids and groomsmen were lined up and ready to go. Marietta and Jacob were first, followed by Rosalie and Emmett, Katie and Sam, and last Alice and Jasper. Even though Alice and Emmett are the maid of honor and best man, we decided to have everyone go with their significant other. The music swelled and I could hear the church fall silent. I watched in awe as Marietta and Jacob walked out of my sight, down the aisle. Rosalie and Emmett were next, both of them beaming. Katie and Sam went after them, smiling shyly and nervously. Alice danced through the door with Jasper, winking my way before she went out of sight. Ready, sweetie? Charlie asked. I nodded, tears already pooling in my eyes. He held his arm out for me and I took it gratefully, holding my bouquet of white roses and purple lilies in my hands. We made our way to the door, pausing out of sight. The music suddenly changed to the wedding march and the nervous butterflies tripled in my stomach. I could hear people getting to their feet to see me. Let's go, I whispered. Charlie led me to the opening in the door and we took the first few steps out. At first, all I could see were the people in the crowd. My family, Edward's family, our high school friends and college friends. Everyone I cared about was beaming up at me, some crying, some just smiling. But when I looked up at Edward, everyone else faded away. His smile was elated and as crooked as ever. He kept his eyes glued to me, taking in every inch of me, and I felt a huge grin spread across my face. His eyes were sparkling and it looked like he was using all of his energy not to run to me. Honestly, I was doing the same thing. I wanted to hurry Charlie along, but knowing me, I would trip. So instead, I just kept my eyes locked with Edward's as we made our way to the altar. The altar was up 2 small steps and Edward was standing in front of the priest, who was all dressed up in his white robes, Holy Bible in hand. When Charlie and I finally reached him, he ran right down the 2 steps and reached out for me. Take care of her, Charlie said kindly. I will, sir. Always, Edward promised. Charlie released me and Edward gathered me up in his arms, leading me up the 2 steps and back to the altar. I handed my bouquet to Alice, who had tears in her eyes and was beaming. Edward and I stood facing each other, holding hands. It reminded me a lot of our wedding in 1st grade and I almost giggled out loud at the thought. You look absolutely stunning, Edward murmured. So do you, I replied. And he did, with his classic black tux, his hair as messy as usual. Everyone in the church sat back down and the priest began in his deep, ringing voice. We are gathered here today to join Edward Anthony Cullen and Isabella Marie Swan in holy matrimony, he said importantly. My whole body tingled at his words. The ceremony was long and I couldn't exactly focus. I mean, I heard everything the priest said, but I was much more caught up in Edward's eyes to really pay attention. He basically just asked if we were here of our own free will, if we would honor each other as husband and wife, and if we would accept God, and we answered each question with, I do. Finally he got to the part one was most looking forward to. Please join your right hands, he instructed. Since we were already holding hands, we just let go with the left and turned to face him. May the Lord in his goodness strengthen your consent and fill you both with his blessings. What God has joined together, let no man put asunder, he recited. May I please have the rings? he asked, turning to Emmett. Emmett pulled the rings out of his jacket and handed them to the priest. I'm insulted you didn't ask me to be the priest, Bella, he whispered as he leaned over to give the priest the rings. I thought I did a good job for your first wedding. I bit my lip to stop the giggles that threatened to break through. The priest blessed the rings as symbols of love and faith. He handed Edward mine. With this ring, I thee wed, Edward Said, repeating after the priest. He slid it carefully onto my finger, never breaking eye contact. I could feel tears slipping down my cheeks and he reached up to wipe them away. The priest handed me Edward's ring and repeated the same line. With this ring, I thee wed, I repeated, my voice choked up. I slid it onto Edward's thick finger. It was perfect. Do you, Edward Anthony Cullen, take Isabella Marie Swan as your lawfully wedded wife, to have and to hold, from this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and cherish until death do you part? The priest asked in his booming voice. I do, Edward Said firmly. And do you, Isabella Marie Swan, take Edward Anthony Cullen as your lawfully wedded husband, to have and to hold, from this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and cherish until death do you part? He asked, turning to me. I do, I said, my voice confident and sure through my tears. I know pronounce you man and wife, the priest said. His careful mask broke free and he smiled down at us. You may now key, the bride. Edward instantly wrapped his arms around me, dipping me in key, dotting me passionately. I almost laughed into his mouth, I was so elated. Everyone burst into applause as Edward gently lifted my body back up. We finally broke apart, both of us beaming and trying to catch our breath. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce Mr. and Mrs. Edward Anthony Cullen, the priest sang. Edward and I laced our fingers and almost skipped back down the aisle as everyone clapped. I finally let my elated giggles escape. Edward and I made our way to a separate limo and both of us climbed in the back. Edward instantly brought his lips to mine, dotting me with just as much passion as he had on the altar. We broke apart after a few minutes. It took all the strength I had not to jump you when you came down the aisle in that dress, he whispered, his voice alluring. I giggled. Well, I'm now officially Mrs. Bella Cullen, I squealed. God, I'm starting to sound like Alice. I love that, Edward Said, grinning. He pulled my lips back to his and we were instantly attacking each other with our lips and hands. We pulled up to the reception hall 10 minutes later, our lips red and slightly swollen from ing. Come on Mrs. Cullen, let's go make sure everything's perfect, he said, grinning widely. Of course my loving husband, I replied. We linked arm and made our way into the reception hall. Everything was perfect. The tables were set with the centerpieces we wanted, the dance floor and baby grand piano were there just like we requested. All of the band's equipment was set up and ready. Wow, I breathed, walking over to the cake. It had 3 layers, each one with detailed designs that didn't seem real. I was tempted to touch the frosting, just to make sure it was actually a cake, but I resisted. It's perfect, Edward decided. He wrapped his arms around my waist, pulling me closer to him. I snaked my arms around his neck and he pressed his forehead against mine. Is this how you imagined it? He murmured. Yes, I answered truthfully. Everything is just amazing. So do I get to see the mysterious lingerie tonight? He asked, wiggling his eyebrows. I giggled again. Maybe, I teased. I pressed my lips against his again but we were interrupted by a loud coughing. Alice, we both sighed. Yes it is, she answered. She danced into the room, instantly launching herself into my arms. I hugged her back. Thanks Alice. Everything is exactly how I wanted it, I said. I know. We're sisters now Bella. Like, officially. She began jumping up and down. Oh my God, I know. I replied excitedly. Edward rolled his eyes. I hugged every one of my friends, all of who filed in behind Alice. Alice scurried off into the kitchen to make sure everything was going right. Edward and I sat down at the table in the center, our friends and family joining us. Renee and Esme instantly started gushing about the ceremony and dresses and this and that. Edward laced his fingers through mine and rested our entwined hands on my lap under the table. We graciously accepted the congratulations of our many guests. Congrats Bella. Angela Weber came running up to me, tossing her arms around my neck. I hadn't seen her too much since high school. She was going to school in Texas, so I only saw her during the summer. Thanks, Angela, I replied, hugging her one arm. My other hand was still on my lap with Edward's. I squeezed her hand and was surprised to find a band on her ring finger. A wedding band. Oh my God, I exclaimed, holding it up. She blushed. Ben Chaney and I eloped, she confessed. It was only a few weeks ago. Only us and our parents. Wow, congrats Ang. I hugged her again. Thanks Bella. Well, I have to go. Ben's sitting by himself. She waved one last time and skipped off to where her husband was sitting. Dinner was served once everyone arrived. Edward and I had decided on grilled salmon and it tasted scrumptious. After that it was time for mine and Edward's first dance as husband and wife. Edward had insisted on picking the song, saying he knew I would love it. It was important to him, so I let him choose it. We made our way to the center of the dance floor and everyone gathered around us. Edward placed one hand around my waist, pressing me against him, and the other held mine. The music began to play and I gasped audibly, whipping my head around to the piano. It was my lullaby, the one Edward wrote for me. A man in a suit was sitting at the baby grand, his fingers like blurs as he worked the complicated piece. I wanted to be the one playing it, Edward murmured. I turned around to face him again, a smile spreading across my face and my eyes starting to water. It was so sweet, but I can't play the piano and dance at the same time. Edward, I choked, my voice cracking slightly. He pulled me closer against him, dotting away my tears. That is the sweetest, most romantic song you could have ever picked. It's perfect. Edward grinned, bending down to press his lips to mine. I could vaguely hear the crowd wing at us. A few other couples had drifted onto the dance floor. I remembered when that was Edward and I, watching my mother dance like this. And Edward was right. I felt 100 times happier. An hour or so later it was time to toss the bouquet. Single women of all ages flooded the dance floor and I turned around, flinging it over my shoulder into the crowd. I heard what sounded like a brief scuffle and I whirled around to find a woman with honey blonde hair and hazel eyes was holding it, smiling shyly. She looked to be about Renee's age and I had no idea who she was, so I figured she was a member of Edward's family. And then the part one was dreading. Tossing the garter. Someone pulled over a chair from the table and I sank into it, already blushing red. Edward walked over to me in a flood of catcalls and whistles and slowly trailed his hands up my legs. My skin felt like it was on fire. He kept riding his hands up until he found the garter. He knew he was driving me crazy and he was just grinning. He looped his fingers through it and slowly, teasingly pulled it back down my leg. Once it was finally off, and I was approximately the color of a stop sign, he tossed it towards the crowd of single men that had gathered. I was embarrassed to see that Charlie had caught it. He looked embarrassed, like he was with those men against his own will, which he probably was. I hurriedly got out of the seat, Edward standing up with me. The woman who caught the bouquet got shoved towards the chair and sat awkwardly in it. Charlie came over, blushing almost as much as me, and slid the garter up the woman's leg, being sure to touch as little skin as possible. I giggled slightly as everyone clapped and whistled. Once the crowd dissipated, I saw Charlie and the woman exchange names and they went to a table and sat down together, chatting. "Who is that?" I asked, turning to Edward. "That's one of Esme's best friends. Her name is Eliza," he explained. I nodded, watching as Charlie said something that made her throw her head back in laughter. The cutting of the wedding cake was next. We had picked a chocolate mousse cake with vanilla frosting. I placed my hand on the knife and Edward placed his over mine as we brought the knife through the cake, both grinning as cameras clicked our picture. Edward picked up a little piece and fed it to me, being careful not to smudge my makeup. I picked up a slightly larger piece and brought it up to his face. He opened his mouth, but instead, I smooshed it onto his nose, giggling madly. It left a huge dollop of frosting right on the tip of his nose. "Oops," I sang innocently. He narrowed his eyes, grabbing another piece of cake and smashing it right into my face. We both burst into laughter as the photographer snapped another memory. Once we had cleaned the frosting off our faces, it was time for the father-daughter dance. I had picked Lullaby Goodnight My Angel by Billy Joel, because it was a sweet song, and Charlie always listened to him when I was little. I noticed that he was still sitting with Eliza and looked kind of sad to leave her. I smiled at the thought. Charlie came up to me as the music started, holding me a much greater distance away than Edward did. We danced slowly as I thought of a way to bring up his new friend. "So," I said casually. "How's Eliza?" His blush confirmed what I thought. Charlie had a crush. "She's very nice," he said awkwardly. I laughed. "I like her," I decided. Sure, I hadn't talked to her or anything, but if Charlie and Esme liked her, then I probably would too. "I do too," he admitted. "You should ask her out," I suggested. "I hardly know her," he shouted. "So what? Bella," he said warningly. "Charlie," I said, matching his tone. He smiled. "Maybe." The song ended and Charlie and I stopped dancing. Edward came over. "Can I cut in?" he asked formally. Charlie nodded, handing me off to Edward. We started dancing as the next song came on. "I think my dad has a crush on Eliza," I whispered. "Really?" "Yup. Is she nice?" "She is. She used to sneak me cookies when we visited her." He grinned. "Sounds like a Class A gal," I said sarcastically. "No, she is very nice. And single." He winked for effect. "Good. I want Charlie to get over Renee, he's been alone for so long," I sighed. The song ended as Emmett climbed on stage, grabbing the mic from the singer. I groaned. "Oh crap," Edward groaned. "Hi everyone," Emmett yelled. Everyone turned to give him their attention. "I'd just like to say congratulations to Edward and Bella, the bride and groom." Everyone clapped politely. So as the best man, it's customary for me to make a speech. "I would like to talk about Edward and Bella's physical relationship from the beginning." He paused, finding us in the crowd and waving for no apparent reason. "Edward and Bella have been best friends since they born basically. The two of them were in love since they were kids. At age 4, Edward and Bella were engaged to be married. But they decided to wait till age 6, when they were joined together in holy matrimony by yours truly." A few people chuckled. At age 7, they ran away together for the first time. Then at age 8, they shared their second key. Well, Edward key. Ed Bella and she wiped her mouth off. But then she returned the favor for their third key. At age 11 they had their first dance. I remember it like it was yesterday. They had their first slow dance and Edward got jealous for the first time. It was so cute. At age 13, they had their first real key, in a game of spin the bottle at Jacob's birthday party. But, Bella, being as oblivious and clueless and clumsy as she is, decided to key Jacob after that too, causing Edward his first heartbreak. I looked up at Edward guiltily but he was just smiling up at Emmett, still holding me. And then I glared up at Emmett because me being clumsy had nothing to do with heartbreak. Bella then proceeded to date her way through the male population of Forks. I blushed furiously and I heard a few people laugh. Edward watched by jealously, too scared to confess his love to the oblivious Bella. At Christmas, he gave Bella a heart-shaped garnet necklace. They were so close to getting together then but Charlie started flipping out and Bella and Edward were kept tragically apart. At age 15, Bella got wasted for the first time. Edward saved her from possible head trauma and proceeded to bring her back to our house to sleep it off. In the morning, Alice found her in her undergarments, lying in bed with Edward. She said they slept together all the time. I heard a few gasps and I blushed instantly red. But not in the fun way, like actually sleeping. At age 16 the real drama began. Bella's cousin Marietta, he paused, waving to her. She waved back, blushing. Came from Italy. Edward and Marietta started flirting and jealousy reared its ugly head in Bella. She realized that she loved Edward. And she was incredibly jealous of her hot Italian cousin. But Edward didn't actually go out with Marietta so Bella came to our house to confess her love. They both sat on his bed, not looking anywhere near the door. So, of course, the entire family watched as Bella confessed her love and her and Edward had a pretty intense makeout session. We even got a picture. I heard a few people laughing again. At age 17, the tension between Edward and Bella was intense. I blushed furiously. It was prom night. You could practically see them undressing each other with their eyes. But, luckily for all of us, they relieved the tension that night. Oh my god, Emmett did not just announce that we had on prom night. That was also the night they got engaged with plans to get married after college. As we know, those plans got shoved to the side when Edward and Bella decided to get married today. After many college experiences, Edward and Bella are finally married, which means everything they've been doing is now considered morally right. Although I'm sure they will do some things that are not considered right by anyone's standards. He grinned and winked down at me. So we've come full circle. Edward, you're my brother and I love you. Bella, I've always seen you as a sister and I love you in a sisterly way. So congratulations to you both. He held up his full champagne glass and everyone around us took a sip. Thanks for the Alice said cheerily, climbing on stage. Unfortunately, I don't have any embarrassing stories that I want to share. So you can look now, Bella. She grinned down at me and I moved my head from off of Edward's chest. Oh, and also Emmett, the engagement came before the relieving of the say.ul tension. The relieving of the say.ul tension was an effect of the engagement. But it was still sweet and romantic, not just crazy and animalistic. Not helping Alice. I squealed. Oh, how I regret telling her details about my life. Well, I just wanted to say that I'm happy for my adopted brother and sister-in-law. I love you both and wish you the best. And when you two have kids, remember this night and remember who designed it and let that person design their bedrooms. Please. She skipped off the stage. I just shook my head. Everyone left around midnight. Alice, Jasper, Emmett, Rose, Katie, Sam, Jacob, Marietta and our parents were the last ones left. Charlie had gotten Eliza's number and they were planning on going out sometime next week. Have fun on your honeymoon, Bella. Alice sang. Your bags are already in the limo. Thanks, Alice. For everything. I keyed at the top of her spiky hair. No problem, Bella. She trilled. Only Alice could have so much energy. Have fun, honey, Renee said, wrapping her arms around me. Luckily for me, our parents had decided not to comment on Emmett's slideshow, but I could tell that they were slightly disgusted but unsurprised. Thanks, Mom, I replied, embracing her back. I hugged and keyed Charlie too. Esme and Carlisle hugged Edward before hugging me goodbye. Thanks for coming, you guys. We love you, I said as Edward wrapped his arm around my waist. Our pleasure, Esme said with a smile. It's the least we could do for our daughter. Her words pleased me more than she would ever know. Have a good time in California. Soak up some sun for me, Rosalie said. Promise to take good care of the baby. And save me an ultrasound picture, I retorted. I will, she promised, moving a hand to her still flat stomach. Have fun, kids, Emmett said, giving us a goofy grin. Tell Emmett I'm not speaking to him, I said to no one in particular. Emmett just grinned wider. Don't worry, Bella. I'll punish him, Rosalie promised. Emmett's eyes instantly widened. Have fun, Jasper said calmly. We thanked him too. Goodbye, everyone. See you on Wednesday. I sang as Edward and I made our way outside. The limo drove us to a nearby 5-star hotel, the best one in the area. We gave our bags to the bellhop to bring upstairs. The moment we handed off our bags, Edward scooped me up in his arms. What are you doing? I protested. Come on, Bella. It's our wedding night. The least I can do is carry you across the threshold, Edward sighed, pouting adorably. I keyed at his jutted out bottom lip and slid my arms around his neck, resting my head against his chest as he carried me to the room. It didn't take him very long and he didn't seem to struggle at all with my weight. The moment we were inside, he kicked the door shut behind us and carried me to the bedroom, laying me across the bed. He crawled next to me, wrapping his arms around me and dotting me gently. I instantly pulled away, pressing a finger to his lips. Just a second, I whispered, trying to sound seductive. He nodded eagerly. I stood up and made my way to the bathroom. I pulled off my wedding dress, revealing the skimpy lingerie Alice insisted I wear underneath. Luckily, my dress was thick enough that you couldn't see the blue. I hung my dress up on a hanger and hooked it to the back of the bathroom door so it wouldn't get wrinkled. I pulled the veil out of my hair, leaving it on the top of the hanger with the dress. All I had left was my lingerie and jewelry. Bella, Edward called, slightly impatient. I giggled. I'm coming, I replied. I opened the door, peeking just my head out, leaving my body covered by the door. I was feeling self-conscious now. Come on, Edward sighed encouragingly. He had taken off his jacket and shoes, his tie loosened idly across his chest. I took a few tentative steps outside, revealing myself to him. He just groaned. Alice is right, he said. When I looked at him, confused, he explained. That does look very why on you. Now come over here so I can take it off. I giggled. Not so fast, Mr. Cullen, I scolded. I made my way over to him, walking slowly. I climbed onto the bed, straddling his hips. I rubbed against him lightly, making him moan. I slowly, teasingly removed his clothes, leaving him in nothing but his boxers. He brought his lips to mine passionately, his fingers leaving trails of fire on my skin. We made love passionately and lovingly. It truly was special, just like we wanted it to be. It was a perfect ending to a perfect day. I love you, Edward Anthony Cullen, I yawned. I cuddled against his BPD body, bringing the blankets up to my chin. I love you too, Isabella. Marie Swan Cullen. Bella Pav, 20. Thank you all for coming, Rosalie said happily. She was sitting on a white folding chair, one hand placed gingerly on her stomach, addressing the 20 or so women in front of her. And for all of your wonderful gifts. Emmett and I really appreciate it. I could see her starting to get teary-eyed. Her pregnancy hormones were raging. No problem, honey, Claudia said, placing one hand over Rosalie's. I stared over to the massive pile of baby items, everything from clothes to cribs to car seats, all stacked up neatly. Rosalie and Emmett found out they were having a baby boy. Alice had painted the nursery light blue and stuffed the dresser drawers to the brim with adorable little baby clothes. Rose had started showing around her 4th month. Rumors flew. But Rosalie took them all, her head held high. She spent most of her time in my dorm, away from her school and all of the insulting girls. Everyone said Rosalie and Emmett would never make it, the strain of the baby would kill their relationship and they wouldn't be able to take care of him. But they were wrong. Emmett and Rose had gotten closer because of this. People started to make their way out of the Cullens' backyard, where we were currently having the baby shower. A big, white tent covered tables and tables with white tablecloths and blue decorations. White folding chairs sat by the half dozen at each table. It was just the girls. The only boy in the whole place was Emmett, but he fit right in. I caught him having an intense discussion with Eliza about General Hospital. Charlie and Eliza started dating around the time Edward and I got back from our mini honeymoon. They had been together ever since. Eliza was kind and quiet and loved to cook, all of which fit well with Charlie's personality. Charlie had officially introduced me to Eliza as his girlfriend in November. He invited me out to dinner with them and the whole time I had to fight back giggles. It reminded me of when I would bring home a boyfriend and Charlie would scrutinize him to determine if he was good enough. I felt like the parent and Charlie the nervous teen. But his nerves were unfounded. I loved Eliza. She was so kind and she truly cared about Charlie. She had been married before, but her husband died in a car accident. Esme confided that this is the first time she's really been showing life since the accident, and I was happy Charlie could help her. And she was even helping Charlie. He took down all remnants of Renee from the house. He repainted the cabinets, took down the pictures. He was finally moving on, like I'd wanted him to do for so long. Alice and Jasper are engaged. He had taken Alice to the beach and set up a sweet little picnic and proposed at sunset. Alice had been so excited, I don't think the smile left her face for weeks. Marietta and Jacob are engaged too. I guess he fixed up a car for her and hooked the ring onto the keys. When he handed her the keys to her new vehicle, he got down on one knee and proposed, even learning how to say, "Marry me," in Italian. It took them 3 days to get the ring off the keychain. Rosalie and Emmett set their wedding date for July 15 in Mexico, on the beach. It was just going to be small, the Cullens, the Hales, Charlie and Renee and me. Rosalie had asked Alice to be the maid of honor and she wanted me to hold the baby during the ceremony, up near her and Emmett, so he could see his mommy and daddy getting married. They still hadn't picked a name. Emmett suggested Seven. As a name, Rosalie had flat out denied that. I mean Seven. As a name. She wanted Preston, which, if you ask me, is just as bad as Seven. Either way, that poor kid was going to be tortured. Bella, can you hand me a slice of cake? Rosalie asked sweetly. I jumped, startled, and looked around to see that no one was left except for me, Rosalie, Esme, Claudia and Alice. Sure thing, I said, jumping up instantly. Rosalie when she's hungry is not a pretty sight. I grabbed her a slice of the congratulations cake and handed it to her. She dug in instantly. We got, like, 4 strollers. We'll have to return some of them, she informed me. I nodded. She seemed to be in a good mood. And that bassinet Esme bought is just lovely. It matches mine and Emmett's bedroom perfectly. Emmett, after hearing about the baby, bought a house. I am not joking. Of course, he has tons of money, thanks to his parents, so he just up and purchased a house. It was 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, kitchen, dining room, living room, furnished basement. When they bought it, the house was a piece of crap. But Emmett worked hard to fix everything up in time for the baby. Everything was done now and the house looked extraordinary. They were planning on moving in tomorrow. That's good, I said cautiously. Is it just me, or is it really hot out? She asked suddenly. It was just her. It had to be about 60 degrees outside with a chilly wind. Most definitely not hot. I think it might just be you, I said in a small voice. Whenever we mentioned any of Rosalie's pregnancy issues, swollen ankles, mood swings, temperature stuff, she flipped. Oh, she said simply. I just stared at her, waiting for the explosion, but it never came. She stood up, waddling over to the food table. Rosalie was still as beautiful as ever, even pregnant. The rest of her didn't gain too much weight, only her stomach. She looked like she had just eaten a basketball or something. But she also seemed to glow, her happiness was just radiating off of her. Help me clean up Bella. Alice called. She was holding a mountain of baby clothes in her hands, probably mentally deciding which ones to return and which to keep. I jumped up, grabbing a huge box that seemed to be a high chair and made my way to the car. Once everything was packed up, Alice and Claudia took off to bring them to the house, taking Emmett to lift the heavier things, leaving Esme and I to clean up. Marietta and Katie had already left. Rosalie was sitting down by the food table, picking at the vegetables and dip. Bella, Rosalie called. She waved me over and I walked over, plopping myself in the seat next to her. Ready to go? I asked cheerily. So ready. Can we go to your dorm for a little while? She asked, her eyes staring at the floor. Sure Rosalie, it's fine, I said, my voice soothing. Thanks Bella. You're too good to me. Her eyes were starting to water. It's nothing more than you deserve honey, I assured her. She nodded and moved to stand up. But then suddenly her eyes widened and she dropped back on the chair. What is it? I asked instantly. Bella, she said, eyes wide, searching, and finally landing on mine. My water just broke. All of the color drained out of my face. Where's your baby bag? I asked, trying to sound calm. It's at the HHA. She broke off suddenly, reaching for my hand. I gave it to her and she instantly squeezed it, closing her eyes as well. She was having a contraction. Breathe, Rose, breathe, I reminded her. She glared at me and I trembled. After 30 seconds or so, the contraction subsided and she let go of my hand. The bag's at the house, she said wearily. Come on Rose, I'm driving you to the hospital, I told her, helping her to her feet. Esme. Yes dear, she called back. Ah. Rosalie groaned, answering for me. Is she having the baby? She sounded shocked. Rosalie wasn't due for another week or so. What do you think? Rosalie growled. Esme came running over. Go get the car Bella and I'll help her, she instructed, handing me car keys. I nodded, glad to have someone experienced in this area before. I ran to find Esme's car, knowing my truck wouldn't be able to handle it. I found the Mercedes and instantly slid in, turning the car on. I sped over to where they were and Esme opened the door, sliding in back with Rosalie. She was helping her with her breathing. In he, out ho, ho, she instructed. Rosalie copied her breathing but was overcome by another contraction. She groaned loudly, forgetting about the breathing. The hospital was only 10 minutes away. I pulled out my cell phone, dialing Emmett's number. Hey Bella, what's up? He asked calmly. Rose went into labor, I said. Are you serious? He burst, his tone instantly panicked. No Emmett, I said dryly. Rosalie picked that moment to groan again. Rosalie just felt like taking a drive to the hospital and popping out a baby. Funny, he replied sarcastically. I'll be at the hospital in 15 minutes. Goodbye Emmett. Wait, Rosalie exclaimed. She held her hand out for the phone. Rose wants to talk to you, I informed Emmett before handing it to her. I hate you, she screeched into the phone. If you would just get over the uncomfortableness and wear a freaking circa. Ms. I would not be in this pain right now. This is entirely your fault. And then she hung up on him, tossing the phone into the empty passenger seat. I burst into laughter, but a glare from Rosalie silenced me instantly. We reached the hospital a few minutes later and grabbed a wheelchair for Rosalie. She sank into it, clutching her stomach and moaning in pain. She was gripping the armrests so hard, I thought they might break off. Rosalie's OB/GYN was paged to the room where they rushed Rosalie off to. They had her change into one of those hospital games and she sank onto the bed, sweat dripping down her forehead, her hair mussed, her face contorted in pain. Even like this, Rosalie still managed to look flawless. "Bella," she moaned. "Where's Emmett?" "He's on his way, Rose, don't worry," I assured her. "I love him so much," she cried. Apparently she changed her mind since the car ride. "I need him here." "I know, Rose, he'll be here soon, I promised." She suddenly yelled out in pain, scaring me half to death. The OB/GYN was completely calm as she inspected Rosalie. "You're already 5 centimeters dilated," she said cheerily. "Halfway there. Would you like an epidural?" "Yes," Rosalie screamed instantly. "Quickly." The doctor just chuckled and walked away, completely calm, to get her the shot. "Rosalie." I heard Emmett's far-off voice yelling. "Rosie baby." "Emmett." Rosalie moaned back. He burst into the room suddenly, knocking me off to the side, almost toppling over. But, lucky for me, Emmett didn't come alone, and a pair of comforting arms caught me. "Hello, love," Edward Said calmly. "Hi," I replied. I spun around and keyed him gently, pulling away when Rosalie groaned again. The doctor came back in holding a very long needle. "Okay, Rosalie, you ready?" she asked happily. Rose nodded, sitting up, grasping Emmett's large hand in her own. I turned away in squeamishness while Rosalie was given the shot. She didn't make any noise except a slight intake of breath when the needle broke through her skin. I was impressed. Apparently, those things hurt. "Okay, it should help the pain," the OB/GYN said, walking away from the room. "Nurse, tell me when she gets to 10 centimeters, okay?" "Yes, doctor," the nurse said instantly, checking under Rosalie's dressing again. 6 centimeters now, Edward, I murmured, looking up at him. "Yes, let's never have kids, okay?" He chuckled, realizing my fear. "What's a little pain compared to a lifetime of love?" he asked, dotting my forehead affectionately. "Coming from the guy who just sits there and watches while I squeeze out a baby," I muttered, rolling my eyes. He laughed again. "I'm afraid there can only be 3 people in here at a time," the nurse said apologetically. Emmett stayed with Rosalie along with Esme. "Bella, stay," Rosalie groaned. I keyed Edward gently before turning back to Rosalie, taking her free hand. Emmett was holding the other one and Esme was instructing her on breathing. 7 centimeters, the nurse said, sounding slightly impressed. "You're moving right along." "Thanks," Rosalie muttered sarcastically. She groaned again, her whole body shaking with pain. "This might take a while, Rose," I cautioned her. "Nope," she said instantly. "This baby will be out within the hour. I can feel it." I rolled my eyes, knowing that probably wasn't the case. 15 minutes went by with Rosalie contracted every 5 or so minutes. The nurse came back. 8 centimeters, she said, raising her eyebrows. "The baby is almost ready to come out." Rosalie just let out another small yell. Emmett was utterly flustered. His face was red, his eyes wide with panic, his whole face covered in nervous sweat. It would have been comical if Rosalie wasn't screaming in pain every few minutes. "This KS Bella," Rosalie complained 10 minutes later. "My body feels like it's going to split in half. The epidural hardly helped." "I know, honey, but the baby will be out soon," I promised her. "I know," she replied before letting out another low moan of pain. Another 10 or so minutes went by and the nurse came in, checking her casually. 10 centimeters. She burst. "You're ready to push. Let me go get the doctor." She scrambled from the room. "Hear that, Rosé? All you have to do is push," Emmett said, trying to be soothing. "All I have to do is push," she repeated. Emmett Cullen, "Pushing hurts like hell." "I know, babe, I'm so sorry, he whispered. "You should be," she growled. "You got me into this mess." I saw Esme biting her lip to keep from laughing. "When I gave birth to Emmett, he was a big baby, and I was just like this," she informed me. Yelling at Carlisle about wanting a divorce and all this crap. I was angry, to say the least. She smiled affectionately at Emmett, remembering. The OB-GYN walked in, snapping gloves on her hands. "You ready to have this baby?" she asked. "Get it out of me, Rosalie Mo. Ned." The doctor giggled. She sat on a plastic chair at the foot of Rosalie's bed. "Okay, on the count of 3 I want you to push as hard as you can," she informed Rosalie. I tensed, squeezing Rosalie's hand almost as hard as she was squeezing mine. "I want you to keep pushing, count to 10 in your head, okay?" "Okay," Rosalie agreed wearily. "All right," she said. 1. Rosalie's fingernails dug into my palm. 2. I heard her breath quicken slightly. 3. Rosalie closed her eyes and made a slight grunting noise as she pushed. "You can do it, baby, come on, push, you can do it, I love you," Emmett said encouragingly. Rosalie Mo. Ned slightly but tried to focus all of her energy on pushing. After 10 seconds, she sunk back onto the pillows, breathing heavily. "Come on, Rosalie, don't give up, let's push again," the doctor encouraged. "On 3, okay." "Yeah," Rosalie panted. 1, 2, 3. Rosalie's face contorted again as she pushed with all her might. After this push, she started almost crying with the effort. "One more tiny push and it'll be over, come on Rosalie, you've got this," the doctor said. 1, 2, 3. Rosalie gave one last, hard push and all of a sudden, the air was filled with a baby's cry. "It's a beautiful boy," the nurse cried. "Perfectly healthy." They cleaned him off quickly and handed him off to Rosalie. She held him tenderly, half laughing, half crying. Emmett leaned over her, placing his massive hand on the top of the baby's tiny head. I could see a lot of Emmett in him. He was pretty big already and they had the same mouth and he already had the dark hair. But he had Rosalie's eyes, the soft blue that shined. He was perfect. "It's our baby Emmett," Rosalie said, her voice breathless. "He's our baby." "Hey there," Emmett cooed. "Hey son." I smiled, my eyes watering slightly. "Hey Rose said, not looking away from the face of her child. "Yeah, how about Joseph? For a name," she suggested hopefully. "I think Joseph is perfect," Emmett said. "Joseph Tyler." "Joseph Tyler," she agreed softly. "Joseph Tyler Cullen." "Bella Pav, 20. Do you want to hold him, Bella?" Rosalie asked me. She lifted one of her delicate fingers and lightly tapped Joey on the nose. He was just starting to fall asleep. "I'd love to," I answered. I washed my hands quickly and she handed him to me. His eyes were shut, his little mouth opening and closing every once in a while, his little feet kicking at the blankets that bound him. "Hey there honey," I whispered. I rocked him gently, not peeling my eyes away from his precious face. "Can we come in?" There was a light knock on the door and I recognized Jasper's quiet voice. "Sure," Rosalie called. All of the family came in, Alice holding a bundle of "It's a Boy" balloons and a little teddy bear. Edward came up behind me, after washing his hands, and gently stroked Joey's face with the tips of his fingers. "He's beautiful," he breathed. "What did you decide on for a name?" Alice asked excitedly. "Joseph Tyler Cullen," Rosalie said proudly, lacing her fingers through Emmett's. "But we'll call him Joey." "That's so cute," Alice gushed. She came over to me. "Can I hold him, Bella?" I nodded and gently passed him over to Alice. Jasper leaned over her to get a better look at his nephew. Edward wrapped his arms around my waist, pulling my back against his chest, leaning his head on my shoulder. "He looks a lot like Emmett," Edward whispered in my ear. "But he's got Rosalie's eyes." "That's going to be one good-looking baby," I noted, giggling slightly. "Ours will be better," he murmured. "As long as they take after their daddy," I replied breathlessly. "I hope they don't get your clumsiness," he teased. "We'll have medical bills up to our ears." I playfully nudged him with my elbow. "Well, I hope they don't get your sense of humor." "'Cause you're not funny," I replied flatly, making him laugh. Esme and Carlisle rushed in then, Claudia and John right behind them. "Oh, look at my little grandson," Esme gushed instantly, gathering him up in her arms. She ed him lightly. "You're so handsome." "Hey there honey," Carlisle said. He was still in his doctor's uniform. "Let me hold him," Claudia demanded giddily. Esme handed him off and Claudia instantly started cooing at him. John chucked his chin lightly with his finger. "When we're grandparents, promise that we'll never do that," I whispered to Edward. He chuckled. Joey's cry interrupted us. "I think he needs to be fed," Rosalie said, her motherly instincts kicking in. That is something I definitely don't need to see, Jasper said instantly. Let's go, Alice. Okay, Alice said, pouting slightly. Bye, Rose. Bye, Emmett. She hugged them both while Claudia held the baby, rocking him to try and keep him quiet. Bye, Alice. Thanks for being here, Rosalie said kindly. Bye, Joey, Alice cooed, taking the baby from Claudia and dotting him. Jasper ed him too before Alice handed him to Rosalie. Bye, guys. Congrats, he said with a smile. Thanks. Alice and Jasper left, waving to Edward and I. I have to get back to work, Carlisle said, checking his watch. Bye, kids. He ed Rosalie's cheek and the baby and then was off. I'd better go too, I have to finish cleaning, Esme said. She ed her son, soon-to-be daughter-in-law and grandson before hurrying out after her husband. Call me if you need a sweetie, Claudia said, dotting her daughter before rushing off with John, leaving just Edward and I. We better go too, I said. Udall feeding wasn't exactly one of my top things to see. Wait, Emmett said quickly, sharing a meaningful glance with Rosalie. Will you guys be the godparents? She asked. Of course, I answered instantly, completely shocked and touched. I would love to, Edward answered. Thanks, guys. We thought, since Alice and Jasper were going to be bridesmaid and best man, that we wanted you two to be Joey's godparents, Emmett answered, sounding oddly mature. We would love to, don't worry, I said breathlessly. It really is an honor. I pulled out of Edward's arms and hugged Emmett, who gave me a bone-crunching bear hug in return. Thanks, guys, this means a lot to us, Edward sighed lightly. He ed the baby, a look of pure love in his eyes. I ed little Joey too. You're going to have a wonderful life, sweetie, I whispered to him. You're blessed with a loving and caring family. I ed his forehead and stood back up. Edward wrapped an arm around me, pulling me closer. Bye, we called as we left the room. We walked down to Edward's Volvo, holding hands the whole way. Bella, Edward sighed hesitantly as he pulled out of the parking garage. Yes, love, I replied, a small smile on my face. Well, this has had me thinking about kids. When do you want to have them? He asked, almost shyly. Oh, I don't know, I replied truthfully. Not until after we graduate at least. And I'd like to get a job first too. Maybe in a few years. A few years? He asked, raising his eyebrows. Yes. Is that a problem? I asked, watching him skeptically. No, I don't know. I've always wanted someone that you could love unconditionally and that would always love you back. Someone that you raise and love your whole life, he said wistfully. I could see the longing in his eyes. Edward the first want a baby too. I truly do. His eyes were alight with excitement. But we can't just yet. You still have another year of internship and I still have to get my master's degree. It's just bad timing. I reached over and took his hand in mine. I understand, Bella, he said sadly. I do want to have kids with you, Edward, I assured him. I really do. But we can't just yet. Maybe after we graduate, okay? He nodded. I'm sorry, I know it's kind of ridiculous to be wanting kids while we're in college and, I cut him off quickly. No, Edward the first, understand, it's okay. We are married and it is what most married couples do. But we're also still in college, I reminded him. We have only a few months left of this year and then next year and then, I promise, we can have kids. You mean it? He asked eagerly. I really do. He grinned at me and I at his cheek quickly. How many kids do you want? He asked. 3, I answered without hesitation. How about you? 10. I blanched until I saw the teasing look in his eyes. Just kidding. I want 3 or 4. That's much more reasonable, I said. Let's go home. 2 months later, Rosalie and Emmett's wedding. I walked down the aisle, my arm linked with Edward's, Joey cradled against my body with the other arm. Well, it wasn't really an aisle, as much as a strip of sand. The Mexico sun was blaring from the west, it was sunset. The sky was orange, yellow, pink, blue, red, gold. It was magical. Joey was awake, but quiet, which was unusual for him. Rosalie and Emmett loved being parents, although Joey had a tendency to wake up and cry multiple times during the night. And watching Emmett change a diaper for the first time was downright hilarious. Flashback. I had gone over to visit with Rosalie, but she was at class, leaving Emmett with the baby. I came in and Ed Joey quickly. He was crying and Emmett was rocking him, shushing him gently. What's that smell? He asked suddenly, wrinkling his nose. I sniffed and then made a face. I think Joey needs a diaper change, I told him. He just stared at me. Please tell me you know how to change a diaper. I groaned. I do, he said defiantly. He looked around before placing Joey on the changing table Rosalie had bought. Good start, I taunted. He made a face, reaching below the table for a diaper. He came back up and placed it next to Joey, who was wailing, kicking his little feet in the air. Emmett reached forward and undid the sides of the diaper, taking it off. What do I do now? He asked. I started giggling wildly, unable to answer. And that's when it happened. Little Joey started to pee. Gah! Emmett yelled, dropping the diaper on the floor and holding his hands in front of him to block it. I burst into laughter, my eyes watering, my sides aching. Stop it, Joey. Emmett P put something over him, I choked out through my laughter. Emmett quickly grabbed a washcloth and dropped it over his midsection. Emmett honey I bought. Rosalie's voice abruptly stopped when she walked into the laundry room, where the changing table was. Hi Rosie, Emmett said. She sighed. I laughed even harder, clutching at my sides. There was Emmett, his hands dripping, a dirty diaper on the floor and I was just sitting there laughing. Go take a shower. Sorry babe, he whimpered pathetically before clomping upstairs to the shower. Rosalie glared at me but my laughter wouldn't subside. Bella, please change his diaper while I clean this up, Rosalie said, sounding exhausted. I nodded, still giggling and headed over to Joey. He had stopped crying. Nice aim, I whispered to him. And then I burst into giggles. And he smiled back at me, an adorable toothless grin. End flashback. Edward and I continued our way down the short, makeshift aisle to where Emmett was standing, grinning his usual goofy grin, his face glowing. My dress, light pink, knee-length and swishy, blew lightly in the breeze as we made our way down. Pic on profile. When we made it down, standing next to Marietta and Jacob, Alice and Jasper followed us. Alice was almost skipping down the aisle. I turned my attention to the small crowd watching. I could name every face. Claudia, Esme, Carlisle, Charlie, Eliza, Renee and Phil. My friends, my family. The music suddenly changed and everyone turned their attention to where Rosalie was slowly making her way down on John's arm. She was beaming, her eyes on Emmett. Her dress was beautiful. It skimmed the sand, with flowy layers. It was a tube-top dress and had beautiful designs on the bust. Her golden hair flowed down her back in light waves, her veil falling almost to the sand. Pic on profile. Rosalie reached Emmett, who took a few steps towards her, sweeping her up in his arms. Rosalie had tears in her eyes. Emmett half carried her back to the priest. He began with the usual stuff, all of it familiar from my wedding and Renee's. I rocked Joey, who was watching his mommy and daddy with rapt attention, for an infant at least. And now, the bride and groom will exchange vows they have written themselves, the priest said in a gravelly voice. I saw Rosalie and Emmett both pull out little slips of paper. Rosalie, Emmett began, I have loved you, basically, since we were born. You always seemed like that gorgeous, unattainable tease. You are smart, funny, beautiful, sincere and loving. And all mine. Rosalie smiled, the sun sparkling off her perfect white teeth. But I was lucky enough to get you to fall in love with me. And I promise, Rosalie, to love you forever and ever. I promise to take care of you, when you're old and gray and wrinkly. Rosalie's nose scrunched slightly at this mental image and I smiled. I promise to take care of Joey and all of our future, not yet born babies. I promise to always love you no matter what. Emmett, Rosalie began, her voice emotional. From the day I first met you, I fell in love. You were able to make me laugh when I wanted to cry, make me forget all of my problems with one joke. I fell in love with your laugh, your smile, your dimples and your personality. I love everything about you and I always will. I promise to take care of you always, to take care of our kids and grandkids. I promise to sit on an old porch bench and watch our grandkids play in the lawn. I promise to love you until the day I die. I didn't even realize I was crying until Edward wiped away my tears. The priest said their final vows and Rosalie and Emmett were officially made husband and wife. Emmett lifted Rosalie off of her feet and swung her around before pressing his lips to hers fiercely. dotting her with all of his strength. Joey was smiling in my arms, his eyes closed, but a peaceful smile on his face. We were having the wedding reception back in a small room in the hotel restaurant. It wasn't anything big, since there weren't too many of us. We took pictures on the beach first, mostly of Emmett, Rosalie and Joey. Those were my favorites. Each time the camera snapped, Rosalie and Emmett would be looking down at the baby, not the camera. They were perfect. Congrats guys, I said too, hugging Rosalie. We're technically sisters now. Oh my god, I know. Me and Alice are all related now. She squealed. Jasper came over and embraced Rosalie after me. Thanks for making me related to my girlfriend Rose, he teased lightly. Fiancé, Alice corrected, popping out of nowhere and tossing her arms around Rosalie. And it's okay Jas, we're not blood related, so it's still legal. Good to know, Jasper said, wrapping his arm around Alice and keying her. Edward wrapped his arms around my waist and leaned down to whisper in my ear. Want to take a walk down the beach? He whispered quietly, his breath tickling the back of my neck. Before we go to the reception. I'd love to, I replied. He kept one arm wrapped around my waist and led me down the beach. The sun was almost fully down. It hovered on the horizon, in a limbo between night and day. Time seemed momentarily frozen. Edward turned to face me, holding both of my hands in his. One more year love, he whispered softly, dotting me. One more year until we're done with school. I'll be a doctor and you'll be a teacher. We'll officially be adults. He grinned slightly, staring out at the water, the sun reflecting off of the waves, sending glares into my eyes every once in a while. Everything's going by so quickly, huh? I said softly, watching as a dolphin's fin appeared at the surface of a wave before slowly dipping back under. We're married. Emmett and Rose are married. Charlie's got a girlfriend. Emmett has a kid. I shook my head. Bella, Edward whispered. He took a step closer to me. I want to ask you something. Go ahead, I encouraged. Do you want to move in with me? He asked quietly. Sam asked me if it was okay if Katie moved in with us and I told him I'd just find my own place. And I thought we could buy a house together. And really live together, like husband and wife. I'd love to Edward, I answered instantly. But he still looked nervous. Bella, he said quietly. I kind of already bought a house. My jaw dropped. What's it look like? It's white with blue shutters and a yellow door. The backyard has a built-in swimming pool. It's got 4 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms. The basement is also a game room. And you already bought it. I verified. Yes. I know you don't like it when I buy you things, but I figured this is different, so I pressed a finger to his lips to stop the babbling. I'm okay with this gift, I replied. I love you, Edward. Of course I want to live with you. Good. He grinned. I feel like now we can be like a real married couple. I can wake up, holding you in my arms, every morning and you goodbye before work. That sounds really, really good, I breathed as he pulled me closer. I could feel the water starting to creep around my feet, but I didn't care. I pressed my lips to Edward's and, as the sun glowed upon us, everything else was forgotten. Bella Pav, 22. I stared down at the small strip in front of me. I had seen it before, a few times. Sometimes it was mine, sometimes Rosalie's or Alice's. Once it even belonged to Marietta. Most of the time it was just caution, not really necessary, but it made you feel better to see the result. And the result was usually different. Only one other person stared down at the same strip as me, the same color, the same symbol. I took a deep breath, a smile spreading across my face, and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner for Edward. Hello love, he said. He kissed my cheek. Dinner will be ready in a half hour, I told him, trying to keep my voice steady. Just enough time for me to shower, he said happily. He pulled my lips to his briefly before climbing up the stairs to our bathroom to take a shower. I had gotten a job as an assistant teacher at Forks Elementary School, in a kindergarten classroom. Basically, I would just observe and get enough experience to get my own classroom. I would probably teach a lesson a day, something like that, just to gain knowledge of how things work. I was excited though. The thought of teaching all of those cute little kids caused a smile to crawl onto my face. Edward was working at the hospital in Seattle, the same one as Carlisle, although they worked in different sections. He left every morning at 6 and came back around 5. He didn't get to perform many surgeries or anything, he mostly did paperwork and observed, but eventually he would be able to do brain surgery. How cool is that? My husband can operate on people's brains. Joey is 16 months old now and he's a little firecracker. He started walking at around a year and now all of our houses had to be baby-proofed. Everything on low surfaces had to be moved or he would knock them over and giggle. He definitely took after his daddy. He already broke 3 of Esme's antique vases and he smashed a picture frame in our house. Every cabinet had to have those little baby locks on them. He got into the food cabinet once and dumped everything on the floor, stomping it up and smearing it all over the place. He couldn't talk too much. The only real words he could say were Mama, Daddy, Grammy, and Papa. He could also say Bella and Edward, Alice and Jasper. He hadn't gotten the auntie and uncle parts yet. I loved him with all of my heart. I usually babysit him in the afternoons, since I have the shortest workday. Alice's career was booming. She worked for Ralph Lauren and they loved her designs. She was quickly on her way to becoming her own brand. Jasper worked at a child physiology office and helped cure kids of nightmares and go through divorces and stuff. I've never seen them happier. They, of course, had a huge wedding planned, with about everyone Alice has ever spoken to in her life. And I thought she had gone overboard on my wedding. But it was nothing on hers. Rosalie worked afternoons down at a garage in Port Angeles. I watched Joey from around 3 to 5 every day but I didn't mind a bit. Sometimes he would go to Esme's or Claudia's or Alice's but then I would feel kind of lonely. Edward wouldn't be home and mostly everyone else would be working. So I really enjoyed having baby Joey to keep me company. Emmett's gym was opening in a few months. He had splurged on all of the latest treadmills and bikes, weightlifting machines and even a huge pool to swim laps in. It was extremely nice and he already had companies wanting to advertise inside. Him and Rose adjusted to married and family life perfectly. They couldn't be happier. I quickly lay the dinner out on the table. I used the small plates that we had and laid the meal out on it. I had made a small piece of chicken for each of us and an assortment of fruit and vegetables. I had baby peas, baby carrots, those little bananas and tangerines. I was running out of small fruit. I really hoped Edward would see the theme here. Something smells good. His voice wafted in from the living room as he slowly made his way into the kitchen. He wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled my lips to his. I tried to keep my head during the key. After all, I was on a mission. But, as usual, I completely forgot and got wrapped up in the key. His light chuckles snapped me back into reality and I pulled myself away from him. Sorry, I mumbled, my cheeks reddening. Never be sorry for that, he replied, pulling a chair out for me and then sitting down. Always a gentleman, I sighed and he chuckled again. He picked up his fork and stared at his food for a minute. Bella, why does this meal look like it was made for munchkins? He asked. I giggled. Well, what do you see there, love? I asked, trying to help him along. I see baby peas, baby carrots, baby chicken, tangerines, those little bananas, he stated slowly. I could almost hear his mental wheels turning. What's the theme here? I hedged. It's all, little, he stated. And, it's all, baby, he replied, his voice breathless. He lifted his eyes from the food and met mine. And what do you think that means? I asked calmly. Bella, does it mean, are we going to have a baby? He asked, trying to hide the longing in his voice. But I could still hear it. Yes, I replied, a smile breaking out onto my face. Really? He asked, his face stunned. Really, I replied. I took a test today. We'll need to go to the doctor and get it confirmed but I'm pretty positive. I'm pregnant. Bella, this is, he trailed off, a magnificent smile spreading over his face. He stood up and came over to me, wrapping his arms around my waist and picking me up from the chair. He spun me around, laughing, elated, before pressing his lips fiercely to mine. I giggled into his lips. He quickly hitched my legs up around his waist and pressed me against the wall, dotting me with as much passion and love as he had. His lips traveled down to my neck and he started to nip at the skin on my neck. Edward, net involuntarily. He chuckled against my skin before slowly letting my legs slide back to the floor. I felt my face slip into a pout as he put me down. Come on, love, let's have dinner. You're eating for 2 now, he reminded me, an excited sparkle in his eyes. Oh right, I replied, still dazed from our key. It's amazing how he still has that effect on me. We both sat back down and he picked up his fork, chuckling again. What? I asked. Not that I don't love the way you told me, he began, his eyes still sparkling. But you couldn't have made more of it. I thought I was the pregnant one, I retorted. So shouldn't I be the one needing more food? Hey, I'm a guy. And I'm related to Emmett Cullen. I've got an appetite, he teased. Well, if you really want some more, the rest of the chicken is in the oven, I told him. Thanks, love, he whispered, standing up to grab it. He kissed my cheek on the way back. We'll have to find a good doctor, I said. And make an appointment to make sure everything is healthy. I know a few great OB-GYNs, Edward Said. Maybe we can use the one Rose used. I don't really care, as long as she's good and will take care of our baby, I said. I noticed how his smile grew when I said our baby. After dinner we just cuddled and watched a movie. I could feel myself drifting off and Edward lifted me up, bridal style, and carried me upstairs. You won't be able to do this anymore, I told him drowsily. What do you mean? Once I get all big and pregnant, you won't be able to carry me, I clarified. He chuckled. Well, hopefully, when you're all big and pregnant, you'll be able to go upstairs on your own, he retorted. I smiled, keeping my eyes closed. Edward placed me on our bed and kissed my lips lightly. Grab me one of your t-shirts, I asked. I always loved sleeping in Edward's clothes. They were like coming home after a hard day. I felt a heavy piece of fabric land on me and I quickly wriggled out of my jeans shirt, sliding into his. I sighed contently. I felt the bed sag slightly as Edward climbed in. He leaned over and kissed my lips. Then he lifted up my shirt and dotting my stomach. You be good, okay, he whispered to my stomach. To the baby. Don't do anything wrong. And be healthy. We already love you. I could feel tears welling up in my eyes at the sweetness and caring in his words. I love you, Edward, I said. He pulled my shirt back down and kissed my lips again. I love you too, Bella. Hello, my name is Dr. Michaels. She held out her hand and I shook it. Dr. Cullen, she said, nodding at him. They were clearly already acquainted. Please call me Edward, he said softly. And this is my wife Bella. Nice to meet you, Bella, she said again. Edward talks very highly of you. I blushed slightly and squeezed Edward's hand. He smiled back at me, kissing the top of my head lightly. So, Bella, we got the results for your test back, she said happily. And you're about 8 weeks along. My eyes widened. 8 weeks. How had I not noticed until a week ago? Wow, I breathed. Dr. Michaels smiled at me. Would you like to have an ultrasound? You won't be able to see too much, she said, leaving it up to us. I looked up at Edward and his eyes were filled with as much excitement as mine. Yes, I'd love one, I said instantly. She led me to the room with the ultrasound machine and had me lie on that little table. She squirted the gel onto my stomach and spread it around. I shivered slightly from the cold and Edward rubbed my hand soothingly. Dr. Michaels began moving the probe thing around my stomach until she finally settled on a certain spot. See that, right there, she said quietly, pointing to a little dot in the ultrasound. That's the baby. My eyes were glued to the screen in awe. It didn't look like a baby really, it was tiny and didn't have a shape. But it was there. It's amazing, I heard Edward breath from next to me. I turned to look at him and he was completely transfixed in the screen. His eyes were glowing. Dr. Michaels continued moving it around my stomach, pointing out certain things along the way. So everything is perfectly fine right now, she said happily, handing me a towel to wipe the goop off of my stomach. I wiped it off gratefully. The gel was kind of cold. And we hope that everything will go smoothly. You can come back in a few weeks to do another ultrasound. Edward and I made another appointment and he took me out to the Volvo. He drove me back to work, dotting me quickly. I love you, he called as I made my way into school, a little late. Love you too, I replied, almost skipping into the classroom. All of the little eyes turned to me. Mrs. Cullen, why are you late? A little girl named Carol asked. Carol, the teacher scolded. I went to the doctor's office, I replied happily, sharing a meaningful glance with the teacher, whose name is Anne. Are you sick? Carol asked. No honey, it was just a check-up, I replied. Now pay attention to Mrs. McDonald. She nodded and turned her attention back to the front of the classroom. Anne raised her eyebrows at me and I mouthed, "I'll tell you later." Once the kids got dismissed at the end of the day, Anne came up to me and sat on her swivel chair, spinning around so she was facing me. "So, Spill," she said, smiling wickedly. Anne was only in her mid-30s or so and we got along really well. "Where were you really?" "I really was at the doctor's," I said truthfully. She narrowed her eyes skeptically. "An OB-GYN. You're pregnant," she burst. I nodded. She squealed excitedly and tossed her arms around me. "How far along?" 8 weeks, I replied. "Congrats," she said cheerily. "So was this planned or accidental?" "Well, we were planning on having kids, just not yet. So it was kind of an accident. But a good accident," I explained. She nodded. "Good for you, girl. Now get on home to that gorgeous husband of yours and have as much say as possible, because once you get really pregnant, it's not going to happen anymore," she instructed, rolling her eyes. Anne had a daughter already who was almost 10. And then not until the baby is at least a few months old. It's a big gap. "Thanks, Anne," I replied sarcastically. "You're sarcastic now," she mumbled. I waved goodbye and made my way outside, where I was surprised to see a silver Volvo waiting for me. I climbed into the passenger seat and leaned over to Key, my husband. "I'm surprised to see you here," I said. "I decided to take the day off. I was thinking we could go see our parents and tell them the news," he said too casually. "Oh God," I breathed. Sure, we were married, but I knew Renee wouldn't be too happy. "We'll be fine, love," Edward promised instantly, speeding off towards his parents' house. "At least we're telling them first." "Mom, Dad," Edward called when we reached their house. He opened it with his key and let himself in. "Hello, Edward," I heard Esme call back, her voice puzzled. "Why aren't you at the hospital?" "Bella and I have something to tell you," he replied. We went out back, following her voice, and saw her sitting at her garden, pulling at the weeds. Carlisle was lounging silently behind her. He winked at me. He knew. He probably heard it through the grapevine at work. "What is it?" Esme asked, leaning back on her knees. "Well," Edward sighed slowly. He looked over at me and I nodded in encouragement. "Bella and I are going to have a baby." Esme's jaw dropped open. "That's wonderful, kids," Carlisle said, his voice sounding a tad too surprised. "You knew," I accused. "Maybe," he admitted sheepishly. "I saw Dr. Michaels. She told me Edward came in with you to see him today." "And you didn't tell me." Esme growled. "Well, I decided to leave that up to the parents," he said, dotting his wife fondly. He hugged me and Edward. "Congratulations then," Esme said, standing and dotting my cheek, then Edward's. "2 grandkids in 2 years. I feel so old." "You're not old," I said instantly. "Your kids are just having kids young." She laughed at that. "I guess so," she sighed. "Have you two told anyone else yet?" I shook my head. "We're going to tell Charlie next," Edward sighed and I groaned. "I have no idea how Charlie is going to react to this," I explained when they all looked at me curiously. "I'm sure he'll be just fine with it," Esme said soothingly, her voice instantly turning soothing. I hoped I would be as good a mother as her. She just knew when anyone was feeling sad or hungry or self-conscious, and she always knew just what to say. "Thanks, Esme," I said sincerely, pulling her into another hug. She embraced me back with passion. Esme truly loved me like I was her own daughter. "We'd better go, love," Edward sighed. I nodded, trying to keep my eyes from watering at Esme's kindness. "Right. Thanks again," I said. Edward wrapped his arm around my waist and pulled me up against him, his skin on mine soothing me instantly. "Bye, Mom." "Bye, Dad," Edward sighed, dotting Esme's cheek once before leading me back to the Volvo. "Let's go tell Charlie," I sighed. "And I'll have to call Renee." I groaned again at the thought of telling Renee. "Oh, Bella, it won't be that bad. You're married, they must be expecting it sometime," he said logically. We pulled up in front of Charlie's house and I opened the door with the key under the eave. "Dad," I called. "Bella," I heard Charlie yell back. He was in the living room watching a baseball game. I followed the sound of the TV and saw him sitting with Eliza, holding her hand on the couch. "Hey Dad." "Hey Eliza, how are you?" I asked politely. Eliza and I were on close terms now and she really was perfect for Charlie. She actually enjoyed watching sports with him. I'm good Bella, how are you? Eliza responded. I'm fine, I replied. Dad, Edward and I have to tell you something, I said nervously. I saw Charlie stiffen at the tone of my voice. What's wrong? He asked instantly. Nothing's wrong. It's a good thing, I insisted. Okay, so what is it? He asked slowly. Dad, I said cautiously. Edward and I are going to have a baby. It took all the strength I had in me to not turn and hide my face in Edward's chest. And this is what you want, Bella? Charlie said. He didn't sound mad. So much, I replied, my voice breathy. Then I'm happy for you, Bells, he said, standing up and hugging me. You shouldn't be so nervous to tell me. If this is what you want and it makes you happy, then I'm happy. Thanks, Dad, I said, hugging him tightly. I at his cheek. Congratulations, you too, Eliza said, hugging me carefully. I hugged her back to let her know it was okay. Thank you, Edward Saeed. Parents, huh? Charlie said, looking back and forth between the two of us. Oh man, I'm going to be a grandpa. You'll be a wonderful grandpa, I told him. But we'd better go. We still have to tell our friends and Renee. Okay. Good luck to both of you, Charlie said. Goodbye, Eliza said. We waved and made our way back out to the Volvo. That went well, I said as Edward pulled out of the driveway. Edward nodded in agreement. Do you want to go tell Rosalie and Emmett? He asked. Sure. Let them know Joey will have a little playmate, I said with a smile. We reached Emmett and Rosalie's house in 15 minutes. We let ourselves in, not wanting to knock and wake the baby, just in case. Rosalie. Emmett. Edward called once we got inside. Edward. Bella. Joey cried out to us and toddled over, tossing his arms around my legs. I giggled and picked him up, hitching him onto my hip. How are you, sweetie? I cooed, dotting him lightly. Edward playfully ruffled his curly blonde hair. Where are mommy and daddy? Food, he said happily. Kitchen, I translated. Edward and I made our way to the kitchen where Rosalie was stirring something on the stove. Hey, Edward Saeed, startling her. Emmett came back into the room and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Joey on my hip. There you are, buddy, he said, reaching out for him. I passed him over. I thought I lost you. Daddy, Joey giggled happily. We should get one of those baby leashes, Emmett said thoughtfully. Rosalie rolled her eyes. He's not a dog, she said. That's why it's called a baby leash, he replied in a duh tone. Oh God, Rosalie sighed. She turned to Edward and I. So what's up? We actually wanted to tell you something, Edward Saeed, sliding an arm around my waist. And that would be. Emmett hedged impatiently. I'm pregnant, I announced. Rosalie instantly squealed, sounding uncannily like Alice, and tossed her arms around my neck. That's wonderful, Bella, she exclaimed. Now Joey will have a little friend close to his age. Babies are wonderful, Bella, you'll just love it. Congrats, man, Emmett said, hugging his brother. Joey let out an impatient yell from his high chair. They change your life, but they're so worth it. Thanks, guys, I breathed, a giddy smile on my face. Have you told Alice yet? Rosalie asked. Not yet. We're going there next, Edward Saeed. Joey started crying from behind us. We'd better get going, I said. I made my way over to Joey, who stopped crying instantly, smiling up at me. Bye, cutie. I at his head and made my way out to the car with Edward. Alice is going to go crazy, Edward Saeed. She's going to want to design the nursery and plan the baby shower. I know, I groaned. Might as well let her though. Takes some of the stress off us. I guess so, he sighed. Alice and Jasper already lived together, the only ones that lived together before marriage. They lived about 5 minutes away from Rosalie and Emmett, so we made it to their house in no time. Hey guys. Alice opened the door before we even had a chance to knock. Hyperactive pixie. Hey Alice, I said, sidestepping her and walking inside. Jasper was sitting on the couch, reading a book, and he smiled when we walked in. Tell us the news. Alice squealed. How do you know there's news? I asked. I can just tell. So spill, she commanded. We're going to have a baby, Edward Saeed. Alice's shriek was deafening. Yay, I'm going to be an auntie. Again, she yelled, jumping up and down and clapping her hands together. Congrats guys, Jasper said, smiling at his overexcited girlfriend. Thanks. You have to let me plan the baby shower. And design the nursery. Alice shrieked, still bouncing. Of course, I said. She shrieked even louder, if that's possible. Jasper reached up and took her hand and she stopped bouncing, sinking contentedly onto the couch with Jasper. We need to have a baby soon too, Alice said. Jasper gulped slightly. I mean, once we're married. Once we're married, Jasper agreed. I giggled. We just wanted to tell you guys, I said, sliding towards the door. We'd better go home. We still have to call Renee. Bye, Edward Said, Key, dotting his sister's cheek. Bye guys, Alice chirped. Edward and I drove home in silence, exhausted from the day's events. When we got home, I called Marietta and Katie to tell them the news. They were both really happy for us. I called Renee last. Hello, she answered. Hey Mom, I replied, trying to sound casual. Hey Bella, how are you dear? She asked cheerily. I'm fine Mom. More than fine. I'm wonderful, I said. How come? Well, Edward wrapped his arms around me, encouraging me. Edward and I are going to have a baby. I swear, in the silence that followed, I could have heard a pin drop. Oh honey you're so young, Renee said. I know Mom but I'm married and I'm not that young. Edward and I are in love and we really want this baby, I told her, my eyes starting to water. Oh sweetie, if you're happy with this then I'm happy for you, she said. I could hear the smile in her voice. Thanks Mom, I sighed in relief. We talked for a little while longer before I decided to go. I was exhausted. Bedtime, I told Edward. I couldn't agree more, he said, rubbing his eyes. He laced his fingers through mine and we made our way upstairs. I quickly changed into my pajamas, crawling onto the bed. Edward sank next to me and I cuddled into his chest. Good night love, he whispered. Good night, I mumbled. I felt his hand reach down and land on my stomach, holding it there, his other arm wrapped around me. He was holding us both. Me and the baby. When I woke up the next morning, his hand was still on my stomach. 4 months later, Mrs. Cullen. A small, high-pitched voice came from the circle of students, sitting cross-legged on the rug. I was reading them a story, sitting on a child-sized chair at the front of the circle, all of them gathered around me. I turned to see a little girl, Amanda, sitting with her hand held timidly in the air. Yes Amanda, I asked kindly. Normally the children didn't interrupt during story time, they're usually so engrossed in the book. How come your tummy is getting big? She asked. I laughed and placed a hand on my protruding stomach. I was only 6 months along and the baby bump wasn't huge, but it was a very noticeable difference from my usual flat stomach. I was surprised it took the kids this long to notice. I had been steadily gaining weight for weeks. Maybe they didn't know if they should ask or not. Well, honey, it's because there's a baby in there, I told her softly. Her eyes went wide and started to fill with tears. You ate a baby. She whimpered and I heard gasps from the other students and all of the little faces suddenly looked close to tears. Oh no, sweetie, no. I exclaimed quickly. It's my baby. It'll stay in my belly until it's big enough to come out. The baby grows in there. I had no idea how to explain pregnancy to 5-year-olds. I couldn't exactly give them the intricate details on how babies are made. I don't get it, she huffed, crossing her arms over her chest, her eyes warily watching my stomach, like she was expecting the baby to pop out any second. Well, when 2 married people want to become a mommy and a daddy, the mommy starts growing a baby in her belly. Once the baby's big and grown, he'll come out of your belly, I tried to explain. Anne walked into the room at the beginning of my little speech and was hiding her laughter behind her hand. I silently begged her to help me but she just smirked. What do you do to get the baby in your belly? One of the little boys asked. Oh God. Well I began nervously, begging Anne for help. She came over and clapped her hands together for attention. All right, enough talking about Mrs. Cullen's baby, she instructed. I could see most of the students' faces slip into pouts but I smiled gratefully at Anne, who winked. I smiled back gratefully. I can handle it from here. Why don't you go get some rest? You look like you need it, she whispered to me. Thanks Anne. I'll be back bright and early tomorrow, I promise, I replied. I grabbed my jacket, which hardly fit over my stomach anymore. I got into my car, fighting to keep my eyes open the whole ride home. I was so tired, even though I had been wide awake an hour ago. Damn mood swings. When I got inside, I made myself a pickle sandwich, don't ask, and went straight to bed. I curled up on my side of our bed, closing my eyes and breathing in the sweet scent of Edward that lingered everywhere. I thought about my family as I tried to fall asleep. Alice's clothing line had been sent out, under Ralph Lauren's company. It was so odd to see people walking around in the clothes Alice had designed. Whenever we were together and we passed someone wearing her clothes, she would beam. Emmett's gym was open and thriving with all of his old football and college buddies. News had spread quickly by word of mouth and soon, all of Forks seemed to join. Plus, there was no other gym in town, so a lot of people joined for convenience. Little Joey was starting to speak in sentences. He could say little things, like how he was feeling or whatever. But he was talking all the same and Rosalie was ecstatic. They were also excited to start potty training him, since it meant no more diapers. They're going to start potty training him in a few months, once he's almost 2. Thinking of my family, I was suddenly overcome by a wave of loneliness. I felt tears sting my eyes and I longed to be in Edward's arms, so desperately, it felt like I was being crushed. I cried for a few minutes before deciding to go see him at work. I couldn't sleep when I was so lonely, it was impossible. He wouldn't mind, plus, it was almost his lunch hour. I wiped away my tears and hobbled down the stairs with a newfound determination. I climbed into my truck, a smile on my face, and made my way to the hospital. Like I said before, damn mood swings. I pulled into the employee parking lot, passing Edward's silver Volvo on the way. I climbed out of the car, my breath coming out in a whoosh as my feet hit the ground. I walked up to the main doors, letting my fingers trail along Edward's Volvo. It was still as smooth and silky as the day he bought it. My feet were starting to get tired as I wandered through the hallways, trying to find Edward. I found out from a nurse that he was volunteering in the clinic today, since he didn't have much else to do. I ran into Drive. Michael's on my way. She waved, and seeing her made me remember my ultrasound from a week or 2 ago. Flashback. She squeezed the gel on my now inflated stomach, spreading it around, making me shiver slightly. Edward held my hand as we both watched the screen intently. I could almost feel the excitement radiating off of him and I'm sure I had a big, goofy grin on my face. He did too. Doctor. Michaels moved the machine around, finally focusing on a certain point. And that's when I saw it. Our baby. There's the head, Drive. Michaels said softly. Both arms. The legs. She moved the handle around, showing both of its arms, its fingers, and its toes and feet. She zoomed out a bit and I could see our whole baby. He looked like a baby was supposed to and I could feel tears of joy stinging my eyes. It's our baby, I breathed to Edward, squeezing his hand. He just nodded back, his face full of awe. Would you like to know the gender? Doctor. Michaels asked. No, I said at the same time. Edward Saeed, yes. Absolutely not, Edward, I said fiercely, turning to him to find his face a mixture of confusion and surprise, probably a mirror of my own. I want it to be a surprise. Oh come on Bella, he pouted. He looked so adorable, I almost gave in. Almost. That way we'll know how to decorate the nursery and which clothes to buy. We'll buy gender neutral and Alice is decorating the room so we don't have to worry about the color, I said decidedly. He pouted even more, looking up at me from under his eyelashes. And don't give me that look. I want my first to be a surprise. I gazed up at him, trying to mimic his irresistible pout. He sighed loudly but a small smile played at his lips. Fine, he sighed, dotting my jutted out lower lip. But can we at least get a picture? Doctor. Michaels nodded and printed one out for us. When we got home, Edward spent hours just sitting on the couch and staring at the picture, a look of utter concentration on his face. I saw his finger trace the picture over and over. What? I asked when he had been sitting silently for at least 3 hours. Has it changed or something? Am I really just getting fat from too much junk food and not pregnant? No, he said slowly, looking up at me, probably noticing I was in the room for the first time. I think it's a boy, he decided. Oh, do you? I asked skeptically. Yes, he seemed certain. What makes you say that? See that? He asked, pointing to the baby's crotch area. I think that means it's a boy. I giggled. There's nothing there, Edward, I laughed. Hey, don't insult our son, he scolded, a teasing smile embracing his face. I bit my lip to hold back my laughter. That's not a Boy part Edward, I told him. It looks more like a piece of my stomach or something. Nope. He's a boy. I know it. Sure Edward, I agreed sarcastically, rolling my eyes. He chuckled and pulled me down onto his lap, dotting my protruding stomach. When you come out, and you're a boy, I'll be sure to tell mommy I told her so, he whispered to my stomach. I just shook my head. End flashback. I smiled at the memory. Edward had that picture hung up on our wall and he pointed out the baby's parts to anyone that would come over. No one else saw it, except him. And Emmett. But Emmett hardly counts. I glanced around the clinic and I saw Edward, sitting with a clipboard in his hands. He was engrossed in his work, so I started to sneak over, wanting to surprise him. But someone brushed by me and I froze in place. Tanya. I would recognize her anywhere. She had the same curly, strawberry blonde hair, the same too tight clothing, the same arrogant smirk on her face. She had hardly changed since high school, except maybe she gained a little weight. I was oddly smug at that thought. Although, I am pregnant, so it's not like I'm skinny. I watched as she ran over to Edward. He looked up from his clipboard and smiled at her. Okay, not the reaction I was expecting. For all I knew, they hadn't spoken since high school. I watched as Tanya said something, jumping up and down in excitement, a wide smile spreading across her face. And I watched, my eyes widening in horror, as Edward wrapped his arms around her, hugging her tightly. Tanya let out a high-pitched giggle, wrapping her arms around him and at his cheek. There was hardly any space in between their bodies. I felt my breath catch in my throat and I let out a sob before turning and running as fast as my pregnant stomach would let me. I had no idea if he saw me or not. I just had to get out of there. Immediately, I ran to my car, slamming the door and speeding off, trying to hold back the sobs that threatened to cripple me. A few people inside, that recognized me as Edward's wife, said something but I ignored them. I just needed to get out, get away. I took off from the parking lot, going as fast as my beat-up truck would let me. I had no idea where I was going, until I found myself parked outside of Rosalie and Emmett's house. Emmett wasn't home and I could see Rosalie holding Joey in the window, her tickling his sides while he giggled. He had Emmett's dimples. I parked the car and stumbled inside, sobbing. Rosalie instantly panicked, placing Joey in his playpen and half dragging me to the couch. She wrapped her arms around me and I cried into her chest. "What's wrong, Bella?" she murmured, her voice shaky with nerves. She probably thought something was wrong with the baby. "Edward," I choked. "Is he hurt? What's wrong?" she asked frantically. I shook my head. "Did you two fight?" Her voice instantly became soft, comforting. "I saw him with Tanya," I sobbed. Rosalie stiffened. She said something and he hugged her. And she. Ed his cheek. They were so close together. My voice was slightly hysterical. "Oh Bella," Rosalie sighed. "Stay here, I'm going to grab you a cup of tea, okay?" I nodded, unable to form words through my sobs. I had my head buried in my hands until I felt a soft tug at my pant leg. I looked down to see Joey, the fingers of his left hand in his mouth, his right hand holding my pant leg. "Why you sad?" he asked me, holding up his arms. I picked him up, placing him on my lap. "Oh sweetie," I said, not really knowing what to tell him. "Uncle Edward?" he asked. I nodded. "Was he mean?" "I guess so honey," I told him, smiling at his innocence. "Do you want Daddy to beat him up?" he asked, his longest sentence yet. I almost laughed. "No baby, that's okay," I told him. He rested his head on my stomach and wrapped his arms around me, trying to give me a hug over my baby bump. "I sorry," he said. "It's okay honey. It's not your fault." I at his forehead, hugging him tightly. Right now, all I needed was the closeness. "I love you," he said. "I love you too," I replied, pulling him closer. Honestly, Joey's words had comforted me much more than Rosalie's. Rosalie came out with my cup of tea in hand. "Joey, how did you get out of your playpen?" she sighed when she saw him resting on my stomach. "Climbed," he answered, flashing her a triumphant grin. Rosalie shook her head. "Honestly, I need to buy a cage to keep that kid in one place," she joked to me. I gave her a half-hearted smile and took a sip of the tea she handed me. "Leave Auntie Bella alone, Joey." "No Rose, it's okay. He helped me," I told her. Rosalie looked skeptical but shrugged, allowing Joey to stay on my lap. I looked up at the clock, noticing how it was already almost 5. Edward would be coming home soon. I wondered briefly what he would do when he didn't see me there. But then again, he might have seen me. Maybe he already knows and didn't want to face me. That thought caused another sob to choke from my throat. "Don't cry," Joey said, his voice weak. He looked like he was going to cry, so I instantly held my sobs back, for his sake. "I'm sorry baby," I said, dotting him again before handing him off to Rosalie. "Can I go into the guest room? I need some sleep." "Go ahead," Rosalie said. "Do you want me to come up?" I shook my head. I really needed to be alone. "Where you going?" Joey cried. "I'm going to take a nap, okay?" I told him. He nodded sadly. I made my way upstairs, sinking onto the guest bed and letting my sadness take me. I couldn't stop the tears, the sobs. Of course Edward would want someone like Tanya. Here I was fat, pregnant and an emotional wreck. Maybe he didn't really want our baby. Maybe this was all too much for him. I heard a loud pounding on the door and I tried to make myself as quiet as possible. Someone got up to answer the door. "Is Bella here?" I recognized Edward's voice, full of worry and panic. It took everything in me not to start sobbing. "Yes," I heard Rosalie say firmly. I heard a few footsteps but they suddenly stopped. "Where is she? Is she hurt?" Edward demanded. "Yes," I wanted to yell down. "I am hurt. So hurt." "She's fine," Rosalie said, her voice hard and cold. "But I don't want you to go see her. She's really upset." "Look, can I just see her, Rose?" he said impatiently. "I'm leaving work today and Dr. Graves stops and tell me he saw Bella running from the office, hysterical and driving off somewhere." What the hell happened? I could hear Joey start to cry loudly and Rosalie was trying to shush him and be soothing. "Uncle Edward," Joey cried. "You hurt Auntie." "What?" Edward asked, his voice laced with confusion. "She said you mean," he shouted. I almost smiled. Joey was so protective of me. "What happened?" Edward sighed, his voice still confused but full of worry. "I don't really know," Rosalie said. Her voice was so quiet, I could hardly hear her. "She shows up here, sobbing, talking about how she saw you hugging another woman and you cheek." "What?" Edward burst. He didn't sound guilty, he just sounded confused and surprised, like that wasn't the answer he was expecting. "Does this sound familiar, Edward?" Rosalie snapped. "Did you cheat on her?" I had to strain to hear her voice on the last part. "Of course I didn't." Edward sighed instantly. "I would never do that to Bella. Oh, how I wished that was true. But I know what I saw. And why would he stay with someone as plain as me, as boring and crazy as me when he could have someone beautiful, someone perfect like Tanya?" "She's in the guest room," Rosalie sighed after a moment. I braced myself as his footsteps thundered up the stairs. "Bella Pav, 22. 4 months later." "Bella." His voice was soft, concerned. He knocked lightly on the open door. "Go away," I whispered into the pillow, knowing he couldn't hear me. But somehow he did. "Bella, please," he begged. "Can we talk about this?" I didn't answer and I heard the door open and then shut gently. I heard his quiet footsteps as he walked over to the bed. I was lying on my back, the pillow squeezed over my face. I wished I could lie on my stomach but my big, pregnant bump prevented that. I felt Edward's weight settle onto the bed and his hand touched my arm gently. "Bella." "What?" I growled. My sadness had suddenly turned to anger, red-hot and blaring. I was overcome with an urge to hit something but I settled for smashing my fist against the mattress. "Bella," he said firmly, reaching over and grabbing my wrist with one hand, holding it against the mattress probably for fear of his own safety. "I honestly have no idea why you're upset. Please, will you tell me? Was he honestly going to make me say this? Make me say that I saw him with Tanya? You know why I'm upset," I settled for, not wanting to actually say the words out loud. If it did, they would seem so much more real. "No Bella, I really don't," he said softly. "All I know is you left the hospital in tears and weren't at home. I was so scared, Bella. I thought you were hurt, or someone else was. And I had no idea where you were. Why do you even care?" I mumbled pathetically. The anger had faded as quickly as it came and the sadness and guilt was returning full force. "Because I love you, Bella," he said quietly. His hands moved from my arms to the pillow and he pulled it off of me. "Why would you ever question that?" he asked. I turned to look at him and his emerald eyes were full of sadness and confusion and pain. I saw you today, I told him, flipping my head to the side so I could look away. Saw me today, he repeated, clearly confused. He was probably trying to think back. Maybe he forgot about Tanya already. Maybe she was just a quickie, one-time thing. I sobbed harder at the thought and Edward reached out, placing a warm hand on my cheek. What was I doing that got you so upset? I saw you and Tanya, I clarified, the words stabbing me like knives. I turned to look at Edward and saw his eyebrows furrowed, his face deep in thought. Then comprehension dawned in his eyes and a smile spread across his face. I felt a sob catch in my throat and I was instantly pissed. I mean, really pissed. How the hell can you stand there and smile right now? I burst. I raised one hand, to hit him, to hit a pillow, I don't know. But he quickly reached out and grabbed it with his hand, pulling it back down to my lap, holding it with two of his own. Bella, he said calmly. You saw me hugging Tanya, right? I nodded. And then she kissed my cheek. Why? Was all I could manage. Bella, I did not, nor will I ever, cheat on you, he said firmly, moving his hands up to my face, forcing me to look into his sincere eyes. Tanya was my patient. We were surprised to see each other again, that's all. And she had good news. What news? I asked cautiously. I was feeling hopeful. Please let him be telling the truth, I begged silently. She's pregnant, he whispered, his eyes begging for my understanding. With Tyler's baby. She was happy about it and so I hugged her. Nothing more than that. His voice was firm but quiet, strong but sincere and truthful. Really? I breathed. Really, Bella? I love you. I only love you and I will always only love you, he told me, his voice rough with passion. How could you even think I could do that to you? Well, I said uncertainly. I mean, look at me. I'm plain. I'm fat and pregnant. I'm always hungry and I have crazy mood swings. Bella, he interrupted my rant. You are far from plain. You are the most beautiful person I have ever laid eyes on. And so what if you're pregnant? That's our baby in there and you look more beautiful than ever. And who cares if you're always hungry? It means I get to cook for you more. And who cares if you have mood swings? Most of the time they're a lot of fun. He grinned teasingly. How can you love me when I'm like this? I asked, gesturing to my baby bump, my red, puffy eyes. I always love you, Bella, he told me. Please know that. No matter who or what comes our way I will always love you. Promise. I whimpered. Promise, he replied, pulling me onto his lap and gutting me fiercely. I lost myself in his lips, thinking of what a fool I had been to doubt Edward, even for a moment. Of course he loved me, he's loved me since we were kids. He married me, he wanted to have kids with me, to grow old with me. I should never doubt him. After a few minutes of gutting, Edward broke apart, chuckling. As much as I'd love to continue this, we are still at my brother's house, he said, his eyes blazing. Oh right, I said sheepishly. I had forgotten. Edward helped me off of the bed and the two of us made our way downstairs. When we reached the bottom of the stairs, three things happened simultaneously. Joey yelled, "Don't be mean." Rosalie yelled, "Joey, no." And Edward crouched over in pain, just managing to not fall over. Edward, I gasped, sinking down to try and comfort him, to see what hurt. It was then that I noticed Joey was holding a mini hockey stick, raised in the air, a determined expression on his face. Then it clicked. Edward was holding his private area and doubled over in pain. Joey thought Edward was being mean to me and was holding a hockey stick at about crotch level. I couldn't help it. I burst into laughter. You feel better, Auntie? Joey asked as Rosalie pulled the hockey stick from his hands, picking Joey up. Much. Thanks, sweetie, I giggled. He smiled triumphantly even though Rosalie was scolding him, threatening him with time out. But I was helping Auntie, he whimpered, his eyes starting to water, his lower lip sticking out. You don't hurt anyone, Joseph. That was mean, Rosalie said sternly, but I could see the weakness in her eyes. Apologize to Uncle Edward and then you can go play with Daddy. Sorry, Uncle Edward, Joey said. That's okay, buddy, Edward sighed in a strained voice. I giggled again. Go play with Daddy, Rosalie instructed, rolling her eyes and biting her lip to hold back laughter. She set Joey down and he instantly toddled into the other room where I could hear Emmett's booming laugh greeting him. You okay? I whispered to Edward. I think so. Kid's got quite an arm, he mumbled. I noticed he was blushing, a rare occurrence for him, so I leaned closer to him, moving my lips up to his ear. Want me to key it and make it all better? I purred. I saw a smile break out on his face. I think I might have to take you up on that offer, he replied huskily. Okay, let me leave before you two start doing each other on my stairs, Rosalie said, making a face at us. No, we're leaving, I said, blushing. Yes. Bye Rose. He raised his voice. Bye Emmett. Bye Joey. Bye Uncle Edward. Joey sang. He came running at top toddler speed into the room and came crashing into my legs. I picked him up and planted a key on his forehead. Bye Auntie Bella. Bye Joey, I replied. He grinned and I placed him gently back onto the floor. Bye guys. And thanks Rosalie. She smiled knowingly back and Edward and I made our way outside. Let's go home, Edward sighed. I pouted, realizing we'd have to drive home separately since we had brought two different cars. How about we leave my car here? I suggested. I really didn't want to leave him, not yet at least. My thoughts exactly. He grinned, looping an arm around my waist and leading me to his crookedly parked Volvo. I raised my eyebrows at him. I was in a rush. I thought you were hurt. I lowered my eyes to the ground, feeling embarrassed, as I slid into the passenger seat. How you feeling? I asked innocently as we pulled away from their house. I burst into giggles as Edward winced slightly. Better, he said. That kid loves you. I know, I smiled. Spending 2 hours a day together, just us, got us much closer. Joey was very protective of me and hated it whenever I was sad or angry. Which is why he smacked Edward where the sun don't shine. Well, he thought you were mean to me and he wanted to show you he didn't tolerate that. He also offered to have Emmett beat you up. I grinned. And apparently he hates me, Edward chuckled. No, he just hates people who are mean to me, I clarified. He'll love you again tomorrow. Good. I don't think I can handle another beating, he said, and I could tell, even behind his joking tone, he was half serious. Which, of course, made me burst into laughter again. We pulled up at our house and Edward led me back inside, to the living room. I sank onto the couch gratefully. What do you want for dinner? I asked Edward. I'll cook, he offered. You don't have to. You worked all day. I got off early, I said guiltily. It's fine, love. What do you want? He asked. I would love some toasted raviolis, I said, licking my lips at the thought. I noticed Edward biting his lip nervously. And I want them from a restaurant since I know you would mess them up, I teased. Good, he sighed, relieved. 'Cause I don't think I could make them either. I'll call and then go pick it up, okay? You got it, I replied, placing my feet up on the coffee table and leaning back. Yes, I'd like to place an order to go, Edward's velvet voice floated in from the kitchen. Can I have a large order of toasted raviolis with a side of spaghetti? And also chick parmesan with a side of ziti. Cullen. Okay, thank you. He hung up and came back into the living room, sinking onto the kitchen next to me. Large, I said, raising my eyebrows teasingly. I want to make sure our baby boy is well fed, Edward sighed jokingly. How do you know it's a boy? I questioned, rolling my eyes. 'Cause he has boy parts, he answered. Speaking of which, you still owe me a key, to make me feel better. I giggled and pressed my lips to his. He pulled me onto his lap so I was straddling him, sitting as close as my pregnant stomach would allow me. The phone ringing, shrill and loud, caused us to break apart. I rolled back onto the couch and he stood to get it. Hello, he answered, sounding annoyed. Oh hey. His voice brightened. Yes, of course. She has no idea. His voice lowered to a whisper but I could still hear him. Right, okay. Love you too. Bye. He came back into the room, trying to hide a smile. Who was that? I asked curiously. Oh, Esme, he said quickly. My brow furrowed in confusion. He sounded nervous, kind of unsure. I'd better go pick up the food. Bye love. He keyed me quickly, grabbing a jacket and making his way outside. I watched him from the couch as he climbed into his Volvo, speeding off towards the nearest Italian restaurant in Port Angeles. He could make it there and back in half an hour, when it would take a normal person an hour at least. The phone rang again and I debated about answering it. I was so comfortable, but it might be something important. I sighed and stood up with difficulty, shuffling out to grab the phone. Hello, I answered. Hi, a female voice said nervously. Is this Bella? Yes. Who's this? I asked curiously. I vaguely recognized the voice but I couldn't place it. It's Tanya, she said. Oh, hi, I said uncertainly. Was she calling to ask about pregnancy or something? Bella, I can't bear to do this to you any longer, she said, her voice suddenly full of passion. Do what? I asked. Look, Edward didn't want me to tell you this but, I hate to tell you this but, Edward and I have been together for weeks. I'm so sorry, Bella. We couldn't fight the feeling. She burst, her voice nervous. I thought the world was crashing down around me. What? I gasped. I talked to him on the phone today and he told me he told you about the baby. Our baby. Our baby. Our baby. It repeated in my head, over and over. It couldn't be true. It's not Tyler's. I asked, managing to keep the sob out of my voice. No. I'm sorry, Bella. Edward wanted to wait until you had the baby to tell you but I don't think it's fair to you. I'm so sorry. But we're in love. I'm sure he'll always care for you, but we couldn't fight it any longer, she said. I just hung up the phone. I couldn't talk to her. I couldn't talk to anyone. I sank to the floor, shaking in sobs. How could this be happening? He just assured me he loved me more than anything. How could he lie? I basically had proof now. And I felt disgusting. I was having his baby and so was she. Could that be possible? It all fit. He was talking on the phone earlier and he said he loved her. He told me it was Esme, but he seemed so unsure. And how else would Tanya know that Edward told me she was pregnant? Plus, why would he be so happy about her pregnancy? I pulled myself off the floor, glancing at the clock. Edward would be home in 15 minutes or so. I had to go. I had to leave. I went upstairs as fast as possible and tossed random clothes in a suitcase. I walked into the nursery too. It had a Winnie the Pooh theme. I made my way to the dresser, grabbing handfuls of baby clothes and shoving them into my bag. I took one last look at the mural on the wall. It involved all of the characters Pooh, Piglet, Tigger, Rabbit, Owl, Kangaroo playing together, all with happy smiles on their faces. Alice had worked hours and hours perfecting it. And now it was all going to waste. I made my way downstairs, tears still in my eyes. I grabbed a pen and a piece of paper and I quickly jotted a note to Edward. Edward, I can't believe you'd lie to me. You assured me over and over that I was the only one you could ever love. But you lied. I'm not telling you where I'm going, I don't even know yet. But please, just leave the baby and me alone. Plus, you'll have another baby to look after in a few months. I'm sorry it has to end like this. I'll always love you, even though you've clearly moved on. Bella. Tears stained the paper as I stuck it on the kitchen table. I slowly slid off my wedding ring. I had never taken it off before. Sobs racked through my chest, threatening to crush me to the ground. I placed my wedding and engagement rings on the paper, holding them in place. The baby kicked, almost as if in protest. I made my way outside. Goodbye, Edward, I whimpered, shutting the door behind me. Shutting the door on my house, my love. My life. Edward Pav, 22. Edward Cullen. Is that you? I heard an astonished voice ask. I looked up from my clipboard full of paperwork to see a woman with strawberry blonde hair standing in front of me. I squinted my eyes, trying to place her. Tanya, I said suddenly, my eyes widening. Yes, you're a doctor now, huh? She asked and I could hear her voice slipping into a tone I recognized. I almost groaned. She was trying to be flirty. Yup, I replied. A happily married doctor. Married, she repeated. Her eyes darted to my hands, noticing my wedding band for the first time. Yes, to Bella Swan, I informed her, pride slipping into my voice. I was the luckiest man on earth. Married to the girl I'd been in love with since I was a kid. The most beautiful woman I had laid eyes on. She was caring, loving, sweet, funny, smart, wonderful. Every morning I woke up with her in my arms and knew how lucky I was. Bella is my everything, my world. Bella Swan, she repeated in an almost disgusted tone. I narrowed my eyes at her. Yes, we've been married for over 2 years, I said proudly, a smile creeping onto my face. She's pregnant too. Pregnant, Tanya gasped, her eyes going wide. That must be a pain. No, actually, I said coldly. It's wonderful. It truly is. Bella always seemed to be glowing, even when she was angry or tired. I loved to just sit with her, hands on her stomach, feeling our son kick. And I'm sure it's a boy. I could tell from the picture. I mean, sure, I'm no ultrasound technician, but I know what I see. Well, I know pregnant women aren't always the most satisfying, she said softly, raising her eyebrows suggestively. Is there a reason you're at the hospital, Tanya? I asked. Other than to flirt with married men, I added silently. Yes, I've been sick actually. She sank onto the bed, draping one leg off, leaving a view up her skirt. I quickly averted my eyes, no need to be scarred for life. Every morning I throw up. I can hardly stomach food anymore. I almost laughed. Tanya, have you had any sexual activity in the last 2 or 3 months? I asked, smiling pleasantly as she blushed. Well, yes I have, she mumbled. Did you use protection every time? I asked, biting my lip to stop the laughing. I can't really remember, she whispered, quickly sitting up and closing her legs, her face beet red. I think you should go take a pregnancy test. We can provide one, if you'd like, I suggested, pulling one out of a side table near me. I handed it to her. Good luck. Thanks. She jumped off of the bed and scurried away to the bathroom, leaving me chuckling. I turned back to my paperwork, trying to finish this last file. I sat alone for a few minutes, absorbed in my work, until I heard footsteps tapping back to me. Tanya was standing in front of me. I'm pregnant, she squealed, a smile spreading across her face. I could tell, behind her flintiness and shyness, she was actually happy to have a child. That's great, Tanya. I burst. She tossed herself into my arms and I hugged her awkwardly before she placed a kiss on my cheek. I pushed her away in time to see someone bursting through the doors, her back to us. Who's the father? If you don't mind my asking. Tyler, she said with certainty. But then a frown covered her face. Or maybe it's Mike, or Connor. I raised my eyebrows, my body shaking in silent laughter. Seems like Tanya has been getting around. Or Professor McDonald. Wait, what? I opened my mouth to say something but she quickly cut me off. Well, we can always take a DNA test later. I'm pretty sure it's Tyler's, she said. Thanks, Edward. We should get together sometime. I'd like to see Bella again. Her voice actually sounded slightly sincere. Bella might get angry though. Oh, maybe she won't mind. That would be fine, I told her, writing our home phone number on a slip of paper and handing it to her. We could catch up. Okay, she said, smiling widely, almost evilly. Bye, Edward. She almost ran from the hospital, probably off to tell the possible fathers. The rest of the day went by in a blur. There was a car accident on the highway and I was in surgery for a few hours. When I finished, I was allowed to go home and I was grateful. I wanted to see Bella. I hated leaving her alone, especially since she's pregnant. She always has those crazy mood swings. I smiled as I got in the elevator, thinking of Bella. Just this morning, I woke up to find her singing and dancing around the house, smiling beautifully. 10 minutes later she was throwing a burnt omelet on the floor and stomping on it. It was actually quite amusing. I almost didn't hear Drive Graves as he called out to me. Dr. Graves is highly respected, one of the oldest and best doctors at our hospital. Edward, he called and I turned to say hello. Hello, sir, I said politely. I saw your wife today, she came by the hospital earlier. I've been looking for you all day, he said, his voice was slightly panicked. My stomach dropped. What's wrong with Bella? Is she okay? Is she hurt? What's wrong? What happened? I asked quickly. I don't know, he said apologetically. She was sobbing and she didn't even hear me ask what's wrong. She sped off somewhere in her car. I've been looking for you ever since. I'd better go find her, I said instantly. Thank you, sir. No problem. I hope she feels better, he said kindly. I nodded and ran out to my Volvo, speeding out of the parking lot and towards home as fast as I could. I couldn't understand why Bella was in the hospital today. Was she sick? Hurt? Is it the baby? Is something wrong with the baby? My breath increased in pace and I knew I was panicking, but I couldn't stop myself. When I reached the house I parked quickly, not even bothering to lock the car. Bella's truck wasn't outside and my stomach dropped again. I ran inside. Bella, I called. Bella love, are you home? I checked every room, the kitchen, the living room, our bedroom, the nursery. Bella was nowhere to be found. My breath quickened and I sprinted back outside to my car, speeding off towards Rosalie and Emmett's. Bella and Rose had gotten so much closer with the baby thing in common. Hopefully she would go there. I rejoiced when I saw Bella's truck parked in Rosalie's driveway. I sprinted up to the door and pounded it with my fist. I had to see her, hold her, make sure she was safe. Rosalie answered the door, Joey clinging to her leg, his thumb in his mouth, glaring at me. "Is Bella here?" I asked nervously, looking over her shoulder to see if Bella was hiding in the corner or something. "Yes," Rosalie said, her voice hard. I took a few steps forward trying to find her, but Rosalie pressed both of her hands to my chest, stopping me. "Where is she? Is she hurt?" I asked in a panic, struggling to get by her. Why wouldn't Rosalie let me see her? "What happened?" "She's fine," Rosalie said harshly. I stopped struggling, stunned by the tone of her voice. "But I don't want you to see her. She's really upset." Her words caused my eyes to widen and my stomach to drop again. "If she's upset then I have to go see her." "Why is she upset? Look, can I just see her, Rose?" I burst, trying again to push past her and get to Bella. "I'm leaving work today and Dr. Graves stops and tell me he saw Bella running from the office, hysterical and driving off somewhere." "What the hell happened?" I tried to keep my voice level, but the anger and worry was causing me to raise it. Joey started crying, beating his little fists on my shins. Rosalie quickly grabbed him, settling him on her hip and trying to shush him. "Uncle Edward," he yelled, glaring at me. "You hurt Auntie." "What? So Bella is hurt? And what does that mean? I hurt her." "What?" I asked, turning to Rosalie. "She said you mean." Joey answered angrily. "What happened?" I asked Rosalie again, ignoring Joey. I was far too worried about Bella to be concerned about a toddler's feelings right now. "I don't really know," Rose said, trying to keep her voice down. "She shows up here, sobbing, talking about how she saw you hugging another woman and she ed you cheek." Rosalie's voice was angry. "What?" I burst again, completely confused. "When did this happen? Does this sound familiar, Edward?" Rosalie snapped, her voice mocking. She lowered it then, loud enough so I could hear it but hopefully quiet enough so Bella couldn't, wherever she was. "Did you cheat on her?" "Of course I didn't." I was appalled. How could she even think that of me? I refused to date even when Bella did, back before we got together, because I felt that would be unfaithful to her. I would never cheat on Bella. She is everything I could ever want. I would never do that to Bella. Rosalie's eyes appraised mine and she sighed. "She's in the guest room," she said, apparently believing me. I instantly stormed past her, thundering up the stairs. I stopped outside the guest room. Bella was lying on the bed, a pillow held over her face, her stomach sticking up in the air. Her body was shaking slightly with tears and I just wanted to hold her. "Bella," I said gently. I knocked on the open door, asking permission. "Go away," she groaned. My heart broke at the sound of her voice. She sounded so hurt and pained. I walked in anyway. "Bella, please. Can we talk about this?" I pleaded. I shut the door softly behind me and sank onto the bed next to her. I placed one hand on her arm, needing to touch her. "Bella." "What?" She spat. I could tell she was trying to sound angry but she just sounded sad. Defeated. It crushed me. She raised her fist in the air and I thought she was going to hit me for a moment. But then she sent it crashing onto the bed. I reached over and grabbed her wrist, not wanting her to hurt herself. "Bella," I said, trying to sound calm. "I honestly have no idea why you're upset. Please, will you tell me?" "You know why I'm upset," she whimpered after a moment's thought. But I really didn't. I couldn't remember hugging anyone today. I was in surgery most of the time. "No, Bella, I really don't," I said softly, gently, trying to make her believe I wasn't lying. "All I know is you left the hospital in tears and weren't at home. I was so scared, Bella. I thought you were hurt, or someone else was. And I had no idea where you were. Why do you even care?" She mumbled, her voice cracking. I was instantly crushed by a wave of sadness. I moved both of my arms to the pillow. I had to see her face. "Because I love you, Bella," I said, sincerity ringing from my voice. I pried the pillow away from her fingers and tossed it aside. "Why would you ever question that?" Bella had to know I loved her. I looked into her eyes and her chocolate pools were brimming with tears and pain. I just wanted to away her tears. I saw you today, she whispered, so quietly I could hardly hear her. She had an expression on her face like she was in physical pain, like the words were hurting her. But I still didn't know what she was talking about. She flipped her head to the side to look away from me. Saw me today, I repeated, racking my brain for anything that could have upset her. I reached out and took her face in my hand, rubbing a tear away gently. When? What was I doing that got you so upset? I saw you and Tanya, she choked, sobs erupting from her chest. Tanya, when did I see? And then I remembered. She hugged me when she found out she was pregnant. She had squeezed herself against my body. I realized what it must have looked like. A smile broke across my face when I realized it was all a misunderstanding. How the hell can you stand there and smile right now? Bella half shouted, clearly angry at my expression. But I couldn't help it. She raised her hand, most likely to hit me, and I grabbed it, pulling it onto my lap, holding it in both of my own, squeezing it gently. Bella, I said, fighting joyous laughter. You saw me hugging Tanya. And then she kissed my cheek. Bella nodded, tears running down her face as she started sobbing. Why? She croaked. Bella, I did not, nor will I ever, cheat on you, I said, reaching over and turning her face to look at me, making sure she saw the truth in my eyes. Tanya was my patient. We were surprised to see each other again, that's all. And she had good news. What news? Bella asked. I could hear the hope in her voice, but she was cautious, nervous. She's pregnant. I debated whether or not to tell her about the many possible fathers but decided against it. Patient confidentiality, you know. With Tyler's baby. She was happy about it and so I hugged her. Nothing more than that. Really? Bella asked, her voice raising an octave in hopefulness. Really, Bella? I love you. I only love you and I will always only love you, I told her, my voice passionate and loving. How could you even think I could do that to you? Well, she said, and I could hear the beginning of a rant coming on. I mean, look at me. I'm plain. I'm fat and pregnant. I'm always hungry and I have crazy mood swings. Bella, I interrupted quickly. All of that couldn't be further from the truth. You are far from plain. You are the most beautiful person I have ever laid eyes on. And so what if you're pregnant? That's our baby in there and you look more beautiful than ever. And who cares if you're always hungry? It means I get to cook for you more. And who cares if you have mood swings? Most of the time they're a lot of fun. I grinned, trying to lighten the mood. How can you love me when I'm like this? She asked, waving a hand past her stomach and tear-stained face. I always love you, Bella, I said, my voice fiery. Her eyes were wide but trusting. Please know that. No matter who or what comes our way, I will always love you. Promise. She breathed. Promise. I couldn't hold myself back any longer. I pulled her onto my lap, sideways so her stomach wouldn't get in the way, and kissed her fiercely. I put all of my love and passion into that kiss, making sure she knew. She responded enthusiastically, joyously. After a few minutes, I realized where we were and I laughed. As much as I'd love to continue this, we are still at my brother's house, I said, my voice husky, my eyes lust and love filled. Oh right, Bella said, blushing, and I realized she had forgotten too. I pulled Belle off of the bed and the two of us made our way downstairs. I was on the step in front of her and I froze when I saw Joey running at me, hockey stick in hand. Don't be mean, he yelled at the same time Rosalie yelled, Joey no. Joey wound up with all of his little might and hit me right in the sensitive area. I doubled over in pain, clutching myself. Turning red with pain and embarrassment. An almost 2-year-old just caused me horrible pain. Bella sank down next to me and burst into laughter. You feel better, Auntie? I heard Joey ask. Much, Bella giggled. Traitor. Thanks, sweetie. Rosalie scolded Joey before sending him off to Emmett. You okay? Bella asked me after a moment. I think so, I said gruffly. Kid's got quite an arm. Want me to key it and make it all better? Bella's seductive voice tickled my ear, all pain instantly forgotten. I think I might have to take you up on that offer, I muttered lustily. Okay, let me leave before you two start doing each other on my stairs, Rosalie said loudly. I jumped. I completely forgot she was standing there. No, we're leaving, Bella said, her familiar blush rising on her cheeks. I quickly agreed. We said our goodbye and took my car home. I was so happy that Bella wanted to ride with me enough to leave her car. What do you want for dinner? Bella asked once she sank onto the couch, looking exhausted. I'll cook, I said instantly. She looked too tired to stand, let alone make a decent meal. You don't have to. You worked all day. I got off early, she said, showing her selfless side again. I smiled. It's fine, love, I assured her. What do you want? I knew how crazy her cravings could get, and it was much better to let her pick. I would love some toasted raviolis, she said, licking her lips idly. I fought back the urge to jump her right then and there. She was so beautiful. Good, I sighed in relief. 'Cause I don't think I could make them either. I'll call and then go pick it up, okay? You got it, she answered, making herself comfortable. I walked tiredly into the kitchen, grabbing the cordless of the phone and dialing the nearest Italian restaurant number. Hello, La Bella Italia, how can I help you? A voice asked from the other line in a fake Italian accent. Yes, I'd like to place an order to go, I said calmly. Can I have a large order of toasted raviolis with a side of spaghetti? And also chick parmesan with a side of ziti. And what will that be under? She asked. Cullen. Okay, Mr. Cullen, it should be ready in 45 minutes or so, she said kindly. Okay, thank you. I hung up the phone, walking back into the living room to my Bella. She raised her eyebrows at me, grinning. I slid down next to her, pulling her closer. Large, she teased. I want to make sure our baby boy is well fed, I told her, making my voice joking. But I was completely serious. I knew our baby is a boy. He has to be. Either that or he's a hermaphrodite. And I don't think that's true. How do you know it's a boy? Bella asked, a hint of frustration coloring her tone. 'Cause he has boy parts, I answered firmly, decidedly. Which reminds me, speaking of which, you still owe me a key, to make me feel better. She giggled and rolled over so she was straddling me, leaning her head forward to press her lips to mine. The phone rang loudly, causing Bella to jump off of me. I frowned, standing up to grab whoever inconveniently decided to call. Hello, I growled, unable to hide my annoyance. That's no way for a boy to speak to his mother. It's Esme, in case you didn't get that, she teased. Oh hey, I said happily and apologetically. Is Bella near you? Can she hear you, I mean? Yes. Well, everything is all set for Saturday. Can you get her there? Esme asked me. Of course, I replied, keeping my answers as vague as possible. Alice has already gotten all of the chairs from Rosalie's baby shower, so we should be able to reuse those. Is Bella suspicious? She asked, excitement leaking into her voice. She has no idea, I whispered, hoping Bella wouldn't hear me. Good. And you'll be coming with her at 3 o'clock. Right. Okay son, I'll talk to you later. Be good, okay? Okay. Love you. Love you too. Goodbye. Bye. I hung up the phone, smiling. Bella thought she had convinced Alice to not throw a baby shower. How very wrong she was. Who was that? Bella asked when I re-entered the room. I instantly felt nervous. Did she know? Was she suspicious? Oh, Esme, I said nervously. I saw Bella's eyebrows furrow and I didn't want her to catch on. I'd better go pick up the food. Bye love. I keyed her quickly, grabbing my jacket and speeding away in the Volvo. The trip to Port Angeles was short, especially with the speeds I was going. I balanced the food in the passenger seat, making sure it wouldn't tip if I had to stop short or anything. I know Bella would be mad if I spilled her food. Bella. A smile spread across my face. She was so loving, so kind. And we were going to have a baby together. Something I dreamed of since the day we got engaged. Being with Bella and our kids, our grandkids. Growing old together, dying together, living forever in heaven or wherever we go after this life. I don't really care as long as I can be with my Bella. I pulled up to the house in no time, parking in the driveway. I grabbed the food and ran inside, trying to keep the food away from the pouring rain. I shivered, clutching the warm food closer to me as I opened the door. Bella, I called. She didn't answer. Maybe she fell asleep or something. Bella love, the food's here. She still didn't answer. I ran into the kitchen, dropping the food on the counter quickly before turning into the living room, expecting to see her fast asleep on the couch. But she wasn't. Bella. I was starting to get nervous now. I ran upstairs, into our bedroom and stopped short. It looked like a tornado hit the place. Clothes were thrown everywhere. A quick glance of the room told me Bella's clothes were missing. My breath quickened and I ran into the nursery, holding onto a final shred of hope. But the drawers were torn apart, the clothing gone. Bella had left. Bella was gone. I could feel tears in my eyes and I didn't fight them. I trudged downstairs, looking for something that could explain where Bella was, where she left. There was nothing in the living room. When I entered the kitchen I heard a strangled cry and realized it was my own. Bella's wedding ring was sitting on the table on a neatly folded note. I grabbed it quickly, slipping the rings into my pocket. The page was stained with tears. Edward, I can't believe you'd lie to me. You assured me over and over that I was the only one you could ever love. But you lied. I'm not telling you where I'm going, I don't even know yet. But please, just leave the baby and me alone. Plus, you'll have another baby to look after in a few months. I'm sorry it has to end like this. I'll always love you, even though you've clearly moved on. Bella. I felt like all the air was being ripped from my lungs as I sank to the floor. What could this mean? She thinks I love someone else. And what does she mean? You'll have another baby to look after in a few months. Did she not really believe me when I told her about Tanya? No, she definitely believed me. Bella can't lie. I grabbed the phone, searching through recent calls to find Rosalie's number. Maybe she went there. But she didn't have her car. So she couldn't have gone far, right? I quickly scanned through them and almost dropped the phone in shock when I recognized a name. Denali. I quickly dialed the number, waiting impatiently until someone answered. Hello. I recognized Tanya's sugary, nasally voice. Tanya, this is Edward Cullen. I saw you called my house earlier. Did you talk to Bella? There was a long, guilt-ridden pause. Tanya, what did you say to her? I demanded. I told her about our baby, she half shouted. She sounded hysterical. It is your baby, Edward, I know it, I know it. Tanya, I've never slept with you. It isn't possible for it to be my baby. I told her. Oh my God. She told Bella that was my baby. So that's what she meant. Why does Tanya have to ruin everything? I know Edward, but it's your baby. It has to be. I can't not know who the father is. And you'd be a wonderful daddy. Okay. Tanya has officially gone insane. What else did you tell her? I demanded. That we've been together for weeks, she listed. That you were waiting to tell her until after her baby was born. That we were in love and we couldn't fight it. Tanya, none of that is true. I shouted. Yes, it is. Her voice raised an octave and I wondered if she was having some sort of mental breakdown. It's all true. All of it is true. No, it isn't, Tanya. Look, I can't deal with this right now. I have to find Bella. I hung up on her, tears still streaming down my face. I dialed Rosalie's number. Hello. She answered. Rose, Bella is gone, I told her, my voice hoarse. She gasped, but I just kept talking. Tanya called and fed her crap about how Tanya and I were in love and how she's having my baby. I think Tanya is having some sort of mental breakdown, but Bella is gone. Has she come to get her car? No, her truck is still outside, she whispered after a moment. Emmett and I will help you find her. Call Alice and Jasper too, please. I'm going to find her. Good luck. I hung up, grabbing my keys and taking off in the Volvo. I went the opposite way of Port Angeles, knowing Bella wouldn't want me to see her. I grabbed my cell phone and dialed her number, but it went straight to voicemail. After about 10 minutes of searching, I spotted something. It looked like a woman, passed out on the sidewalk. I jumped out of the car, I couldn't just leave her there. And that's when it dawned on me. The woman was lying on her back, brown hair all around her face. She was soaking wet from the rain and lying in a puddle. Her stomach was round and protruding. There was a suitcase lying on the ground next to her. Bella, Bella, I shouted, running as fast as I could to her. I lifted up her head and felt how cold she was. I could feel her pulse though. I lifted her up easily, carrying her to the Volvo and lying her across the backseat. I shoved her suitcase in the trunk and took off my jacket, wrapping it around her shivering body. She looked like she had hypothermia. Hold on, Bella, love, please, I begged with her unconscious form. I blasted the heat, doing anything I could to keep her warm as I sped to the hospital. I talked to her the whole way there, begging, pleading. I called Rosalie and told her I found Bella and to meet us at the hospital. We were almost there when Bella woke up. Edward, she croaked. I'm here Bella, I'm here, I promised her. SS sorry, she chattered, her whole body convulsing. Shush Bella it's okay, I comforted her, unsure what she was sorry about. I believe you. Not TTT Tanya, she choked. I could see her eyes closing. I love you Bella. Sleep now, I told her silently rejoicing that A, she's alive and B, she believes me. ILLL love YYUTTT too, she replied before sinking back into a deep sleep. I pulled up to the hospital and lifted Bella into my arms, carrying her inside. I walked right past the secretary and into one of the rooms, grabbing tools to check her out. Sure I was a neurosurgeon, but I knew the standard things. Sir you can't just come in here, the nurse said, sounding completely appalled but I quickly cut her off. I work here. Dr. Edward Cullen, neurology. Go get drive. Michaels please. My wife has hypothermia and I'm not sure the effects it has on the baby, I told her quickly. She stiffened and ran off, paging Dr. Michaels instantly. I checked all of Bella's vitals. Her heartbeat was slow, but strong, her blood pressure was fine and her blood sugar was low. She probably hasn't eaten since this afternoon. I quickly removed her wet clothing, covering her in thin blankets. Her eyes blinked open before slamming shut again and she groaned, shivering violently. Edward what happened? Dr. Michaels demanded as she came into the room. Bella left and passed out in the rain. I wasn't there I didn't see it. She didn't have her car so she was on foot, I explained. Dr. Michaels instantly started checking her stomach and the baby's vitals. I prayed for my Bella and my baby. Her body temperature was rising slowly and I connected an IV to her arm, needing to get some food into her. The baby seems to be doing okay, drive. Michaels said after a few minutes. I breathed a sigh of relief. I'll be keeping her on a fetal monitor just to make sure the baby stays steady. Thank you so much, I said instantly. Dr. Michaels left to get something and another doctor I didn't recognize came in. She'll need to stay overnight, he said. We have a room for her. We brought Bella upstairs in a wheelchair she stayed fast asleep. Dr. Michaels came back in and attached the fetal monitor. I was able to listen to Bella's and the baby's heartbeat, both steady. I sank onto the chair next to Bella and took her cold hand in mine. I love you Bella, I told her, dotting her hand. I love you so much. I love you too, she breathed. And at that moment, I knew we would be okay. 22. I closed the door, tears rolling down my face. I turned to get in my truck only to realize my truck was at Rosalie and Emmett's. I groaned and started on foot. I was determined to be gone before Edward got home. I set off in the opposite direction of Port Angeles, just in case he'd passed me on the way home. My tears didn't stop as I walked for about 10 minutes, on my way to Rosalie and Emmett's to grab my truck. About halfway my feet were getting sore and I was getting weak from hunger. I sank onto my suitcase, needing a break. I didn't even notice the rain falling from the sky getting heavier, mixing with my tears. If someone saw me, they wouldn't even know I was crying. How could he? How could she? It's so unexpected. I didn't even know Edward talked to Tanya. And when did he even get to see her? He was always at work or home with me. Did he sneak out at night? No, because I would have felt him leave. Plus he's never tired in the mornings. During work maybe. Lunch hour or something. But he was always there when I called. We usually chatted during our mutual lunch breaks. And I doubt him and Tanya would have enough time to in the 15 minutes he had lunch break longer than me. Although it's possible. As I continued thinking, doubts were forming in my mind. Why was I believing Tanya? Tanya had never done anything to prove herself trustworthy. In fact, from the first day I met her she was mean and lied, trying to break mine and Edward's friendship. She had always been a jerk to me. And Edward hated her. Could that even change? No it couldn't, I whispered aloud. Edward loved me. He sincerely and truly loved me. Even today when I overreacted he had looked at me with such sincere and loving eyes. There was no doubt that Edward loved me and our baby. But could he love Tanya too? It just didn't seem possible. Maybe I had overreacted. I shouldn't have just left only hearing Tanya's side of the story. For all I know she could have made the whole thing up. Sure it seemed to fit in with a lot of things, but could they all truly be coincidences? Maybe Tanya was delusional or something. I could feel sparks of hope raise in me and I tried to quell them. No hoping. Not until I saw Edward at least. Edward. I gasped aloud. He was going to get home and find that awful note in my rings. I quickly stood up, ignoring the dizzy feeling I got and the cold that seemed to seep into my bones. I had to get to Edward, at least let him explain himself. Sure, everything seemed to make sense, it seemed to agree with Tanya. But everything is not as it seems, not always. I started to trudge home through the muddy puddles, hoping to make it home before Edward. I was shivering but I had to keep going. How could I ever doubt Edward? How could I ever believe someone as crazy as Tanya? There was no way she could be truthful. No way. Not even Edward is that good of a liar. Plus he never had the time. And when I was pissed at him earlier, he didn't know why. He was just confused. If he really was having an affair, then wouldn't he have been nervous? But he just cared for me. Only me. I felt sobs racking through my chest as the realization hit me. Edward loved me. He cared for me. Not Tanya, not anyone but me. It was so obvious to me now. I had let Tanya get under my skin, I had let her plant that doubt in my head. I had let her blow this whole thing out of proportion. I just prayed that Edward would understand my choice of leaving. At least I was coming back. I was being foolish and I know it. The trees were suddenly spinning around me and I froze. The sky seemed to be beneath me, spinning rapidly, the trees a whirl of green. I felt like I might throw up and I was shivering, my teeth chattering, my clothes completely soaked through. I could feel the baby kicking. My eyes were starting to droop and I was suddenly exhausted. I remembered falling backwards and then everything went black. I opened my eyes to an entirely new setting. I was shivering fiercely but I could feel warm air and there was a jacket over me. I was lying on black leather seats, glass windows were being pelted with raindrops above me head. My breathing quickened as I tried to figure out where I was, thrashing my head around to try and see more of my surroundings. I was sure it was a car, but whose? Who found me? But then I saw a familiar head of bronze hair behind the wheel. Edward. I choked. My breathing was slow and shallow and I couldn't seem to get enough air to satisfy my lungs. I knew in that instant Tanya was either a liar or just plain crazy. Edward couldn't have cheated on me. He didn't. I could see that now. "I'm here Bella, I'm here," he said quickly, his voice soothing. I had to let him know I wasn't mad. He must have found my note if he found me. SS sorry, I gasped, taking deep breaths, trying to gain enough oxygen to form words. "Shish Bella, it's okay," Edward Said, sensing my distress. I saw his emerald eyes, wide with worry, flash to me in the rearview mirror. "I believe you." I took as deep of a breath as my protesting lungs would let me. Not TTT Tanya. "I love you Bella," Edward Said quickly and my heart fluttered to his words. "Sleep now." I was all too happy to oblige. But I had to answer him first. "ILLL love YYUTTT too," I chattered before gratefully sinking back into unconsciousness again. The next time I woke up all I could see were doctors, all I could hear was beeping and yelling. I felt a warm hand in mine and I turned to see Edward, watching me with panicked eyes. No, he wasn't watching me, he was watching my stomach. "What?" I choked. Edward jumped, startled to see me awake. "What's going on?" I couldn't focus as the doctor lifted my shirt, which was not the same shirt I remembered coming in wearing, and pressing something to my stomach. I was staring at Edward's nervous face, squeezing his hand weakly, trying to get him to answer. The baby's heart rate dropped, he whispered. "Apparently your temperature is still a bit too low for him to handle." Guilt washed over me. My stupidity was harming our baby. Our poor, sweet, innocent baby. "No, no, no, no," I sobbed. Edward wrapped his arms around me as best as he could without getting in the way. I saw one of the doctors attaching a bag to the IV in my arm. I shivered and looked away. "What's going to happen?" I asked Edward, my voice barely a whisper. "I don't know Bella," he replied truthfully. We both watched with fearful eyes as the doctors continued their work on my stomach. I listened intently to the low beep of the machine waiting for it to change. Hoping. And then suddenly it quickened. It was so slightly I hardly noticed it at first. But then it increased a tiny bit more. The doctors smiled. I recognized Drive Michaels. The heart rate returned to normal, she sighed happily. A blissful smile spread across Edward's face, mirroring my own. "I'd like to keep you here another day just to watch the baby. But everything should be okay." Oh, thank God, I breathed, leaning my head back against the bed and closing my eyes. Edward's hand reached up to my face, stroking it gently. It's okay, Bella, he said slowly. We're okay. The baby's okay. Everything is going to be okay. And for once, I didn't doubt a word he said. Just get in the car, Bella, Edward sighed. You're being difficult. I am not. I pouted. I just want to know where we're going. Edward sighed, leaning against the driver's side of the Volvo. It's a surprise, Bella, Edward repeated for what had to be the 10th time at least. It was Saturday. I had been released from the hospital the day after I went in, on a Thursday. I didn't go to work on Friday and neither did Edward. We just spent the day together, watching movies and holding each other. It was perfect. We talked about everything that needed to be talked about, Tanya, the baby, everything. He assured me that Tanya was lying and delusional, but it was unnecessary. I already believed him. I apologized over and over for jumping to conclusions so quickly, but he brushed them off every time. At the end of the day, he got down on one knee and slid my rings back on my finger, dotting them once they were settled. You know I hate surprises, I told him, one finger moving to twirl around my rings. Edward sighed again. Please, Bella, he said, pouting adorably. I placed a hand on my stomach and the baby kicked. It was taking Edward's side. Please get in the car. I sighed, looking at his puffed-out lip and glimmering eyes, and admitted defeat. Fine, I said, tossing my hands in the air in defeat. Edward grinned, opening the car door and sliding in instantly. He leaned over and opened my door for me. Come on, love, he said smugly. I made a face at him and slid into the seat. Edward turned on the radio to calming classical music. I raised my eyebrows. Am I going to be angry when we get there? I asked cautiously. The corners of his mouth twitched into a smile. Maybe, he said finally. I crossed my arms over my chest and pouted. I opened my mouth to ask again, but Edward cut me off quickly. And I'm not going to tell you either. So don't bother asking. How does he do that? Fine, I won't ask. He smiled in victory. Not that I'd ever admit it to Edward, but I was actually kind of excited for this surprise. Edward had been absolutely determined to make me go and to keep it a secret. Last time something like this happened, he proposed. So I knew it was something big. And probably good. We're going to your parents' house? I asked, my voice a mixture of confusion and surprise. Edward nodded, pulling into the driveway. Come on, Bella, he said happily, climbing out of the car and over to my side, opening the door and helping me out. I expected us to go inside, but Edward led me past the house, towards the massive backyard. Where are we going? I questioned. You'll see, Edward sighed, a smile on his face. We rounded the corner and entered the backyard. Surprise! I jumped as a huge group of people, all women I noticed, came up to us, beaming, Alice in front. She ran over and tossed her arms around me. Welcome to your surprise baby shower. And no, it isn't too much and no one spent too much on you, she said, answering my unasked questions. I smiled at her, feeling my eyes water. Rosalie made her way out of the group, holding Joey on her hip, both of them smiling identical grins. Joey reached out for me and I took him in my arms. He hugged me tightly. Hi, Auntie Bella, he sang. Hi, Joey, I replied in the same tone. I smiled up at everyone I could see: Angela, Katie, Marietta and various other girls. Esme, Claudia, even Renee were all here too. I could feel my eyes starting to water. We decided to have yours early so you wouldn't give birth during it, Alice said casually. I burst into laughter. Good idea, Alice, I giggled. She beamed. Come on, let's get the pregnant woman off her feet, she said sternly, grabbing my hand and pulling me to a chair. I sank into it, smiling broadly. Edward was standing up behind me, his hands resting on my shoulders lightly. Open the gifts, Esme said excitedly. She was smiling as wide as Alice and looked ready to burst from excitement. She passed me a large, oddly shaped package, all wrapped up in pretty silver paper. Edward and I pulled the paper off and revealed an off-white bassinet. It was very vintage looking, with floral designs on the ends, and was rocking gently at my touch. Pic on profile. It was Edward's when he was a baby, Esme said. So it really was as old as it looked. I could feel my eyes watering up again as I lightly traced my finger over the wood. It was silky smooth with age. I figured you might like it. I love it, Esme, I whispered, my voice cracking once. Edward's hand slid down my arm and laced with mine, squeezing it gently. I looked up at him with watery eyes and he wiped the moisture away softly. Edward and I spent an hour or so opening the gift's mostly gender-neutral clothes with a few dresses snuck in here and there. Alice and Jasper bought us a stroller, Emmett and Rosalie gave us a car seat. "And if it's a boy," Rosalie began but Edward quickly interrupted. "It is," he said firmly. Rosalie rolled her eyes and continued. "Then you can have Joey's old stuff that doesn't fit him anymore. Isn't that right, baby?" She turned to Joey who was sitting at a nearby table, frosting all over his face. We all laughed and he smiled brightly, running over to join us. He tossed himself onto my lap. "Your belly is real big," he exclaimed happily, placing 2 hands on my protruding stomach. "That's your little cousin in there," I told him. "Really?" His eyes widened and his voice was fascinated. "Yup. Why don't you talk to him?" I suggested. "Can't hear me," Joey said, shaking his head. "Uncle Edward talks to him all the time," I told him. "So do I." Joey seemed convinced. "Hi there. I'm Joey Tyler Cullen. You're my cousin," he chirped happily to my stomach. I beamed. "Auntie Bella is real nice. And Uncle Edward is too." He stopped talking and looked up at me. "What?" I asked. "I'm all done," he announced. He slid off my lap, jumping back to Rosalie. I giggled and turned to Edward. He was smiling widely and smugly. "What?" I asked cautiously. "You called the baby him," he said smugly. "Oh, so what? It's better than it," I scoffed, rolling my eyes. "That's because he's a boy. He really is." "Sure, love." Heavy sarcasm. After a while, everyone packed up and left, singing their praises to a beaming Alice. "Bella, I had your bridesmaid dress let out," Alice told me once everyone was gone. "The wedding is 2 weeks before your due date and it looks the same as everyone else's. Just bigger." Alice's wedding. Right. She had planned the date long before I found out I was pregnant. And she couldn't change it now. "Thanks, Alice," I told her sincerely. "No problem. Now you and Edward can get your butts home with all this stuff. Trust me, it's a long process. Although you probably won't go into labor halfway through, so that might shorten it," Alice said, tapping her chin thoughtfully. "No one is ever going to let me live that down," Rosalie sighed sadly, holding Joey in her lap. "He wanted to come out. What was I supposed to do?" "What?" Joey asked curiously in her lap. "Who?" We all giggled at him and he just pouted. "Let's go, love," Edward whispered in my ear, helping me up. We went to the car. Most of our stuff was in Emmett's Jeep. The bassinet and most of the clothing was in our car. Edward unloaded everything when we got home. I helped pack away the new clothes, folding them neatly into drawers. We put the bassinet in our room. Chances are that's where the baby would be for a while. I stood and stared at it for a moment. The room felt so complete with it there. "Our baby is going to be sleeping there in just a few months," I whispered when Edward came over to see what had me so distracted. "Our baby? How crazy is that?" "It's wonderful," Edward replied, pulling on a pair of sweatpants. I sank onto the bed, cuddling closer to him. Edward slid one hand under my shirt and laid it on my stomach. As if one cue, the baby kicked hard. "I think that means I love you," I told him. "I love you too," Edward murmured. "Both of you." BPOV, 22. 3 months later. I glanced over at Rosalie enviously. Her bridesmaid dress fit her slim body perfectly. Mine had to jut out over my massive pregnant stomach. The dress was red with thick straps. It was tight on my chest but flowed out over my pregnant belly. It fell to the floor, just like everyone else's, thanks to some last-minute alterations. Rosalie and Marietta were next to me wearing the same red dress. But on them it flowed over their non-existent stomachs to the floor and fit them lovingly. Pic on profile, I placed a hand on my belly and rubbed it unconsciously. The baby kicked a few times. It had been kicking a lot more recently. "You look absolutely stunning, love." Edward's voice came as his image appeared next to mine in the mirror. I smiled up at him as he wrapped his arms around my waist, placing his hands over mine on my stomach. He rested his chin on my shoulder, both of our reflections wearing happy smiles. "You don't look half bad yourself," I said, my smile growing wider as the baby kicked into our hands. Edward was wearing a perfectly fitting black suit with red vests underneath to match the bridesmaids' dresses. And the red in the shirt really brought out his bronze highlights. "Edward, is that you out there?" Alice called from her old bedroom where she was getting dressed. We were in Carlisle and Esme's house. All of the women were getting ready together. "'Cause if it is get your butt out of this house. No men can see me." I rolled my eyes. "I'll see you soon," I promised him, turning to give him a quick key. And, of course, our quick key turned into a full-on makeout session after a few seconds. "I can't just stop key," dotting Edward. "Quit making out and get out," Alice called. I pulled away from Edward, grinning sheepishly. "Bye love," he whispered, placing a chaste key on my lips before hurrying outside. I exchanged a raised eyebrow glance with Rosalie. She was slipping on red lipstick in the mirror. We all expected Alice to be sort of a bridezilla. But this was getting ridiculous. She wanted everything to be absolutely perfect. "Guys, are you ready?" she called, her voice even higher than usual. "I think so," I called tentatively. "Can I come out?" she asked timidly. "Yes." Marietta, Rosalie and I shouted at once. "Let's see Alice. You haven't let anyone see this freaking dress, so it better be amazing," Rosalie yelled teasingly. The door opened slowly and Alice peeked out. Her hair was still as short as ever but straightened and falling to about her shoulders neatly. There was a shining tiara in her hair with a long veil flowing behind it. Alice stepped fully out of the door and I gasped. Alice's dress was so Alice. It was like a fairy tale princess. It was pure white and strapless and fell to the floor with a short train behind it. The top part was done up with a complicated-looking design of stitching and beading and gems. The skirt flowed out in a poof and had beaded designs on it. She had on elbow-length white gloves and sparkling diamonds. She looked absolutely perfect. Like a real-life princess. Pic on profile. "Damn," Rosalie said, in clear awe. Marietta let out a low whistle. Alice spun around excitedly, showing us the floor-length veil and train. She was grinning widely and excitedly. "You look hot," I exclaimed truthfully. "Like Cinderella. Or Belle, you think so?" she asked unsurely. "Yes," we all yelled again. The four of us burst into giggles. "Alice, you look perfect. This wedding is going to be perfect. You could put royalty to shame," I assured her. "Thanks, Bella," she squealed, running over and tossing her little arms around me. I held her as close as my stomach would allow me. "And you look amazing too. Pregnant women are always glowing." "I wouldn't say glowing, Alice," I muttered, rolling my eyes as the baby kicked again. "You do look fantastic, Bella. I feel like I should stuff a watermelon under my dress to make it work," Rosalie teased. I stuck my tongue out at her. We all laughed again. It was moments like this that I loved with my girlfriends. We were just girls again, silly and giggling. It was like being a child again. "Beautiful," Marietta agreed happily. "Okay, let's focus on the beautiful bride, not the pregnant bridesmaid," I said quickly. Everyone quickly shifted over to Alice. "The limo is outside." Esme came running into the room. "Are you ready?" "Yeah," Alice sighed. Esme looked up at her and her jaw dropped. "Oh Alice," she exclaimed. "You look magnificent, sweetheart." She ran over and embraced her daughter. I could see tears starting in her eyes. "Thanks Mom," Alice said, hugging her mother back happily. "All of my kids are going to be married off. I'm already a grandmother. I feel so old," Esme said, laughing slightly. "You're not old Mom," Alice said. "Yeah, you're youth impaired," Rosalie joked. Esme laughed and swatted playfully at her daughter-in-law. "Well, let's go, dear," Esme said. "Time to go." We all made our way to the limo outside. I stopped short when I saw it. It was a stretch, long and white. The windows were tinted black and there was a man in a suit and sunglasses holding the door open for us. The inside was even better. There was enough room to fit at least 20 people and there were only 5 of us. The seats were luxurious black leather and the walls and floor were red velvet. There was a mini fridge fully stocked with champagne and a plasma television against the driver's seat. I slid in, gaping open-mouthed at everything. "This is fabulous," Rosalie trilled. I agreed wholeheartedly. But then again, it is Alice. What else could you expect? "Thanks. I picked it out myself," Alice announced proudly. We drove to the church in near silence. Everyone was either awed by the limo or nervous about the wedding. Even hyperactive Alice was unusually quiet. We arrived at the church without incident. Alice had booked the biggest, most extravagant church in Washington. From a brief peek, I saw the high ceiling with depictions of angels. The windows were all done with beautiful stained glass. People were already beginning to arrive, so we had to rush Alice into the changing room. Alice instantly went to work touching up her hair and makeup, assuring everything was perfect. I mostly just stayed out of everyone's way, sitting on a chair and rubbing my stomach. I was so ready for this baby to be out. Only 2 more weeks, I silently reminded myself. Oh man, everyone is already here. Alice exclaimed excitedly. Well Alice, you're walking down the aisle at 11, I reminded her. It was already 11:15 and the room was packed. Honestly, I didn't know half of these people and I had no idea how Alice did. I was sure that most of these people weren't at my wedding. Alice always wanted a morning wedding, so she had planned it for an acceptable hour, and Jasper basically went along with whatever Alice said. A bouquet got thrust into my hands, an assortment of various white flowers, and Rosalie helped me stand up. I could see Edward just across the hall from us. He winked at me. The music began and the church fell silent. Emmett and Rosalie were the first down the aisle. I could hear people shuffling around to get a better look. Marietta and Jacob were next. He was easily the tallest person in the wedding party and he had cut his hair short for the occasion. Edward and I were next. I took a few steps towards him and he laced an arm around my waist so he could help me walk steadily. Being 9 months pregnant made me pretty much waddle. We started making our way down the aisle. Jasper was standing at the altar, watching impatiently for Alice, his face eager in excitement, his eyes alight with joy. Emmett and Rosalie were right next to him and Marietta and Jacob were on their other side. Edward and I walked to the other side of Jasper, leaving a big space for Alice. Little Joey was the next down the aisle. He was the ring bearer. He was holding a little pillow, which I knew held fake rings. Who trusted a 2-year-old with priceless wedding bands? Oz broke out throughout the crowd as he almost ran down the aisle. He ran straight into Rosalie's arms, even though he was supposed to come to me. Rosalie whispered something to him and he quickly shuffled over to me. "Hi Auntie Bella," he whispered in a voice that was sure to carry across the church. "You pretty." He smiled sheepishly as a few chuckles were heard. "Thanks sweetie, now shush," I told him in a much softer whisper. He clung to my legs since I wasn't supposed to do any lifting anymore. The music suddenly changed and the wedding march began. Alice started her ascent down the aisle. Her bouquet was a blood-red assortment of flowers that contrasted magnificently with the silky white of her dress. Carlisle was holding one of her arms, waiting to give his only little girl away. I didn't know much about Alice's real parents, but she always considered Carlisle and Esme to be her parents. She remembered her mother and father. She had shown me pictures she still kept. But Carlisle and Esme raised her from age 6 on. And I knew that Carlisle walking her down the aisle was exactly how she wanted it. Jasper's face literally lit up like the sun. Alice was glowing literally. The light that shone through the stained glass flitted off of her diamonds and dress, casting little beams of light off of her. It was beautiful. Jasper only had eyes for Alice. He looked like he wanted to run down the aisle and key her silly. Alice and Carlisle reached Jasper, who eagerly offered his arm to Alice. I could see the tears in her eyes. The priest began the vows and Alice and Jasper repeated each one, their voices clear and steady and joyous. Alice's tears didn't affect her speech at all. They got the rings out of Emmett's pockets the same as mine in Edward's wedding. I could feel the tears spring into my eyes at the memory and the pure sweetness of the moment Alice and Jasper were sharing. They delicately slid the rings on each other's fingers. Both of them were beaming. "I do." Jasper's voice rang out loudly and strongly. He was letting everyone know that he had no doubts about marrying Alice. His future was set. Alice was his future. "And do you, Mary Alice Cullen, take Jasper Whitlock Hale to be your lawfully wedded husband, to love and to hold, in sickness and in health, until death do you part?" the priest asked. "I do," Alice sighed happily. I did a double take. Did he just call Alice Mary? And Jasper's middle name is Whitlock. What is that? I was distracted from my inner ramblings as the priest continued speaking. "Then, by the power vested in me, I now pronounce you man and wife. You may key the bride," he said, a smile breaking out across his wrinkled face. Jasper placed both of his hands on Alice's face and brought his lips to hers for a love-filled, tender, passionate key. It wasn't a heavy make-out session, but you could feel the love radiating off of them. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to present you Mr. and Mrs. Jasper Whitlock Hale," the priest said. Everyone stood and clapped as Alice and Jasper danced lightly down the aisle. Alice's first name is Mary. I asked Edward, my voice astounded. You didn't know that? He asked, raising his eyebrows. No, I've called her Alice since I was 6. I always thought that was her name. I was so shocked. All of these years, Alice was really Mary. She didn't like Mary, so they called her Alice, Edward sighed simply. And I can't believe you've known Alice for almost 18 years and you never knew her name. I just shook my head, the baby giving another sharp, almost painful kick. I placed a hand on my belly as Rosalie came and collected Joey from my feet. Edward pulled me towards his Volvo. We had decided to bring it so I could leave early if I was too tired. Being on your feet that long took a toll on pregnant women. Joey was so cute, Edward sighed. He had no idea what he was doing. Well, he is only 2, Edward, I reminded him, rolling my eyes. He pulled out of the parking lot and headed towards the reception hall. I know, he said, smiling peacefully. Edward was always happy after weddings. He said that they all reminded him of me. How I ended up with a guy so perfect is beyond me. And I was beyond lucky. Edward laced his fingers through mine and rested them between us as he drove one-handed. We reached the reception hall in minutes. Oh, my God, I breathed when we entered. It was truly the most magnificent thing I had ever seen. Long, crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling. Each table was fitted with delicate white lace tablecloths. The centerpieces were a mixture of red and white and stood tall in the center of each table. The wedding cake was sitting on top of a red-clothed table and was 3 layers high, the designs looking impossible. Everything looked expensive and marvelous. Wow, Edward agreed. Alice and Jasper were already inside, Alice fussing about candles or something. Jasper was just smiling happily at his wife. Rosalie, Emmett and Joey were all seated at a table. Joey was rubbing his hands all over the crystal plate in front of him. Rosalie quickly pulled his hands off of it and scolded him, wiping the plate off with a red cloth napkin. I smiled and waddled over to them, sinking onto a chair with Edward's help. This place is awesome, Rosalie said in awe. This sure puts my wedding to shame. Yours was completely different. It was on a beach, it couldn't be like this, I reminded her. She smiled and entwined her fingers with Emmett's, Joey sitting peacefully on her lap. True, she agreed happily. Guests began arriving and soon the place was full. Everyone congratulated Alice and Jasper, who were sitting at our table. Almost everyone stopped dead in the doorway, staring at the lavish decorations. Most Forks weddings weren't like this. The food was absolutely delicious. It was some fancy Italian food that I had almost 3 helpings of. Not to mention at least 2 slices of cake. Hey, I was feeding too. Alice and Jasper danced beautifully. They were the only ones who actually took dance lessons and were dancing in an old style across the floor. No one dared join them. But afterwards they went back to dancing normally and Edward pulled me out with him. Honestly, if I was bad before, I was 100 times worse pregnant. Hello. Testing 1 2 3, Emmett said into the microphone. Hi everyone. This better be just as bad as mine was, I growled to Edward. He grinned. Now, I got punished extremely badly for the speech I made at the last wedding I went to. He threw a pointed look at Rosalie who smiled triumphantly. She had told me she denied him for almost a month after that. So I'll make this short and simple. Alice, you have been like a sister to me for so many years. I don't care if we have different parents, to me you are my sister, not just my cousin. I love you and I'll always be protective of you. It's the big brother's job. You've always helped me when I needed to surprise Rose with something or pick out some clothes. Your love of shopping clearly shines through on this wedding. I giggled. It was true. Although I was still angry that Alice didn't get an embarrassing speech. Jasper, we've been best friends for as long as I can remember. You're a great guy and the only one I would let anywhere near my little sister. Take care of her or I'll kick your butt, he threatened teasingly. So congratulations to the happily married couple and may you have many more happy years. Everyone clapped and took sips of champagne. Except me, of course. Come on Bella, Rosalie whispered, grabbing my hand and helping me on stage. Her and I had planned to both say a little something today. Alice, you have been like my sister for so long. Even though you had a crush on my brother, I always came first for you, along with Bella. You were an amazing friend and I know that Jasper, being my favorite brother, will take excellent care of you. Jasper, I'll always be your sister and I love you and I know Alice will make you the happiest man on earth. So congratulations to you both, Rosalie said, holding up her glass at the end of her speech. Everyone clapped again as she handed the microphone off to me. Alice and Jasper, I have only one thing to say to you. I paused suddenly as I felt the fluid slide down my legs and to the floor and the sharp pains in my abdomen. I gasped loudly, stumbling backwards. Someone in the band caught me luckily. Shit, the baby's coming. BPOV, 22. The effect was instantaneous. People started panicking, jumping up and looking around wildly, shouting to call an ambulance or boil water. One of the band members held me up until Edward climbed onto the stage, holding me and helping me get down the small stairs. I tried to breathe through the pain, gasping and panting with the effort. All right everyone chill, Rosalie yelled angrily into the microphone. Yes, Bella is going into labor. But that doesn't mean everyone needs to go nuts. She is going with her husband to the hospital, so don't call an ambulance, and we will keep you all updated. But no panicking, and don't boil water. Are you stupid? Everyone seemed to settle down slightly, sinking back into chairs, looks of shock on their faces, unsure what else to do. I clutched Edward's hand tightly, biting my lip to keep from groaning aloud in pain. He brought me outside the reception hall and paused for a moment. Thank God we brought the car, Edward sighed. Bella, stay here for 1 second while I grab it. Okay. I'm guessing you can't walk that far. I answered with a grunt as he quickly ran to his car, parked on a nearby side street. Hey Bella. Emmett came running outside, reaching out to let me take his hand. I grabbed it, squeezing gratefully. You definitely beat Rose for inconvenient birth time. Good job, Emmett. I growled, squeezing his hand harder to let him know his humor was not appreciated. But come on Bella, you go into labor at a wedding. A feat in and of itself. But the fact that you were on stage, giving a speech to the bride and groom and said it into the microphone so every single person in the room and kitchen heard you. He burst into laughter as I glared at him, squeezing his hand to purposely inflict pain. Priceless. Thankfully, Edward pulled up in the Volvo at that moment. Emmett helped me into the passenger seat. Someone needs to grab the baby bag, I panted to him. It's at home in my closet. Please. Right. Rose and I will grab it and meet you at the hospital. Renee is going to go up too. She already left, he said. Renee had flown down for Alice's wedding. And now she got to see the birth of her first grandchild too. Lovely. I was quickly swept into the pain of another contraction and I reached out for Edward's hand. Hospital please, I whimpered. Right. See you later Emmett, Edward sighed, quickly pulling away from the reception hall. He held my hand the whole time, trying to help me through each contraction and speeding towards the hospital. I could see his barely concealed panic. Edward, I groaned, biting my lip as another contraction came. I dug my fingernails into his hand but he didn't even seem to feel it. Shush Bella, he soothed quickly, his voice calm, his eyes wild. It's okay love, we're almost to the hospital. Hurry, I pleaded. I took a few deep breaths, grateful for the breaks between contractions. Another one clutched at my abdomen and I squeezed Edward's hand, letting out a small yelp of pain. Edward pushed his car a little bit faster. We pulled up to the hospital and I almost cried when I saw Renee waiting with a wheelchair. I was so grateful. Edward helped me out of the car and I sank onto the wheelchair, huffing and puffing as he pushed me towards the maternity ward. I was shuffled onto a bed and Edward helped me change out of my bridesmaid dress into a hospital gown. I sank gratefully onto the bed, my forehead already brimming with sweat. Well Bella, you're a bit early, drive. Michaels noted as she came into the room, carrying a clipboard. Tell that to the baby, I sighed, wiping some hair off of my face. Another contraction came and I clutched the guardrail on the edge of the bed with one hand, Edward's arm with the other. So why are you two all dressed up? She asked, turning to Edward. We were at my sister's wedding, Edward answered reluctantly. I groaned, but it had nothing to do with the pain. I just completely ruined Alice's wedding. Wow. A grand entrance, drive. Michaels commented, biting her lip to keep from laughing. Alice is going to hate me, I groaned. No I won't. I jumped, my head whipping. Towards the door. Alice was beaming, still in her wedding gown. Everyone was leaving anyways. The reception was almost over. More like Alice kicked everyone out, Rosalie said with a smile. Alice made a face at her. I was swept into another contraction and I yelled out slightly in pain. Rosalie made her way over to my side, taking my hand off the guardrail and holding it. Will you stay? I asked her. She had already been through this, plus, I had stayed during her birth. Of course, she agreed instantly. I'm sorry but I'm going to have to ask the rest of you to leave, for now at least, drive. Michael said apologetically. Plus, you don't want to ruin your dress. We'll be back in as soon as we can, Bella, Alice promised. But like 50 wedding guests are sitting in the waiting room right now, so I better go entertain them. I blanched. There were 50 people out there waiting for me to have this baby. Talk about pressure. Good luck, Bella, Jasper said, giving me a small smile. Go get him, Tiger, Emmett yelled cheerfully. I rolled my eyes. This is so much more fun when it's not Rosalie, he noted. Get out, Rosalie demanded. He grinned and made his way outside. Do you need me, sweetie? Renee asked. I nodded silently. She stood behind Rosalie and wiped my hair away from my forehead. I groaned in pain as another contraction swept over me. Edward clutched my hand almost as forcefully as I held his. Okay, let's check you out, Bella, drive. Michael said, all too calm during such a crisis. I mean, I was giving birth. She looked under my gown and I instantly felt self-conscious. But as the pain returned, I forgot all about my insecurities. How far is she? Edward asked quickly. About 5 centimeters dilated. We still have plenty of time. Unless, of course, she's as quick as Rosalie. But I doubt it, drive. Michael said. She stood up. Good luck, Bella. I'll be back to check on you in a little while. Okay, I panted, the contraction finally fading. I sank back against the bed, closing my eyes. I was already exhausted. You're doing wonderfully, Bella, Edward sighed softly. Absolutely wonderful. It hurts, I told him, stating the obvious. I know, love, but it will be over soon, he promised. What? Liar. 8 hours. That is how long I have been in labor. Painful labor. Excruciatingly painful labor. Edward, I groaned in exhaustion and pain. It was already 11 at night and I had been up since 4 in the morning to get ready for the wedding. I just wanted sleep. I just wanted the pain to go away. I know, Bella, I know, he said sympathetically. No, you do not know. I snapped. You do not know what it is like to be in such freaking pain for so long. K.S. Edward. Just get this baby out of me. I was almost in tears. You'll be okay, Bella, Rosalie said from next to me. She was slumped in a chair, her eyelids drooping. You can go home, Rose, I told her. You must be exhausted. I'm not leaving till this baby is out, she vowed. You're already 9 centimeters. You're so close, Bella, so close. Why didn't you have to go through it this low? My complaint was quickly cut off by another contraction, much sooner than I was expecting. Edward's fingers must be broken by now. I had been squeezing them so often in the last 8 hours. We had decided to do a natural childbirth and so far I was completely regretting that decision. Almost ready, Bella. Doctor. Michaels walked back into the room, yawning, placing her clipboard on the side table next to me and going to check how dilated I was. Looks like it. You're 10 centimeters. You ready to push? Now? I asked, another contraction causing me to groan out in pain. Yes, now. Are you up to it? Yes, just get this baby out. I said instantly, pushing myself into a better sitting position, spreading my legs. I heard Edward's musical chuckle from next to me and I gripped his hand harder. All right, Bella. On 3 I want you to give a big push for me, okay? I nodded. 1. I squeezed Edward's fingers and he squeezed back. 2. Rosalie reached over to take my other hand. Her other hand was rested on her abdomen and I had a feeling she was remembering when this was her. 3. I pushed. I pushed as hard as I possibly could. It hurt so badly. I bit my lip so hard, I could taste the blood I was drawing from it. I didn't yell out. I had to focus on pushing. I stopped suddenly, taking deep breaths. I leaned my head back, closing my eyes in exhaustion. I was feeling weak, so tired. I just wanted to sleep. Come on, Bella, it's so close. Just one more big push and it'll be out, come on, Bella. Doctor. Michaels said encouragingly. Come on, Bella, the last push is the easiest part. And then it's all over, no more pain. You can do this, Rosalie told me, her hand squeezing mine. You can do it, love. Just one more, Edward sighed eagerly. Okay, I sighed, lifting my head off of the bed. On three again, Bella. 1, 2, 3. I gathered all of the strength left in my body and pushed as hard as I could. I didn't stop until I heard the baby's cries fill the room. I leaned back against the bed, crying tears of pain and joy. It was over, finally over. My baby was here. Our baby was finally here. It's a boy. Doctor Michaels announced happily as the nurses cleaned him off. A boy, I repeated in my head. My baby boy. I told you so, Edward sighed smugly, smiling beautifully. I laughed weakly. Of course he was right. Edward was always right. Can I hold him? I asked breathlessly. The nurse grinned as she handed me my bundled up baby boy. He stared up at me with wide, green eyes. His daddy's eyes. He's so beautiful, Edward breathed from above me. He reached out and gently caressed our son's face. I could see a lot of myself in him. The small amount of hair on his head was dark brown, his nose and lips were the same as mine. But he had Edward's sculpted cheekbones and little ears. He's perfect, I replied, tears welling up in my eyes. The baby's eyes flickered over to Edward as he lay, perfectly silent, in my arms. His little feet kicked slightly at the blankets that bound him. His mouth was open and I could see his tiny gums. Do you want to hold him? I asked Edward. He nodded eagerly and I handed our son to him. Edward looked down at him with such love and care. He was our precious gift. What are you going to name him? Rosalie asked. I vote for Emmett Jr. Emmett called from the hallway. I rolled my eyes. You guys can come in, I told them. Instantly, Emmett, Jasper, Renee, Esme, Carlisle, Charlie and Alice came flooding into the room, most of them still in their wedding clothes. He's so gorgeous. I wish everyone else had stayed. They left after an hour or so. Alice sighed as she watched him lift one of his hands up towards Edward's face. Edward's eyes lit up as he moved one hand to the baby's. His tiny fingers curled around Edward's large one. I'd like to call him Nicholas, I said softly. Nicholas Matthew Cullen. I looked up at Edward expectantly. I like it, he decided, his voice slightly odd. It suits him. I held out my arms and Edward handed Nicholas back to me. I cradled him in my arms. His eyes flickered to my face and met mine. It was like staring at a smaller version of Edward's emerald orbs. His eyes moved slowly around the room, taking everything in. They paused on each face. He seemed extremely observant. Hey baby, I cooed, bringing one finger up to lightly caress his face. Hey beautiful. Carlisle was holding Esme, who had tears in her eyes. Edward and Jasper had their arms around each other, both smiling peacefully. Rosalie and Emmett were grinning, seeing this for the first time on someone else. Renee also had tears in her eyes and Charlie was beaming. Can I hold him? Renee asked tentatively. I nodded and she came over, reaching out to him. I placed him tenderly in her arms and she brought him to her chest. My little grandson, she sighed. So lovely. Nicholas made a little gurgling noise and a smile spread across my face. Edward wrapped an arm around me, holding me close, a smile never leaving his face. Renee handed him off to Charlie who was staring at him with clear awe and love in his eyes. Charlie was a grandpa. He handed him off to Esme and Carlisle. He's just as beautiful as his cousin, Esme said softly. He's got Edward's eyes. But he looks more like Bella. Everyone nodded their agreement. Alice took him next, her eyes watery and happy. Hey sweetie, Alice sang. I'm going to take you shopping for lots of cute clothes and toys. Nicholas let out a squawk and we all laughed. He's just like his mommy in the shopping department apparently, Jasper said with a smile. Rosalie and Emmett held him next. He reminds me of Joey so much, Rosalie said. He was just like this when he was a baby. Except louder. We all smiled again. Rosalie came over and handed the baby back to me. You should all go home, it's late, I whispered. Nicholas stared up at me with wide eyes. And I should try and get him to sleep. A natural mother, Esme said softly, leaning over to Key. Edward and her and Carlisle left first, followed by Renee and Charlie. You did wonderfully Bella, Rosalie said, Key, dotting my cheek. I still say you should have named him Emmett, Emmett grumbled teasingly. Alice and Jasper both keyed us goodbye once they left. I'm sorry he came during your wedding, I said apologetically. Oh don't worry, Alice said, waving it off. The reception was almost over anyways. Plus, little Nicky had to make a grand entrance. Bye guys. She key. Edward's cheek, then mine, and her and Jasper were off, leaving just Edward and Nicholas and I. Our family. Nicky is a good nickname, I decided. And Nick once he's older. I like that too, Edward Saeed. He pressed his lips to mine gently. This is amazing, Bella. I'm a father. It feels so right to say. His eyes lit up as he spoke. You'll be an amazing father, Edward, I told him sincerely. I yawned, completely exhausted, and Edward scooped Nicky out of my arms. Give him back, I complained. Edward chuckled. Esme is right, you are a natural mother, Edward Saeed, rocking Nicky slightly. I could see his eyelids start to droop. And it's time for our perfect little baby and his stunning little mother to get some sleep. The nurse brought in a little crib for Nicholas to sleep in so he could be with us. He fell asleep after a few minutes of Edward rocking him and humming my lullaby. He takes after his mother like that too, Edward noted as my eyelids slid closed after his humming. He placed Nicky in the crib and he continued to sleep soundly. Are you staying? I asked Edward. More like slurred, I was so close to sleep. Yes, he said. I'll stay. Edward climbed into the big, cushy chair next to me and took my hand in his. I love you, Edward, I sighed as the last of consciousness slipped away. I love you too, Bella, I heard him say, right before I drifted off to dreamland. And I love you, Nicholas Matthew Cullen. 6 months later. Nicky, I sang, wiggling my finger over his face. He giggled, reaching up to grasp my finger in his little hand. He was sitting in his high chair and I was feeding him from a small bottle of baby food. I lifted the tiny spoonful of applesauce to his mouth and slipped it in through his giggles. He clamped his mouth onto the spoon, biting on it with his newly grown front teeth. Nicky, I sang again and he let go of the spoon, giggling again. Nicky had grown a lot in 6 months. He was a chubby little boy. He had grown more hair, which was my color but with streaks of Edward's copper hair in it. His green eyes seemed to sparkle more each day and he was using his voice a lot. He couldn't talk yet, but he could make noises that helped me figure out what he wanted. And he loved to giggle. I had gone back to school in September, working only half days, leaving Nicky with Rosalie and Joey. Joey was amazed by his new cousin, but annoyed that Nicky couldn't play with him all the time. I smiled at the memory of bringing Edward and Nicky in to meet my new students. It was about a week ago, at the very beginning of October. Flashback. Everyone, this is my son. His name is Nicholas, but we like to call him Nicky, I said, holding him in my arms as I sat on a chair in front of them. They all stared in awe at him. And this is my husband Edward. He is Nicky's daddy. I noticed how Edward's smile grew when I said, Daddy, and all the little eyes flickered to him. Hello, he said awkwardly. A little redhead named Molly raised her hand, staring with wide eyes at Edward. Yes, Molly, I said, letting her know she could talk. Edward is very pretty, she said, and I put my hand over my mouth to fight back giggles. Thank you, Edward Saeed, shifting uncomfortably. I was with Anne again this year and she snorted. You're very pretty too. Molly beamed at his compliment. Why does your hair look like Nicky's? Another boy, Steve, asked. Raise your hand, I scolded. He gave me an apologetic look and I nodded at Edward, letting him know to answer. Well, Nicky is a mixture of myself and Mrs. Cullen, so he looks like both of us put together, Edward explained. Mrs. Cullen, a girl, Melinda, asked, waving her little arm in the air. Yes, where do babies come from? I almost groaned as Anne burst into laughter, stuffing her hand in her mouth to keep it quiet. Why does every child ask me about babies? I wondered. Well, when a mommy and a daddy love each other very much, they decide they want to have a baby. So they call up the doctor and ask if the woman can have a baby in her belly. The doctor will say yes and the baby will be in her stomach the next day. The baby grows in her belly for 9 months until he's ready to come out, I said, smiling happily at my explanation. It was good enough. But my brother said it's from Say, Melinda said, frowning in confusion. I almost choked, as did Edward. Anne's laughter rang across the room and the students looked at her curiously. But I don't know what that is, she admitted. What is it? Steve asked. The other students were staring at me with rapt attention. I had no idea what to say. I don't know, I decided on eventually. I guess your brother was just being silly. The kids seemed appeased by this and began firing questions at Edward and asking if they could see the baby closer. The rest of the day passed without incident, until their parents came to pick them up, that is. Edward had taken Nikki home and I was standing with my students, letting them go with their parents. Melinda's mother came and Melinda jumped into her arms. "Hey mommy," she squealed. "Hey baby, how was school?" she asked. "Good, Mrs. Cullen told us where babies come from." Melinda's mother gasped and I paled. She turned to glare at me and Melinda kept talking, completely oblivious. "Johnny said it was from Say, but he lied. Mrs. Cullen told us where babies come from for real." Melinda's mom softened and I blushed 10 shades of red. "Did she?" She raised her eyebrows. "I brought my husband and baby in today for the kids to meet and they were curious as to where our baby came from. I told them how we called the doctor and asked if a baby could grow in my belly and they agreed," I informed her. "Of course," she said, laughing lightly. "Mrs. Cullen is just right. Bye Mrs. Cullen," Melinda sang. "Bye Mel," I replied, sighing with relief as she walked away. End flashback. I was brought back to the present when a pair of warm arms slid around my waist, and familiar velvet lips were pressed to my neck. I leaned back into him, sighing contently. "Welcome home," I murmured as Edward chuckled against my throat. He turned me around and keyed me quickly, before letting me get back to feeding Nikki. "Duh!" Nikki yelled, holding his arms out for Edward. Edward laughed and reached out to him, swinging him into his arms and dotting him. Nikki giggled again. "How's my favorite boy?" Edward asked. Nikki smiled, showing off his 2 front teeth. "Have you been good to mommy?" "Yes, he's been a very good boy today. Want to show daddy what you learned to do today?" Nikki answered with a smile, so I placed him on the floor, on his stomach and took a few steps away. "Come here sweetie. Come to mommy," I told him. He slowly lifted himself onto his hands and knees and crawled over to me. I reached out and he crawled right into my arms. I picked him up and swung him around, playfully placing kisses all over his face. He giggled. "Wow," Edward sighed, his face proud. "Crawling already. Soon you'll be able to run around with Joey." I replaced Nikki in his high chair and started to feed him again. "Duh," he shouted, starting to cry. "Duh." That's what he started calling Edward. He couldn't quite say dad yet, but "duh" was good enough for now. "Edward, will you feed him?" I asked softly, knowing what he wanted. "I'd love to," he said, taking the spoon from me and making airplane noises as he brought it to Nikki's mouth. The doorbell rang and I made my way over to it, opening it to reveal Alice and Jasper, Alice's pregnant stomach sticking out in front of her. She found out she was pregnant about 3 months ago and was already 5 months along. "Damn Alice, you get bigger every time I see you," I noted. I remembered barely even showing at that stage. I stepped back, letting them come inside and led them to the kitchen. "Would you like to stay for dinner? Rose, Em and Joey are all coming." "We'd love to," Jasper said, placing his hand on Alice's back and rubbing it soothingly. Alice sank onto a chair and Nikki reached out for her, forgetting about Edward and the food in front of him. Edward looked reluctant to let him go without finishing his food. He had a bottle not long ago, he should be fine, I told Edward. He lifted Nikki up and handed him to Alice. Nikki placed his hands on her belly, giggling like mad. He thought her stomach was the funniest thing in the world. At least it kept him entertained. "So guess who I saw at the hospital today?" Alice began, her voice excited. "Who?" I asked. "Angela Weber," she said, a wide smile on her face. "Is she okay?" I asked. "Of course. She had a baby, a little girl," Alice announced happily. "We need to catch up with her soon. Apparently, she had just found out before my wedding and wasn't ready to tell anyone. And we haven't really seen her since." "What's the girl's name?" I asked curiously. "Megan," Alice answered. "A pretty little thing too. Looks a lot like Angela." "That's wonderful. We'll have to go visit," I decided, giving Edward a pointed look. He nodded. "We should set up a play date, once she's a little older with her and Nikki. They're going to be great friends." "Totally. And my twins could come too." Alice squealed. I smiled at her and then froze. "Twins," I repeated. Alice clamped a hand over her mouth, obviously just noticing she let that slip. "You're having twins." Alice nodded. "2 girls," she said. And I was going to announce it better than this, but it slipped out. "That's awesome, Alice." I squealed, quickly jumping up and wrapping my arms around her, laughing. Twins. Wow. I know. I always wanted one and now I'm getting two. And they're both little girls that I can go shopping with. She clapped her hands together in excitement. Have you thought about names yet? I asked curiously. No. But I figured I'll make them similar, but not the same. Like I won't do Jess and Tess or anything but maybe Jessica and Tessa for example. Not that I would name my kids Jess or Tessa, Alice said, laughing. I laughed with her. No wonder you're getting so big so quick, I said. You've got two in there. The doorbell rang again and I jumped up, letting in Rosalie, Emmett and Joey. Joey instantly threw himself at me and I picked him up, laughing lightly. I gave him a big key. Hey Auntie Bella, he sang excitedly. Hey there, I replied, hitching him onto my hip. Alice and Jasper are here, you can head on into the kitchen. Oh nice, Emmett said. They headed into the kitchen and I heard Alice start telling them about Angela's baby. I followed them slowly, Joey babbling about his new toy in my ear. I placed him on the floor in the kitchen and sank onto the table, feeling slightly nauseous. I served the steak I had made for dinner and conversation broke out along the table. Joey was playing with Nicky, trying to get him to say real words. I giggled as Joey tried to teach him how to say his name and Nicky just kept babbling unintelligible words. So Rosalie, are you excited to be an aunt? Alice asked. Rosalie nodded. You've wanted a baby for so long, I'm so happy for you, Rosalie said, smiling. Yeah, I bet you never expected to get two in one go though, Alice snorted. Rosalie stared at her in confusion for a moment and I bit my lip to keep from laughing. Two, Rosalie repeated. Emmett looked up from the food he was shoveling in his mouth. As in twins. Alice nodded. Twin girls, she squealed. Rosalie jumped up, shrieking excitedly and hugging Alice. Oh my god. This is awesome, she squeaked. I know. Alice agreed instantly. Well congrats you two, Emmett said, a wide grin on his face. I hear you have to go at it extra hard to get twins. Emmett. We all cried in unison. Go at what? Joey asked, which caused us all to laugh. Go at what? He repeated angrily. Nothing sweetie, Rosalie said, keying the top of his head affectionately. Well then I guess Joey will have 3 new playmates, Rosalie said casually. 2, Alice corrected. It's not triplets. I know, Rosalie said. And then suddenly I understood. You're pregnant. I burst. Rosalie beamed, nodding. Alice and I jumped up, hugging her excitedly. Oh my god, this is crazy. Alice said. We're both pregnant at the same time. How far along are you? She asked. 3 months, she answered proudly. I bit my lip, knowing that they were going to flip at my announcement. Especially Edward. Actually Rosalie, I said conversationally. Joey won't have 3 new playmates. He'll have 4. You're pregnant too. Everyone burst, including a very stunned Edward. 2 months along, I said, giggling. Edward got to me first, sweeping me into a passionate key. Emmett Wolf whistled. Wait, Emmett said suddenly, his eyes going wide, and the smile wiping off of his face. What? I asked nervously. Alice is pregnant. Rose is pregnant. And Bella is pregnant, he said tragically. We know, Alice said, rolling her eyes. So we are going to have 3 emotionally unstable girls. All at once, Emmett said nervously. I am not emotionally unstable. Alice burst, tears forming in her eyes. And I wasn't that bad with Joey, Rosalie said, making a face at her husband. I was about to defend myself but I realized I was actually pretty bad. No comment, I mumbled, causing Edward to chuckle. I don't know if I can handle this, Emmett sighed, sinking onto his chair. In 7 or so months we're going to have 6 kids running around here. Well Emmett, most of them won't be running yet. Just Joey and maybe Nicky, I corrected softly. Emmett groaned. That's a lot, Jasper agreed quietly, glancing at his saddened wife. Get over it, Rosalie snapped. Do you have anything to say about this? I asked Edward. He shook his head. I'm staying out of it, he said, rolling his eyes. I couldn't help but agree, looking at our family. Rosalie looked ready to claw Emmett's eyes out and Alice looked like she was about to burst into sobs. This is going to be a long few months, Edward sighed, watching the chaos our dinner had turned into. And I couldn't help but agree. BPOV, 23. 4 months later. Bella, love, Edward whispered, shaking me lightly to wake me. I groaned, rolling onto my side to look at him. I was surprised to see he was dressed and awake, a light smile on his face as he noticed my confused expression. "Where are you going?" I mumbled tiredly. "Work. I know it's Saturday, but there was an emergency and they need me." "Will you be okay?" he asked softly, one of his hands moving to my face, caressing my cheek lovingly. "I'll be fine. Rose and Alice are coming over later, they'll keep me company," I sighed. Alice was 9 months pregnant, due in about a week, and looked ready to pop. Rosalie was 7 months and had a good-sized baby bump, although it was much smaller than Alice's. Me, being 6 months along, was the smallest, but still a pretty big-sized bump. "Okay. I love you, Bella," he said, leaning down to press his lips to mine. "I love you too," I whispered against his lips. He keyed my stomach once before heading into Nikki's room to key him goodbye. I listened until I heard the front door open and close. Then I shut my eyes, sinking into a lonely sleep, cold without Edward's warm body holding me as I slept. I woke up a few hours later after tossing and turning, barely sleeping. I stood up and made my way into Nikki's room. He was smiling, wide awake, waiting patiently for me to come get him. He was strange like that in the mornings. He would simply play by himself until someone came to let him out. He lifted his arms to me and I picked him up, bringing him downstairs and sitting him in his high chair. I grabbed a little jar of baby cereal and began feeding him silently, still tired from the lack of sleep. "Daddy?" Nikki asked after a few minutes of eating. I sighed, praying he wouldn't have a breakdown. I just couldn't handle that right now. "Daddy had to go to work, sweetie," I told him gently. His lower lip began to tremble and I scooped him up in my arms, cradling him against my chest and shushing him softly. I knew if he started to cry, I would cry too. "Daddy," he whimpered. "I know," I replied, holding him close. The doorbell rang and I stood up with Nikki in my arms and answered it. A very pregnant and grumpy Alice stormed into the room, instantly sinking onto the couch and putting her feet on the coffee table. Rosalie followed behind her, Joey in tow, all bundled up from the February chill. He ran in and I placed Nikki down so they could play. I made my way into the kitchen, grabbing some breakfast before sinking onto the couch next to Alice. Rosalie followed after me. The two boys played at our feet. "What's got your clothes in a bunch?" I grumbled to the still angry-looking Alice. All three of us were seated on the couch, Alice then me then Rosalie. We had our feet on the coffee table, our stomachs sticking into the air. Jasper woke me up this morning. I don't get to sleep until 3 in the morning. I could hear the beginning of a rant coming on. Alice was constantly ranting about one thing or another. And he decides to wake me up so he could drive me here. I mean, he couldn't have just let me sleep. I am perfectly capable of getting here without him waking me up. I have 2 babies inside of me and I need my sleep so they can be healthy. It is just ridiculous. And then he makes me pancakes. Pancakes. I didn't want pancakes. I wanted waffles. But I had to eat soggy pancakes. She growled. Poor Jasper, I thought. Emmett is always working, Rosalie pouted. I miss him when he's gone. I only have little Joey and he's growing up so fast. I feel like Emmett is missing Joey's entire childhood. All because he has to have big muscles and make money. I like his muscles but I'd rather have him home. She folded her arms across her chest. Edward had to go to work this morning. On a Saturday, I sighed. I miss him so much. I hardly ever get to spend time alone with him. What with Nikki and his work and mine, we never have time for just us. You know what I'm in the mood for? Alice said suddenly. What? Rosalie and I asked in unison. A chocolate donut with chocolate frosting and rainbow jimmies, she said excitedly, patting her stomach. Yum, Rosalie, Alice and I all sighed in unison. Call Jasper, maybe he can pick some up. Rosalie suggested. Why does Jasper always have to do it? Alice snapped. He's so good to me. He doesn't need me to be bossing him around all the time. I don't deserve him. Tears started to fall down her face and Rosalie and I instantly started comforting her. What about Emmett? I suggested. I'll try him, Rosalie said, pulling out her cell phone. Make sure they have rainbow jimmies. Alice said, her tears instantly gone at the excitement of donuts. Rosalie dialed Emmett's number on speaker. Hello. He answered. Hey baby, Rosalie cooed. Hey Rose. How are you? Emmett asked. Hungry, she said, smiling at her phone. Would you mind picking up a dozen chocolate donuts with chocolate frosting and rainbow jimmies? Rosalie, honey, I'm at work. I don't think I can leave right now, Emmett said apologetically. Rosalie's smile was wiped right off of her face and an angry scowl appeared on her face. It's your gym, Emmett, she shouted. You can leave whenever the hell you want. Alice, Bella and I just want some simple donuts, but no. Emmett has to stay at his precious gym and work out and talk to his precious members. Rose, please, Emmett begged, but she cut him off. I'm pregnant, Emmett, she said, her voice full of sadness. And our baby can't be healthy without food. So please get me those donuts. Okay, Emmett sighed. I'll grab them and be to Bella's in about 15 minutes. Okay, babe. Okay, she said happily, all traces of tears gone. Love you, Emmett. Love you too, Emmett said, sounding exhausted. I laughed. Mommy, Nicky sang from my feet a few minutes later, lifting his arms up to let me pick him up. I grabbed him and pulled him onto my lap. After a few minutes, he slid over to Alice and placed his hands on her stomach. He giggled when the baby kicked. Big, he announced happily. Alice's playful laughter shrunk away and she started to sob. He's right, she wailed. Nicky looked bewildered, as did Joey, staring up at their hysterical aunt. I am big. I'm fat and ugly. She started sobbing and Nicky burst into tears at her sadness. Joey soon followed, bawling as Rosalie reached to pick him up. It's okay, honey, I told Nicky, tears springing into my own eyes. Why the hell is everyone crying? They're making me cry. That's how Emmett found us. All 5 of us a sobbing mess. He ran over to us, still holding the donuts. Alice's tears instantly subsided. Are those the donuts? She asked excitedly. Emmett nodded mutely, his eyes wide. Alice clapped her hands together in excitement and reached for the box, grabbing 3 and biting into one. She sighed contently. Are you okay? Emmett asked, completely bewildered. Yes, I answered, reaching for a donut. I tore off a tiny piece and gave it to Nicky, who stopped crying and ate it happily. Joey stopped crying at the sight of his daddy and jumped up, throwing himself at Emmett's legs. Daddy! He yelled happily, reaching his arms up to be carried. Emmett handed the box to Rosalie and picked up his son. Rosalie's tears subsided as she bit into a donut. What the hell just happened? Emmett wondered rhetorically, shaking his head. Do you need anything else while I'm here? Some pineapple juice would be just lovely, I said, handing Nicky another little piece of food. Emmett went to the refrigerator. There's none in here, he said apologetically. My lips started to tremble. Can you buy some? I whimpered. Emmett groaned. Fine. Do any of you need anything else while I'm going out? 'Cause I really have to get back to work, Emmett said, turning to Rosalie and Alice. Potato chips. Salt and vinegar. Alice shouted instantly. I would love some peaches, Rosalie said. Okay. I'll be back with pineapple juice, peaches and salt and vinegar chips. Anything else? Emmett asked. Well, now that you mention it. After about 15 minutes, Emmett had a huge list of items to buy at the grocery store, ranging from chips, to cookies, to vegetables. He left in a hurry, buying everything we asked for. He was pissed too, I could tell. I can't wait till Emmett gets back with the food, I sighed after about a half hour. I'm starved. Me too. I'm the most excited for the watermelon, Alice said, licking her lips. No, I want the Oreos the most, Rosalie said, biting her lip. No, the dill pickles. Definitely, I decided. Emmett came back an hour later, his arms bulging with bags. I really have to get to work, he said once he put them down, dotting Rosalie and rushing out before we could ask him for anything else. I looked through the bags, grabbing a cucumber and biting into it. It tasted so good. A few minutes later we were settled onto the couch again, all of us digging into the various food. I had my big glass of pineapple juice next to me as I ate the various junk Emmett had bought for us. I would occasionally feed Nicky something or Joey. The 3 of us were silent as we chewed, completely content in the silence. The only sounds were our chewing and the occasional sounds of play from Joey and Nicky. We spent some time watching King Kong on TV. Joey had seen The Big Monkey on TV and forced us to watch it. It was the newer version, with Jack Black. And Rosalie, Alice and I were all sobbing by the end. It's not fair, Ned. King Kong didn't do anything wrong. He was Ens, Avenued and in love. Why did he have to die? All he wanted was to live peacefully in the jungle, Alice agreed next to me. He didn't want to come to New York and be on display. It's just cruel. Why is everyone so mean? He didn't deserve to die. It's like Fred Weasley or Dumbledore in Harry Potter. They shouldn't have died. And Remus and Tonks. They had a little baby to take care of and those damn Death Eaters had to kill them. Rosalie growled, crying at the loss of fictional characters from her favorite series. Why do the good die young? I sighed dramatically. All three of us burst into the song by Billy Joel, standing up and dancing. Well, Rosalie and I did, but Alice just sang from the couch. Come out pure. Don't let me wait. You Catholic girls start much too late. Ah, but sooner or later it comes down to fate. I might as well be the one, I sang loudly, holding my hand in front of me like a microphone. I felt like we were kids again, back in Alice's room, singing along to the radio and dancing in our bare feet. Well, they showed you a statue and told you to pray. They built you a temple and locked you away. Ah, but they never told you the price that you pay. The things that you might have done, Rosalie continued. All three of us sang the chorus. Nikki and Joey just watched in shock and confusion. Only the good die young. That's what I said. Only the good die young. Only the good die young. All three of us burst into laughter, sinking back onto the couch. I grabbed a bag of popcorn and popped some into my mouth. The phone rang loudly and all three of us groaned, tired from our sing-along and dance session. Eventually, Rosalie stood to answer it, grabbing it off the hook. Hello, she growled. No, she's right here. She turned to me. Bella. Phone. In your own house, who would have guessed? She said the last part sarcastically and I made a face at her. I stood up, placing Nikki on Alice's lap and made my way to the phone. Hello, I answered. Bella. This is Dr. Graves, said a serious voice on the other line. Oh, hello doctor. How are you? I asked politely, wondering why he wanted to talk to me. Dr. Graves was highly respected in the hospital and he had made good friends with Edward. I'm fine, Bella, but Edward isn't. My eyes went wide. What does that mean? Was Edward hurt? Was he sick? What do you mean? I asked, tears already stinging my eyes. Well, Bella left work about an hour ago to go home and he was brought in a little while ago. He got into a car accident, Bella. I felt like my world was crumbling around me. I clutched the wall for support and my breath was coming in wild gasps. I knew Rosalie and Alice were talking but I couldn't hear them. And I demanded, well, we've been working on him for a while. He has many injuries, a broken leg, broken ribs, 4 broken fingers and severe head trauma. Drive. Graves said. I could hear the pain in the voice but I knew there was more. Something worse. Is he awake? I asked, dreading the answer. No, he's alive but he has slipped into a coma, Bella. I'm so sorry. And he truly did sound sorry. I clutched the phone with a grip so hard I thought it might break. A coma, I repeated, before sinking against the wall, the world turning black around me. BPOV, 23. Let's bring her to the hospital. She's not waking up. How do you expect us to get her to the car? 2 pregnant women can't carry another pregnant woman. We have to wake her up. Mommy. Auntie Bella. I could hear the words spoken but couldn't understand them. My whole world seemed to be falling to pieces. My heart felt like someone had ripped it out and tossed it into a blender. My Edward, my love. In a coma. Mommy. I recognized Nikki's voice and it was full of panic and confusion. I didn't want to open my eyes. If I opened my eyes I would be accepting reality, letting in the pain that threatened to crush me, to cripple me. But I couldn't let my little baby worry over me. I wrenched my eyes open, surprised to see I was spread out on the floor of the kitchen. Alice and Rosalie were bickering above me. Joey was tugging on Rosalie's arm, trying to get her to notice I was awake. Nikki launched himself into my arms, letting out screaming sobs. Shish, baby, it's okay, I'm awake, I whispered, trying to comfort him. My voice was dead, lifeless. I couldn't work up enough energy to feel anything other than pain. Bella. Alice and Rosalie gasped in unison. I pulled myself up. Nikki latched onto my hip, raw panic in his eyes. He wasn't used to seeing mommy collapse. Are you okay? What the hell happened? Rosalie demanded. That was Dr. Graves. I was surprised at how easily I kept my voice controlled. Well, control was easy when you didn't let yourself feel anything. Not pain, or worry, or panic. Just lifelessness, nothingness, numbness. Edward got into a car accident. He's in a coma. Rosalie and Alice both gasped, tears springing into their eyes. I will not cry, I told myself fiercely. Not yet. Oh Bella, I'm so sorry, Rosalie whispered, reaching out for me. I shied away from her touch. There was only one person whose touch I longed for right now. And I didn't know if I would ever feel his touch again. I shook my head at her and she stepped back, looking slightly hurt. Alice was full out sobbing. In fact, it seemed like there was a puddle of liquid beneath her. We have to get to the hospital, Alice groaned. I know, we need to see Edward, Rosalie said, her voice cracking slightly. Alice shook her head. No, I'm going into labor, she gasped, clutching a kitchen chair for support. Nikki and Joey both looked confused as Rose and I gasped, reaching for Alice. She gripped my hand. I'm so sorry Bella. It's okay, I mumbled. Rosalie and I led her out to the car and strapped the boys into their car seats. It's not your fault, I reminded her. She groaned in pain. I wanna see Edward, she gasped. Please. We'll see Alice, Rosalie said, speeding down the street at 5 times the legal limit. Alice groaned and Ned in pain the whole way to the hospital. Her voice was the only sound. Even Nikki and Joey seemed to know to be quiet. Bella. It was the first time anyone had spoken since we left, in legitimate words that is. Rosalie was watching me in the rearview, her face serious. I blinked to let her know I was listening. She sighed and handed me a cell phone. Please call Jasper and tell him to call everyone else. Let them know about Alice and Edward. The end of her sentence faltered, exposing her calm facade. I took the phone anyways and dialed Emmett. Hello. He answered, his tone dreading. He probably thought we were going to ask him to buy food or something. How very wrong he was. Alice is in labor, I said flatly. I heard Jasper gasp. Please get the baby bag and meet her in the hospital. Bella, what else is wrong? You sound crushed, Jasper said sympathetically. How could he tell? I thought my emotions were well hidden. Edward is there too, I whispered. He got into a car accident. He's in a coma. Please call everyone. Oh God, Jasper groaned. No, I'll tell them Bella. I'm so sorry. I shook my head and dropped the phone to the floor. It slammed shut against the ground. Rosalie didn't even seem to care. Her expensive phone was rattling along the bottom of her car. I stared out the window as we drove, one of my hands on the top of Nikki's head, just needing the physical contact. He didn't seem to mind. I watched as the trees whirled by in a blur of green. There were very few houses to be seen through the trees, but every once in a while I would see a happy family taking advantage of the momentary cease in rain. Bella, we're here. I didn't even realize that the trees had left my vision when Rosalie startled me. I looked around, surprised to see we were already at the hospital. The bright red lettering seemed ominous to me. I climbed out of the car, pulling Nikki with me. I didn't know what to tell him. How do you explain to a baby that his daddy is in a coma? So I just pulled him along with me as I made my way inside, to the intensive care unit that was so familiar. How ironic that Edward ends up in the very place he works. I walked to the front desk and the nurse recognized me immediately. She gave me a pitying glance before looking up Edward's room number. I didn't even have to ask. 684, she said gently. I'm so sorry Mrs. Cullen. I just nodded as I made my way to the room. Rosalie and Alice were behind me, Alice in a wheelchair with Rosalie pushing. Alice seemed to be biting her lip to stay quiet. Joey was latched onto Rosalie's hand, looking around with wide eyes. A few nurses offered to take Alice to the maternity ward, but she wanted to see Edward first. I stood outside of room number 684, unsure of what to do. I wanted to see Edward. I wanted to be sure that he was alive, breathing, that his heart was still beating alongside mine. But could I handle this? Could I manage to hold myself together until Nikki was gone? I hoped so. I reached forward and twisted the handle on the door, opening it at an excruciatingly slow pace. And there was Edward. There were tubes and wires coming out of every part of his body. It seemed like half of him was covered in plaster or stitches of cuts and bruises. Machines were beeping and whirring from every corner of the room. I wanted to break down in sobs when I saw my Edward like that. So broken. I slowly made my way forward, sinking onto a chair when my knees gave out. Nicky was staring at Edward, his face confused and curious. "Wake up, Daddy," he yelled happily. It broke my heart. Hearing Nicky say that just broke my heart. "Daddy," he yelled again. I could see tears starting to form in his eyes as he looked at his father. He thought Edward was joking by not answering and he didn't think it was funny. "Daddy, wake up," he commanded. I could hear Alice and Rosalie sobbing behind me, but I kept my tears silent. "Wake up, Daddy," he wailed, sobs starting to form. He scooted off of my lap before I could stop him and toddled over to reach for Edward's hand. He let out a loud cry when he touched Edward's hand. "Daddy," he whispered brokenly. Whatever was left of my heart shattered at his voice. He was so sad, so hurt and confused. I reached over and scooped him back up, pulling him into the comfort of my arms, cradling him against my chest. "Oh baby," I sighed, my voice quiet. "Daddy's not going to wake up just yet. I'm so sorry, baby." Nicky sobbed onto my chest and I was unable to hold back my tears. I just kept myself quiet. "No," he mumbled onto my chest in that same broken voice. It sounded like all of his hope had left him. "No, Daddy. Take him, Alice, Rose. Go to the maternity ward, please. I need some time," I whispered. Rosalie reached for Nicky instantly and he fell into her arms without a fight. Rosalie Ed my cheek, her tears mingling with mine, and wheeled Alice out. I scooted my chair closer to Edward and took his hand in both of mine. It was cool, unmoving. My hand had to do all the work to hold our palms together. That was the last straw. I sank to my knees and sobbed onto his bed. My sobs were loud, racking through my chest almost painfully. I couldn't believe it. My strong, brave, beautiful husband. Unmoving, an inch from death. It couldn't be happening. "Edward," I moaned, Ned in complete and utter despair. My world was crushed around me, flattened with one big bang. "Please wake up, Edward. I need you. Nicholas needs you. The new baby needs you. I can't do this on my own. I can't live without you. Please." I hated the way my voice sounded. Broken, weak, pained. "Edward, don't leave me," I pleaded, gripping his hand with all of the force mine had in them. "Please, don't ever leave me. I love you, Edward, the first love you so much." I'm not sure how long I was in there alone before Esme and Carlisle came in. Esme was in tears and instantly fell next to me, sobbing uncontrollably. Carlisle put a comforting arm around her shoulder, even as tears slid down his own cheeks. I sniffled a few times and stood up, sinking back onto the chair. I kept my eyes on Edward's face, for any signs of life. "Bella, I'm so sorry." Dr. Graves came into the room and hugged me tightly. I squeezed him back. I could tell he was upset about this. Edward and him were great friends. Edward respected and admired him greatly. "What happened?" was all I managed. I talked to a witness of the accident. He said Edward was on the highway when the person next to him dozed off, bumping into Edward's Volvo. The one tap sent him tumbling into a ravine off the side of the highway. The car flipped over at least 3 times and Edward was thrown out of the open window, landing in some nearby bushes. His side of the car was completely crushed. If he hadn't fallen out, he would have been killed. Dr. Graves' voice was, ironically enough, grave and somber as he talked of the accident. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It all sounded so made up. A doctor who was on her way home from a wedding stopped and helped Edward. We got him a med flight over here, but he was already gone by then. He seemed to have gone unconscious on impact. He's very lucky someone found him. I didn't see Drive. Graves is an optimist, but he seemed to think Edward was quite the lucky man. Sure, he's in a coma, but it could be worse. It's true, but it's not how my mind worked. Who was the other person? I asked softly. That fell asleep. A college student apparently. He was extremely apologetic. He was on his way home to visit his parents and hadn't gotten much sleep. Drive. Graves said. Was he hurt? I asked. I was surprised by how much I wished he was. He did this to my Edward, just because he was sleepy. Dr. Graves shook his head. His car only got a slight dent, but he pulled over and called 911. Drive. Graves said. Will he wake up? It was Esme that asked this question. The answer I most needed to hear, but dreaded the most. I don't know. Drive. Graves said softly. It is a possibility. But he could also have to stay on life support, living as a vegetable for the rest of his life. Unless, he trailed off, making it painfully obvious. Pulling the plug. Could I ever do that? Could I intentionally kill my Edward? I know he would never want to live like this, useless, unable to move or even open his eyes to see me. He wouldn't want to waste his life like this. He would rather be dead. But could I do that? Could I make that decision? How long do you think, before we would know? If he never woke up? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. I'd say if he doesn't wake up in the 48 hours, then chances are, he never will drive. Graves answered. I heard Esme sob into her husband's chest. I wanted someone to hold me as I sobbed. But the one person who could comfort me was the one I was crying over. I'm not sure how long it was before Emmett and Jasper came to see Edward. They were the only ones who hadn't seen him yet. It was odd seeing Emmett cry. His dimples were nowhere to be seen, his carefree smile and omnipresent laughter completely erased. You just don't expect someone as huge as Emmett to cry. Jasper was crying as well, shaking his head in hopelessness. Carlisle carefully explained what happened to them and Emmett was shaking with anger. I'll kill him, he growled when Carlisle mentioned the other driver wasn't hurt at all. Esme shook her head. It could have been any of us in that boy's position. He probably feels awful right now too, she said quietly. Emmett unclenched his fists, but was still looking hostile. I kept my hand connected, however. Feebly, with Edward's. I hoped with every fiber of my being that he would be able to squeeze my hand back. Alice had the twins, Jasper said once we finished telling him of our situation. Lily Isabella and Jillian Hope. I understood the middle names. Isabella for me and Hope for Edward. Hope that he would live to see them grow up, to see his nieces. Beautiful names, I murmured. Congratulations. Jasper thanked me softly. After a while, Jasper left to be with Alice and the new babies. I wanted to see them but I couldn't leave Edward's side. Rosalie came in to join Emmett, holding Nicky. I took him in my arms and he hugged me tightly. Love mommy, he whispered. I love you too Nicky, I replied, keying the top of his head. Nicky was the only thing keeping me going right now. I held him tightly against me for an immeasurable time. He fell asleep in my arms. I'm going to stay here, I whispered to Carlisle and Esme, the only ones who had stayed. Emmett and Rosalie had to take Joey home and Jasper had to stay with Alice. I didn't really mind. I can't leave him. My voice broke and they seemed to understand. We love you Bella. You're being so strong, Esme said, wrapping her arms around me and holding me. I relished in her touch. Can you take Nicky? He can't stay here. Of course, she said, scooping him from my arms. He remained asleep. Call us if anything happens. I will. Good night. Night Bella. Carlisle keyed my cheek and gave me a warm smile before leaving. A nurse brought me in a cot and I was grateful I was already wearing sweats when I left. I climbed onto the cot, reaching over to take Edward's hand in my own. I sighed in the darkness of the hospital. The machines still beeped steadily. Edward's hand was still lifeless in mine. My world was still being torn to pieces. Hope was all I had left. Hope and family. Please don't leave me Edward. I love you so much, I whispered, closing my eyes. And although I knew it wasn't possible, I could have sworn I heard a ghost of a voice say, I love you too. BPOV, 23. I was about 99.99% sure I was dreaming. Because, first of all, I was back at my house, in the living room. And I wasn't wearing the sweats I was sure I had fallen asleep in. Oh, and Edward, who is supposed to be in a coma with a broken leg, was sitting on the couch, smiling up at me, perfectly fine. I made my way over to him and he held his arms open, pulling me onto his lap. I curled into him, sighing contently. Don't leave me Edward, I whispered as he held me. He rocked me gently, dotting my hair, cheeks, forehead occasionally. I love you too much. I can't lose you. I know Bella, Edward sighed. I love you too. Then don't go. Think of Nicky. Think of the new baby, who will never get a chance to meet his father. That's not fair. Stay with me Edward, I pleaded. Bella, he groaned. I love you. I love Nicky. I want you to tell him that okay. And the new baby too. Tell the new baby that I love him, even if I don't get to meet him. I pulled back, my face shocked and panicked. Don't talk like that, I screeched. Don't Edward. You're not going to die. You're going to wake up and you're going to stay with me forever. You're going to stay with your kids and with me. With your family. Please. Bella, I don't know if I can, he said seriously. I love you Bella. I love all of you. But I don't know if I can do it. You can, Edward, you can, I whimpered. Please. For me. For Nikki. For Alice and Jasper and the twins. For Carlisle and Esme. For Emmett and Rose and Joey. I can't raise 2 kids on my own, Edward. My voice cracked and Edward pulled me closer, content in holding me. I love you so much. I'm going to miss you, Bella. All of you, he said, and for the first time, I noticed tears silently streaming down his face. He had given up hope. No, Edward, no. I shrieked, my voice ringing through the silence of our living room. Stay. You can do this, Edward. The first, no, you can. I love you, please. Do you want our kids to grow up without a father? Nikki isn't going to remember you, Edward. And he looks so much like you. He has your eyes. My voice broke. Your eyes, Edward, I repeated. I can't look in those eyes every day knowing that I lost you. Please, please stay with me. Bella, I need you to calm down, Edward sighed sternly. All this stress isn't good for the baby. Please, just relax. How the hell do you expect me to relax? I shouted, anger taking over with my panic. I jumped off of his lap, pointing an accusing finger in his face. My whole life is threatening to leave me. You promised you would never leave me, Edward. You said you'd stay with me always. You're a hypocrite. Until death do us part, Bella. If I had another choice I would take it, he said, his voice weak and pleading for understanding. You have another choice. I snapped viciously. You can stay. You can stay with me and with your son. You can stay with this baby who needs a father, Edward. He looked so desperate, so upset. I slowly lowered myself back onto his lap and pressed my forehead to his. Don't do this, Edward, I said in a broken, pained voice. Please. I love you. I pressed my lips to his softly, lovingly. I want to stay, Bella, he said suddenly. So badly. I want to be there for you, to be a good husband. I want to be there for Nikki and the baby, to be the father they need. But Bella, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I'll ever be whole after this. You will be, I said softly, my breath quickening as I realized I was breaking his resolve. His resolve to die. I'll help you. Nikki will too. We'll all help and make you whole again. And even if you're never whole again, I'll love you forever. Past death. Into whatever is beyond this life. Heaven. Reincarnation. Whatever it is. I'll be there and I'll be loving you the whole way. Bella, he shook his head. I love you, Bella, but I can't stay. And then suddenly Edward was fading away. My eyes widened and I started to panic. I gripped onto his jacket. Edward, don't go. I swear if you go I'll die too. I'll stay for Nikki and the baby, but I don't know how long I'll last. I can't live without you, Edward. Please, please, don't kill me. If you die I'll die. Please, stay for me, I screamed, my voice a babble of panic. But Edward continued to fade. After a moment, his eyes went wide with panic. No, he yelled. No, Bella. I want to stay with you, Bella, stay with you and Nikki. I won't go, no, no. But he continued to fade. He looked like a character on TV when the channel is staticky. I sobbed as he kept fading. Stay, Edward. Bella. Bella, I love you, Bella. He yelled, trying desperately to cling to the couch, to me, to something. Something to hold him here, with me. But I saw he was fading. He was almost gone. I love you, Edward. I'll join you as soon as I can. Just before he was gone, a blissful smile spread over his face. Was that dying? Open your eyes, he breathed, right before fading into oblivion, almost as if he was never there at all. I jerked up, my breath coming in gasps. That dream had seemed so realistic, so heart-wrenching and painful. Tears were rolling down my face. But then I noticed 3 things. The first thing was the long, flat, beeping noise that was flooding the room, drowning out all other noise. The second was the finger heart monitor lying on the floor. The third was a pair of emeralds staring up at me in a crooked smile. I let out a blissful cry and tossed myself at him. I could hear the musical chuckle I loved so much. It was weak and soft, but it was still there. I keyed at him fiercely on the lips. Don't you ever scare me like that again. I scolded him, unable to keep the magnificent smile off my face. Bella, he sighed, his face peaceful in spite of the pain he was undoubtedly feeling. I love you. Every word seemed to be difficult for him, but he was managing. Oh, Edward, the first, love you too. I'm so glad you stayed, I rejoiced. I hugged him as tight as I dared without hurting him. What? He asked, a hint of curiosity in his exhausted tone. You stayed, I reminded him. He didn't seem to realize what I was talking about. But, then again, it had been my dream. I decided then not to mention it to anyone. The nurses came rushing in, and if his heart had really stopped he would so be dead by now, to check why the heart monitor had stopped. He's awake, one of the nurses gasped. I just nodded, not taking my eyes off of his face. I pressed my lips to his again, ever so gently. How long? He murmured. About a day, I told him. Long enough to scare me half to death. He smiled at me again. Nikki? He asked. He's at Carlisle and Esme's. They'll be so happy to know you're awake. And Nikki. I raised a hand to my chest, right over my heart. Oh, the poor thing. He kept yelling at you to wake up. It broke my heart, Edward. It really did. Edward's eyes seemed to be drifting closed on their own accord. Bring them, he mumbled. I could hardly understand his words. Of course, Edward. Alice had her twins too. So she's already here. I'm going to go to her room and call Carlisle and Esme to bring Nikki over. Sleep now, okay. He was asleep by the end of my sentence. I glanced at the clock and saw it was 5 in the morning. Well, they wanted a call. I threw one last glance at Edward, making sure the nurses were giving him medicine and he was still sleeping. I snuck off, quickly running towards the maternity ward. I couldn't wipe the goofy grin off of my face. I ran into drive. Michael's on my way over. Hey Bella, she said. I heard about Edward, but I assume this smile means something good. He's awake, I told her excitedly. Do you know where Alice is? Room 242. Jasper and the twins are in there too, she informed me. Congratulations about Edward too. Thanks. I tossed my arms around her, just needing to hug someone. Then I ran off to find Alice and Jasper. I whipped the door open but froze at the scene in front of me. Alice and Jasper were both asleep in her hospital bed, cuddling, Jasper's arms wrapped around her protectively. The twins were laying in separate cribs at the foot of the bed. There were little name tags on each crib. I leaned over to see Lily Isabella first. She was wide awake, surprisingly. She had Alice's navy blue eyes, the color of the ocean or a stormy night. The little tufts of hair on their head were Jasper's blonde. They both had Alice's pixie-like features. And they really were identical. Although, from what I could see, Jillian had a little birthmark on her collarbone, and Lily didn't. Lily smiled up at me silently. Jillian was fast asleep, her mouth open, her little hands clutching at the pink blanket that bound her. I reached in and picked Lily up. She stared at me with twinkling eyes. Hello beautiful, I whispered to her. She seemed to smile at me. I rocked her silently until she fell back to sleep. I smiled down at the two of them. They were even sleeping in similar positions. Bella, Alice exclaimed suddenly, her voice a whisper. Edward's awake. I squealed quietly. A beaming smile spread across her face. I knew it, she said. She instantly went to stand up, looking for a wheelchair so we could go see him. Will the babies be okay alone? I asked uncertainly. Alice bit her lip. We'll take them with us, she decided. She picked up the sleeping Lily and cradled her gently in her lap as Jasper pushed her wheelchair. I could see the motherly love radiating from Alice's face. She was a natural. I picked up Jillian and the 5 of us made our way to Edward's room. He was asleep when I left him. He talked a bit but he seemed exhausted. I think he's in a lot of pain but he puts on a brave face, I informed them as we walked or wheeled in Alice's case. They listened seriously. Alice was almost bouncing from excitement. I let Alice and Jasper after handing him Jillian go see Edward first. I pulled out my cell phone to call Esme and Carlisle. I dialed their home number and Esme answered on the first ring. Bella, is he okay? Did something happen? She burst instantly. He's fine, I told her quickly. More than fine. He woke up. I heard her whisper the news to Carlisle rapidly. Could he talk? She asked, her voice excited. Yes. Barely, but he asked me about Nikki and said he loved me. That's about it. Before he fell back asleep, I told them rapidly. Can all 3 of you come up to the hospital? I know Edward would love to see you. We'll be there in 15 minutes, she promised, hanging up the phone. I dialed Emmett and Rosalie next. Low. Emmett answered after almost the 4th ring. He sounded half asleep. Edward woke up, I announced. I heard a gasp, a scuffling noise, a bang and then a muffled, ow. I chose not to ask. We'll be there in 10. And then he hung up. I was a little surprised by his lack of questioning, but I just shrugged it off, sliding my phone back into my pocket and entering the room. I saw Edward struggling to stay awake as Alice and Jasper held the babies in front of him. He was smiling at them. "Beautiful," he choked. Alice beamed. "They love you already," Alice said gently. "Do you need anything, Edward?" I asked him, entering the room again. He smiled when he saw me. "Water," he croaked. I nodded, pressing the call button to get the nurse. She came in a few minutes later, once I had settled next to Edward, holding his hand. I was so excited that he could hold mine back, even if it was just barely. I rubbed my thumb against his knuckles soothingly. "Yes," the nurse said politely. "Can he get some water?" I asked. She bit her lip. "Only ice chips for now. He won't be able to have any water for a few days, but he'll get sufficient fluids through his IV," she said apologetically. "Get the ice chips please," I said. She left the room to grab it. "Carlisle and Esme are bringing Nikki." Edward's face lit up. Rose," he gasped. I nodded. "Them too, I think." Emmett hung up right after I told him. Edward smiled appreciatively. He started to move his hand uncomfortably and I glanced at him questioningly. His eyes darted from mine, to my hand, to my stomach. I got it then. I lifted his hand and placed it on my pregnant stomach, using my hand to hold it up. He sighed lowly when the baby kicked. "We'll wait for the others," Alice said softly. "Then we'll have to bring the babies back upstairs." I nodded understandingly. "You beat me, Alice," I said cheerfully. "At what?" she asked curiously. "Inconvenient birth time. I think this was much more inconvenient than the wedding," I teased. She grinned and shook her head. "No, we were already on our way to the hospital, so it was very convenient." "Why take 2 trips?" she asked rhetorically. I sighed in defeat. "If you thought of it that way." "Face it, Bella," Jasper said. "A wedding is worse." Edward looked at me questioningly. "Alice went into labor right after I passed out upon hearing about your accident," I informed him. "Which is so inconvenient. I mean, how did you expect one pregnant woman to get one woman in labor and another passed out pregnant woman into a car to go to the hospital anyways?" "You woke up," Alice reminded me. I rolled my eyes. The door opened suddenly and Carlisle, Esme and Nikki all came in. Nikki was almost asleep, but he lit up like a forest fire when he saw Edward was awake. "Daddy," he yelled, reaching forward, almost falling out of Esme's arms. I grabbed him quickly, bringing him to Edward's side. "Be gentle, okay?" I told Nikki. He nodded, reaching for Edward. Edward lifted his one good arm, with what seemed like a tremendous effort, and wrapped it around Nikki, pulling him against his side. "Love you, Nikki," Edward strained. "Love you, Daddy," Nikki replied, smiling happily at his father. I left him there, keeping one hand ready to grab him if he tried to jump on Edward's stomach or something, anything that would cause Edward pain. But Nikki seemed to know to be still, and he was content with cuddling with his father. He fell asleep after a few minutes. He was up crying for most of the night, Esme informed us. Crying for his mommy and his daddy. Grammy and Pa were not cutting it today. I smiled and glanced down at Nikki, who was sleeping like an angel now. Poor thing must have been worried sick and scared stiff. Emmett and Rosalie burst into the room suddenly, both of them out of breath. Rosalie burst into tears of joy and pressed a key to Edward's cheek instantly. Edward smiled back. "Oh Edward, we were so worried," Emmett said. "You scared us." And it takes a lot to scare Emmett Cullen. He flexed his muscles like a macho man and we all laughed lightly. I could see Edward fighting the sleep that obviously wanted to overcome him. I leaned my lips to his ears. "Sleep, Edward. They'll be back when you wake up. Rest now," I told him, dotting his cheek delicately. He turned his head and I pressed my lips to his briefly. He fell into a slumber. Alice and Jasper were the first to leave, with the twins, since they were starting to get fussy. Emmett had work and had to get ready, so him and Rosalie left too. Carlisle had brought his scrubs with him to the hospital, so when it was time for him to go to work he just changed and left the room. Esme watched her sleeping son with so much love. "He stayed for you," she said matter-of-factly. I stared at her curiously and slightly creeped out. Did she know about my dream? He was clearly in pain and it didn't look like he was going to wake up. But something seemed different every time you spoke. Like his body got more alert, just knowing you were near him. "He stayed for you." She didn't sound jealous or regretful. simply full of love and knowledge. I'd better go, she sighed. I'm exhausted. Goodbye, Bella. She kissed my cheek, exiting the room in silence. I laid back on the cot they had set up for me. I reached over and gripped Edward's hand in my own again, making sure the bar was up so Nikki couldn't fall over. I love you, Edward, I whispered. I love you too. And this time, it wasn't an echo of the voice I loved so much. It was the real thing. BPOV, 28. 4 years later, June 1st. Oh my God, Emmett. I burst in shock as he popped the videotape into our TV. He laughed. You filmed this? How did I not notice? I was slightly panicked. I knew this would not be very flattering. Bella, you wouldn't let us film the birth of your first child. We had to film the birth of your second. And you were pretty distracted, so you didn't notice me hiding in the corner with a video camera, he said, grinning broadly. Edward chuckled from next to me. I laced my hand through his and shook my head slightly. I turned my attention to the video, instantly going red at how disheveled I looked. Come on, Bella, Edward encouraged. It was only 3 months after his car accident and he was still using crutches. He was holding my hand and smiling, one crutch tucked under his arm to help hold him up. I could tell I was getting close. You can do it, Bella. I groaned in pain. Come on, Bella, time to push, drive. Michael said. No, I pouted. Edward chuckled, his crooked grin still dazzling, even on film. Yes, Bella, it'll all be over soon. Come on, doctor. Michael said, biting her lip to hide her smile. On 3, okay. No. 1. No. 2. No. 3. Ah. I pushed with all of my strength and the air was filled with a baby's cry. The camera zoomed in on the baby who was crying, covered in all kinds of goop. It's a boy, doctor, Michaels announced. I laughed with joy. She handed me the baby after they cleaned him off and I held him, smiling peacefully down at him. Edward reached out to touch him. What are you going to name him? Emmett asked. Aiden, I said softly. Aiden Michael. Edward nodded in agreement. We had picked the name ages ago. We just hadn't told anyone yet. Rosalie came into the room, holding her new baby girl, Jennifer Esme, Joey clutching to her leg. Alice and Jasper were each holding a twin, who were dressed in identical pink dresses. Nikki, who was almost 13 months, followed behind them. Baby, he asked excitedly, toddling over to the bed. I held Aiden out and Nikki looked at him with wide eyes, alight with curiosity and confusion. He reached out and gently touched the baby's cheek. Aiden looked a lot like Edward. He had the bronze hair, but his eyes were more hazel, a mix of my brown and Edward's green. Everyone awed at the cuteness. Edward, I said softly. Yes, love, he asked, still playing with Aiden, running a finger along his face. No more kids for a few years, I said firmly. Everyone laughed again as the screen went black. Oh God, Emmett, I groaned again. Alice, Jasper, Emmett, Rosalie, Edward and I had all gathered at Emmett and Rosalie's to hang out before picking up the kids from school. Joey was in 1st grade, Nikki, Aiden, Jenny, Lily and Jillian were all in preschool. Nikki would be going to kindergarten in the fall, since he only turned 5 on April 30th. Aiden had only just turned 4 on May 22nd. The twins had turned 4 on January 4th and Jenny had turned 4 on February 17th. Jenny, Lily and Jillian were often mistaken for triplets. They all had the same blonde silky hale hair. But Jenny had gotten Emmett's doughy brown eyes, whereas the twins had Alice's stormy blue eyes. Aiden, Nikki and Joey were practically inseparable. They were like brothers. The age difference didn't matter to them. Jenny, Lily and Jillian were just as close as the boys. And all 6 of them got along wonderfully. Bella's turn to get the kids. Alice sang, glancing at the clock. I groaned. Picking up 6 kids from school was quite the hassle. Do I have to? I pouted. Edward wrapped his arms around me and kissed just below my ear, making me shiver. Yes, he whispered. I pushed him away, making a face. I stood up, rolling my eyes at my family. Fine, I'll get them, but I'm taking your car. I grabbed the keys to Alice's SUV that she bought to go along with her Porsche. It had enough seats for all of the kids, so I had to use it. I drove to the school and parked outside, right in front so they could find me easily. I climbed out and waited by the exit. Aiden, Jenny, Lily and Jillian were all in the same class, so the 4 of them came out together. Mommy, Aiden called cheerfully, beaming. He had Edward's crooked grin. I lowered myself to his level and he tossed himself into my arms. He was quite the mommy's boy. Hey honey, I said, picking him up. Hey girls. Hi Auntie Bella. Lily and Jillian sang in unison. Both girls were wearing light pink, green and red plaid. Dressed with spaghetti straps. It was juicy couture. Even at a young age, Alice dressed them nicely. They both had pink Vera Bradley backpacks. I wouldn't be able to tell which was which if I hadn't known the little birthmark on Jillian's collarbone. Jenny was wearing a maroon short-sleeved dress that hugged her tiny body. Both dresses on profile. Have any of you seen Joey or Nikki? I asked them. All three of them shook their heads, going from left to right at the exact same time. It was slightly creepy. I saw Nikki today, Aiden whispered to me. You did? I asked, raising my eyebrows. He nodded importantly. He was with a girl, he announced. Jenny, Lily and Jillian all giggled. Do you know who she is? I asked him. He shook his head. She's older than me, he said. But younger than Nikki. That was when I saw him. Nikki came walking outside, smiling and holding hands with a cute little girl in jeans and a light pink polo. Pic on profile, she had soft brown hair and brown eyes and was smiling shyly at him. She reminded me a lot of someone. Looks like our kids are getting along, someone said from behind me. I whirled around to find Angela beaming at me. Oh my god, I squealed, giving her a quick hug. That's Megan then, she nodded. And that must be Nikki. I nodded. And this must be Aiden. Hi, he chirped, giving her a wide smile. Hi, Angela replied. And these three must be Jenny, Lily and Jillian. Which is which? She asked, laughing slightly. I'm Lily. Lily sang. Jillian, she trilled. Jenny said softly. Well, it's nice to meet all of you, Angela said. Just then, Megan and Nikki came over to us, still holding hands. Mommy, this is my best friend Megan, Nikki said, smiling proudly. Hi Megan, I said kindly, knowing she was shy. Hi, she said timidly. She turned in surprise to see her mother standing next to me. We were friends when we were little too, Angela explained to Megan. She nodded, seeming oddly mature for such a young age. Nikki is my best friend too, Megan announced. Well Megan, how would you like to come over to play with Nikki and the others today? I asked her. I turned to Angela. You're welcome to come too. We're all at Emmett and Rose's and I'm sure everyone would love to hear from you. Sure, we'd love that. Right sweetie? She asked, turning to Megan. Megan beamed. Right. She beamed at Nikki who was grinning just as happily back. Joey was the last one out and he came right up to me. Okay, you all ready to get going? I asked. They all nodded. I held Aiden and held Jenny's hand on my other side. Angela held Megan's hand and Nikki's. Mommy, can I ride with Megan? Nikki asked, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Please. Megan added to Angela. I gave Angela a look, letting her know it was up to her. That would be fine. So I'll meet you at Emmett's and Rosalie's. She confirmed. I nodded, giving her the address. She headed off to the car, Nikki and Megan chattering happily beside her. I strapped the other kids into the car and we took off. How was school, Joey? I asked. I felt bad since the girls were off in their own little world and Aiden was staring aimlessly out of the window. Good. I learned a new word, he said proudly. Oh really? What would that be? I asked. Joey and I were still as close as when he was little. And he was still just as protective of me. Shit, he announced. I almost choked. Joey, I scolded. Don't say that word. It's not nice. Shit, he repeated. Joey, I said again. He smiled apologetically. Sorry Auntie Bella. It's okay. I rolled my eyes. Kids these days. We pulled up in front of Emmett and Rosalie's and I let the kids out. The three girls all ran upstairs to play house in Jenny's room. Joey and Aiden went out to the backyard to play basketball. Emmett had a hoop, which he lowered so the little kids could play. Bella, I think you're forgetting someone, Edward sighed nervously, his eyes searching the room for our eldest son. Who? I asked, feigning confusion. Nikki, I gasped and widened my eyes. Oh no. Edward looked panicked and I burst into laughter. He's on his way. I ran into Angela and it seems Nikki has made a new friend. Angela, how is she? Alice asked, her eyes lighting up with excitement. I heard a car pull up out front and smiled. You'll see in a minute. I invited her over. I hope you don't mind, I said. Rosalie smiled excitedly too. Not at all. The doorbell rang and Emmett jumped up to get it. I saw him pull Angela into a bear hug as she laughed. Nikki and Megan came wandering into the room, still holding hands. "Megan, this is my mommy and daddy," he introduced, pointing out Edward and I. "That's Auntie Alice. She likes shopping too much. And that's Uncle Jasper. He's really calm. That's Uncle Emmett. He's like a really big kid. And that's Auntie Rosalie and she's really pretty." He pointed us each out in turn, and I giggled at how he described his aunts and uncles. "Hi," Megan said shyly. We smiled warmly at her. She reminded me a lot of Angela, the shyness but the matureness. "Hi there. If you want to go play, the girls are upstairs playing house and the boys are outside playing basketball," Alice said kindly. "House?" Megan asked excitedly, turning to Nikki. I knew how much he detested house. So I was surprised by his answer. "Sure. Bye everyone." The two of them ran upstairs, hand in hand. I realized then that Nikki probably had trouble denying her anything. How sweet. They reminded me of Edward and myself, when we were little. "Look familiar," I whispered to Edward. He pulled me onto his lap, dotting me gently, seemingly unaware of our audience. Edward was doing much better since the accident. For the first month or so he was either in bed or a wheelchair. Nikki loved the wheelchair. He would sit in Edward's lap while Edward popped wheelies and stuff for him. He would laugh and laugh. By the time Aiden came around, Edward was on crutches and physical therapy. I still remember the day he took his first steps without help. I cried. He used a cane for a little while, only if we were doing a lot of walking. He hated it though. He said it made him feel old. A few months later he was back to perfectly normal, aside from a slight limp and plenty of battle scars. There was one that wound through the back of his head, where he had received the head trauma that sent him into the coma. I was the only one who knew it was there. I only found it when I laced my fingers through his hair when we were ing. "Ahem," Emmett said loudly, and I broke apart from Edward, blushing. Edward was grinning his and Aiden's crooked grin. We caught up with Angela for a few hours as the kids played. After a while, the girls and Nikki went outside to play with Aiden and Joey. They were all playing a game of tag, when suddenly, Jenny came bursting into the house, squealing with excitement. She whizzed right by us, up the stairs into her room. We all stared after her in confusion. After a few minutes she came running back downstairs, holding something white in her hands. "Hold it!" Rosalie yelled and Jenny froze, shoving the white thing that I recognized as a dress behind her back. "Yes, Mommy," she said angelically. "What are you holding?" Rosalie asked. Jenny took a few tentative steps forward and held it out for us to see. It was a thick strap tank top dress with pink roses on the straps and just under the chest. It also had a big bow on the back. "Pick on profile. That's your special occasion dress. What are you doing with it?" Rosalie asked, planting a hand on her hip. "It's not for me, Mom," Jenny yelled. "It's for Megan." "Megan?" Angela asked. "Why?" "She's getting married," Jenny sighed, her voice going dreamy. We all laughed and Jenny looked confused. "To who?" Angela asked, a smirk on her face. "Nikki," Jenny replied, rolling her eyes. "Can I use it for her, please?" "Please, Daddy." She turned to Emmett, her lower lip jutting out into a perfect pout, her chin quivering as her sky-blue eyes started to water. "Of course, baby," Emmett said. All signs of unhappiness left her face and she beamed, tossing her arms around Emmett. She had him wrapped around her little finger. "Thanks, Daddy. I love you," she sang before skipping outside to give Megan the dress. "Keep it clean," Rosalie yelled after her. She wheeled on Emmett. "You can't always give her everything she wants," she scolded him. "But those eyes, Rose. You know I can't resist those eyes," Emmett sighed. I stood up and Edward looked at me questioningly. "Where are you going?" he asked. "Well, I'm not going to miss our son's wedding," I said, dramatically placing my hand over my heart and shaking my head. Edward stood up with me, joining me by the window to watch. Jenny, Lily, Jillian and Aiden all were sitting on the grass, looking up at Megan and Nikki, who were standing awkwardly in front of Joey. I had such a strong sense of déjà vu when that was Edward and I, with Emmett reading our vows. Funny how history repeats itself. I couldn't really hear what they were saying. Nikki and Megan were holding hands and standing in front of Joey, who was holding one of Jenny's princess story books. I saw that Lily, Jillian and Jenny were all making googly eyes up at Nikki and Megan and sighing occasionally. Aiden was just watching curiously and intently. He seemed to have inherited his daddy's love for weddings. Edward stood next to me, one arm wrapped around me. I rested my head on his shoulder and he rested his head on top of mine. I had a small smile on my face as I watched Megan and Nikki. I wonder if this is what it was like for Charlie and Renee and Carlisle and Esme when Edward and I were little. Seeing us grow up like this, seeing how we were in love before we knew what love was. I watched in surprise as Nikki leaned over and gave Megan a quick peck on the lips. Megan scrunched her nose up in distaste and I laughed. She took Nikki's hand back and the two of them went over to the swing set swinging casually with their hands connected. They truly did look in love. Even at age 5, they remind me of us, Edward whispered, speaking my thoughts out loud. Do you think this is how our parents felt? I murmured. This strange sense of sadness and joy. Your baby is growing up but it's nothing more than you expected. I don't know, but I like it, he decided. Me too. And I pressed my lips to his. In the back of my mind I saw two other couples key-ing. I saw two 5-year-olds out in Rosalie's backyard. And I saw two 6-year-olds in the playhouse at school, sneaking out to the playground for their honeymoon. I smiled against Edward's lips, wondering if Nikki and Megan could be like him and I. Together forever. In love. BPOV 29. Another year later, July 1st. I placed a hand on my bloated stomach, our third child. She was due any day now. Yes, we had decided to find out the say beforehand and I was delighted to find out we were having a girl. I'm sure living in a house with all members of the opposite gender is difficult. At least, Jasper says so. Hello love, Edward mumbled, pulling me closer to him, one hand resting on my pregnant stomach. It had been a while since we had any kids. Nikki was already 6, Aiden was 5. There was going to be a pretty big age difference, but I didn't mind. I was happy our little girl would have two big brothers to protect her. I spun around and pressed my lips to Edward's. His lips spread into a smile against mine. Hello, I murmured back. He chuckled. Mama, someone yelled suddenly. I turned to see Nikki, beaming, Megan following behind him. She had been at our house more in the last year than she probably had been at her own. Hey sweetie, I said, grinning. Edward kept one arm wrapped around my waist as Nikki came walking up to us, placing a hand on my stomach. Why isn't she kicking? He asked after a minute, frustrated. Maybe she's sleeping, I suggested softly. Oh, Nikki exclaimed suddenly. She kicked. She likes me. She loves you, I corrected. You're her big brother. Can I feel Bella? Megan asked eagerly. I nodded and she pressed her hand to my stomach. I redirected it to where the baby was kicking. She waited for a moment, then her eyes went wide as the baby kicked. Cool, her and Nikki breathed in unison. What's cool? Aiden demanded, walking into the room with a juice box in his hand. He smiled crookedly. He had 3 missing teeth, 2 on the bottom, 1 on top. The baby is kicking me, Nikki bragged. I'll kick you, Aiden threatened. I'd like to see you try, Nikki said in his tough guy voice. It reminded me a lot of Emmett. Stop, I said loudly and both boys froze. They turned back to me apologetically and I sank onto the couch, my feet sore and swollen. Edward sat next to me and pulled Aiden onto his lap. Nikki and Megan settled on the floor in front of us. So we were thinking about baby names, I said to the boys. What would you two like to name your little sister? Love, Aiden answered instantly. How come? I asked curiously. That's what Daddy always calls you, he said, shrugging slightly. I grinned as Edward's hand squeezed mine. Let's name her, Piano, Nikki suggested. Edward chuckled and I bit my lip to hold back my own giggles. Why? Edward asked. 'Cause you play the piano, Nikki answered. Or kicks, since she always kicks mommy, Aiden added eagerly. Or SpongeBob. Let's name her SpongeBob, Nikki said excitedly. Yeah, Aiden agreed eagerly. No, Edward and I said together. No way was I having a daughter named SpongeBob. Or kicks, piano or love. Maybe a dog named that, but not my daughter. Why? Aiden pouted, his lower lip jutting out in an Alice-like pout. I quickly turned my eyes away so I wouldn't fall for it and have to name my daughter after a cartoon character. SpongeBob is a boy, the baby is a girl, I decided on. Aiden and Nikki sighed, but nodded. Well, Daddy and I were thinking of naming her Annabelle. Do you like that name? I asked them. Annabelle, all three of the children said, even Megan. She was grinning and I could tell she liked it at least. I like it, Nikki decided after seeing Megan's eager smile. Me too, Aiden agreed instantly. So Annabelle it is, Edward declared, squeezing my hand. Edward and I had talked about it of course and he had suggested Annabelle. Annabelle Mary Cullen. Our baby girl. Can we go play now? Nikki asked, quickly standing up and reaching to take Megan's hand. She smiled shyly and took it. It warmed my heart to see those two together. Go ahead. Your aunts and uncles are coming over later. And Grandpa Charlie and Nana and Papa might be coming over later too, I added. Nana is what they called Esme, Papa is Carlisle. The phone rung loudly and I stood to grab it. Hello, I answered. Ciao Bella. The voice on the other line sang. Marietta. Hey, how's Italy? I asked eagerly, taking the cordless phone and sinking onto a kitchen chair. Marietta and I usually talked once a week by phone. Her and Jacob were married with one child, a 7-year-old daughter named Katerina. They lived in Italy and we rarely saw them. She had only seen Nikki and Aiden once, when she had visited a few years ago. I had only seen Katerina once, when she came with Marietta and Jacob to visit us. She had dark hair, skin and eyes, and was beautiful. Her name meant pure, wonderful, magnificent, she said excitedly. Marietta was perfectly at home in Italy. Jacob planned to go wherever she went. He packed up his suitcases, learned Italian and bought a home for them near her hometown. Jacob almost gravitated towards her, unable to deny her anything. They lived near Marietta's parents, my aunt and uncle, and raised their daughter to be bilingual. Jacob worked in a car garage, working on all sorts of expensive, Italian sports cars. It was heaven to him. Marietta worked at a big company, as a translator. Katerina was going to live with her parents until she was 16, and then she would move to America to live with us. I didn't mind one bit. Marietta wanted her to get the education she needed, to be with the family she would hardly know. To meet all of Marietta's best friends and their children and to get all of the opportunities she was able to get. Our house was big enough. By then, Nikki would be 15, Aiden 14 and Annabelle would be 9. It was strange to think of my children being so old. Especially Annabelle. I didn't even know what she looked like yet. Marietta began firing off questions about America, the kids, Edward. She asked about Alice, Jasper, Emmett, Rosalie, all of their children. She wanted to know everything that she was missing. I could hear her sadness through the line. She missed us terribly. And I missed my sister like cousin. Jacob wants to talk with you, she said suddenly. I heard her mutter something in Italian to him. Here he is. Bells. He breathed, his husky voice a bit deeper with age. Hey Jake, I said softly, tears welling up in my eyes. It had been ages since I had spoken to my old friend. We were always close. He was my closest guy friend. Aside from Edward. Not to mention I was pregnant and hormonal. That probably helped the tears flow. Edward wiped the tears from my eyes. I hadn't even realized he had been standing there. How are you? How are the kids, Edward? He asked, his voice eager and urgent and longing. We're all great, Jake. Nikki has a best friend Megan and I can tell they love each other already. Aiden is close with all of his cousins and his brother, plus some school friends. And little Annabelle is still safe in my stomach, I informed him. He chuckled lightly. How are you, Jacob? I miss you. I miss you too, Bells. All of you. But everything is wonderful here. Marietta doesn't look a day over 20. I heard Marietta's high-pitched giggles and Jacob's low laugh. And Katerina is getting so big. She's gonna be a heartbreaker, that one. I'll have lots of asses to kick. Jacob. I heard Marietta scold. He chuckled again and I laughed with him. I'll keep her away from all of the bag boys once she comes here, I promised. I'd better go, Bells. I have to get to work. I'll talk to you soon, okay? He said quietly. Okay. Bye, Jacob. I miss you. Bye, Bella. Miss you too. Here's Mari, he said. I heard the phone being moved and Marietta's voice filled the phone. Ciao, Bella, she said. I could hear the tears in her voice as well. I love you. I love you too. Bye, Marietta. We hung up and Edward wrapped an arm around me, still wiping the tears away from my eyes. The doorbell rang loudly and we both jumped. Edward helped me to my feet, wiping away the last of my tears. I opened the door to find Rosalie standing with Emmett, Joey and Jenny. Joey took off running for the backyard to find the other boys and Megan. Jenny looked around for the girls and pouted when she couldn't find them, or Alice and Jasper. "Do you need any help? I know we're supposed to offer our assistance to the elderly," I teased. Rosalie had a complete fear of being 30, and her recent 30th birthday had really shaken her. We teased her whenever we could. But Rosalie could have easily passed for 22, she still looked flawless. Emmett was already getting laugh lines, which we teased him about constantly. "They say the same thing about pregnant women," Rosalie reminded me, scowling. She stomped by us and settled herself on the couch, crossing her legs. "Where's Alice?" "On her way," I answered, sinking onto the couch next to her. Jenny sat next to me, curled against my side, pretending to be more grown up since she was sitting with the adults. But really, she was just waiting for the twins so she wouldn't have to play any boy games. She was wearing a cute little black sundress with white and pink polka dots covering most of it and a pink bow on the shoulder. Dress on profile, she looked very old for 5, she looked more like Joey's age, or Nikki's. She was just as beautiful as her mother. "I believe Alice has some news for us," Rosalie said, raising her eyebrows. "You think she's pregnant?" I asked, leaning forward a bit. "Maybe," Rosalie mused. "I can't see what else it could be. Unless she's moving or something. Or getting her tubes tied." We both snorted. "I wish," I mumbled, pressing a hand to my pregnant stomach. I knew Annabelle would be my last. I was ready to focus more on teaching and raising the children I had than producing more babies. Edward chuckled lightly. The doorbell rang again and Edward jumped up to get it. The twins came skipping into the room, dressed in identical pink dresses with large, multicolored polka dots. Dress on profile, both Lily and Jillian were petite like Alice. They looked more 3 or 4 than 5. "Hello," they sang in unison. Alice was beaming as she danced lightly into the room, sinking onto the couch once Jenny jumped up to join the twins. "Hi girls," I answered, since no one else said anything. "Hi Auntie Bella," they trilled again. "Hi baby," they added, looking adoringly at my stomach. It was very creepy how they could speak at the same time like that. Very creepy. "Auntie Alice, are you getting your tubes tied?" Jenny asked curiously, her eyebrows furrowing in confusion. Alice burst into high-pitched, wind chime laughter. "No honey," she answered, still didn't see what was so funny so she just huffed, leading the twins outside. "So what is the big news, Alice?" Rosalie asked once the girls left the room. "If you aren't getting your tubes tied." Alice made a face. "We're having another baby," she said, beaming widely. Rosalie squealed and jumped up to hug her. I just leaned over to take her into my arms. "Stop copying me," I teased. She giggled daintily. "Well, congrats you too. Maybe it'll be a boy. Then we'll all have one or more of each," Rosalie said excitedly. "Maybe," Alice mused, smiling widely. "How far along are you?" I asked eagerly. "About 4 months. Just one baby this time though," she added gratefully. "I think 4 would be a bit much for Alice." "That's good," I sighed. The baby kicked again and I suddenly felt a moisture seep through my sweats and a sharp pain in my stomach. I groaned. "Watch the kids," I grunted. "The baby's coming." Everyone else groaned too. "The couch, Bella," Alice complained. "This is a great couch. Now we'll have to get that cushion replaced." I threw her an angry glare. Edward came to help me stand up. I was glad all of the kids were outside. "Grab the bag," I instructed. Edward told Emmett where it was and he ran upstairs to grab it as Edward led me outside to the Volvo. I gripped his hand tightly. Secretly, I was relieved. At least it wasn't inconvenient this time. The contraction subsided and I was able to breathe out slowly. "Carlisle, Esme and Charlie should be here soon. Tell them where we went. Tell the kids once we're gone and Edward will call you when it's getting close so you can bring the boys," I instructed. Alice, Jasper and Rosalie nodded mechanically as Emmett handed Edward the bag, returning from upstairs. Another contraction overwhelmed me and I gasped in pain as I grasped Edward's hand. Emmett and Jasper helped me get to the car and we were off. I wasn't as panicked as I was for my last 2 births. This was routine, it was normal, I knew what to expect. Didn't I? BPOV 29. "How are you, love?" Edward asked sympathetically from the side of my hospital bed. Alice had called a few minutes earlier, Carlisle and Esme were with the kids and the rest of them were coming up. According to Alice, Nikki and Aiden didn't really know what was going on and they seemed excited to have their new baby sister coming at last. They were just curious as to why everyone was freaking out at home. "I'm fine," I panted, squeezing his hand with the force of another contraction. Edward chuckled, knowing I lied. I glared at him. He bit his lip to hide another smile. I almost growled. "Hey Bella, drive," Michaels said, coming in with her clipboard. I answered with a grunt of pain. "How dilated is she?" "Only about 5 centimeters, a nurse answered. "Doctor." Michaels nodded. She pulled out an ultrasound machine and started to examine my stomach, her eyebrows furrowed. "Oh no," she muttered. "What?" Edward and I asked in unison, our voices matching in panic. "It seems like the baby is breech. She flipped over so she's feet first, drive," Michaels explained calmly. "It's relatively normal but we're going to have to give you a cesarean section." I felt my mouth go dry and nerves bubble up, blocking my speech. Cesarean section was a surgery. A bloody surgery. "Is the baby okay?" Edward asked. "She should be fine, just a quick C-section and she'll be out, drive," Michaels said happily. She attached an IV to my arm with numbing medication. They had Edward pull on some blue doctor scrubs. The fetal monitor was beeping steadily. "I'll give the medicine a few minutes to work and I'll be right back, drive," Michaels said, flashing me a smile before turning and walking out. My midsection was already starting to numb. It felt odd, like half of my body had just disappeared. "Edward," I asked uncertainly. This wasn't anything I had experience in. I was scared, not for myself, but for the baby. "Would she be okay?" "It'll be fine, love, I promise," Edward assured me, wiping some of my hair back from my eyes. "You got it, McDreamy," I teased lightly. Edward chuckled. I smiled warmly up at him when one of the nurses suddenly gasped. Edward and I whipped around to look at her. She was staring at the fetal monitor. "The baby's heart rate has dropped," she said, more to herself. Edward gasped and I started to panic, tears stinging my eyes. "What's going on?" I demanded, my voice cracking. "The baby, I don't know," Edward sighed, shaking his head. The nurse stood and ran out into the hallway, leaving us alone. "Edward," I whimpered, tears starting to spill over. "Shish, love, it'll be okay." He sounded like he was trying to convince himself as much as me. Just then, drive. Michaels and a few other nurses came running back into the room, their eyes frantic. "What's going on?" I repeated, starting to gasp for breath. Edward seemed just as worried as me. He wasn't familiar with this part of medicine. "Bella, we have to do the C-section right now. It seems like the baby's umbilical cord has wrapped around her neck and is cutting off the oxygen supply to her brain. She needs to come out now, drive," Michaels explained rapidly. My heartbeat seemed to double. They didn't even have time to put up a curtain to hide my midsection. "Don't look," she warned, pressing the scalpel to my stomach. I hid my face, focusing on staring at Edward instead. After a brief moment I saw Edward's eyes go wide. "Why isn't she crying?" he whispered. I whirled around. Annabelle was in the arms of at least 4 nurses, all of them blocking her from our sight. My breath came in quick gasps, but I quieted them instantly. The silence that rang across the room was deafening. It seemed like I had stopped breathing, like even our heartbeats had frozen. And then a baby's cry broke through the tense air. Edward and I both sighed in relief. I saw him quickly wipe away a few tears from his eyes. He was just as worried as I was. I started sobbing lightly, mostly from released panic and joy. "She's okay, drive," Michaels said in relief. "A little fluid in the lungs, but other than that, she's perfectly fine." "Doctor." Michaels stitched me back up as the nurses cleaned Annabelle. "Can I hold her?" I asked. "Doctor." Michaels nodded. She handed me Annabelle, wrapped in a light pink blanket. She alone had inherited my chocolate brown eyes, but the small amount of hair on her head was an exact copy of Edward's bronze. She was beautiful, even as she cried. "Shish, Annabelle. I love you, sweetie," I cooed softly. "Hey, we're here. How far?" Alice's voice stopped short, listening to the baby's cry. "You already had her?" she asked. "It was a C-section. She had flipped around and her heart rate dropped," Edward explained. "She had some fluid in her lungs but she's perfect." "Wow," Alice breathed. She came shuffling over, her eyes wide in wonder. "What's the name?" "Bella." "Doctor." Michaels asked as she filled in the birth certificate. Annabelle Mary, I told her. She nodded. Wanna hold her, Edward? I asked. Annabelle continued to cry. Sure, Edward answered. He reached out and scooped Annabelle into his arms, cradling her against his broad chest. Hello, beautiful. Hello, my princess, my angel. Annabelle fell silent under her father's soothing voice. Daddy's little girl, I murmured, and Edward's eyes shined with excitement and love. I turned to Alice and Jasper, letting Edward have his moment. Can you guys call Carlisle and Esme? I'd like the boys to come see their new sister. Sure thing, Bella, Alice chirped, pulling out her cell phone. She stepped just outside, already dialing. She's beautiful, Jasper said, leaning over Edward's shoulder. She's going to be your whole world now, Edward. You'll never want to let her go. Edward didn't answer him, he just continued to watch Annabelle. I had a feeling that Jasper was exactly right. Okay, Alice sang, dancing back into the room. Everyone's on their way. I suggest you clean and cover everything up so you won't have to scar any little kids for life. I made a face at her but tossed a blanket over my stitched-up stomach. Edward handed Annabelle back to me and I snuggled her against my chest. I could feel the numbing start to wear off and could feel the slight pain and soreness of my midsection. Guess who's here? I heard Rosalie's voice sing. She came in towing all of the kids. The twins, Joey, Nick, Aiden, Jenny, even Megan. They were all watching me with wide eyes. I laughed. It was the first time any of them had seen a baby that they remembered at least. Carlisle, Esme and Charlie headed off the rear. Can we see her? Nicky asked cautiously. I nodded. He stepped forward, holding onto Aiden's hand. Everyone else stood back. Aiden's eyes were wide and nervous. Nicky's were cautious and excited. Why don't you two sit down on that chair? I suggested, pointing to one of those huge, plastic-cushioned armchairs. It could easily fit them side by side. They both jumped into it, squeezing next to each other, wearing identical eager smiles. I handed Annabelle to Edward, since I couldn't stand up yet. Let them hold her. Stand in front of them just to be sure, I instructed him. He made his way over to Nicky and Aiden, showing them how to hold their arms. He handed Annabelle to Nicky first. She's real pretty, mama, Nicky breathed, his eyes wide and soft as he took in his baby sister. He leaned down and gently kissed at her cheek. Hi, Annabelle. Annabelle gurgled at him. He looked at her curiously. Why doesn't she talk, mommy? Aiden asked. She's too little. She doesn't know how to talk, I told him. Aiden looked mystified. Can I hold her? He asked. Sure, Edward. He nodded and gently took Annabelle from Nicky's arms. He placed her in Aiden's. Aiden held her like a porcelain doll. Be very gentle, he instructed. Make sure you hold her head. Aiden nodded and held her perfectly. She looks like mommy, Aiden decided. That she does, Edward agreed. But she has daddy's hair, Nicky said. I love her, Aiden said firmly. I smiled. Me too, Nicky agreed. My eyes started to water. They were so sweet. Can we hold her? Lily and Jillian asked in unison. Sure. Annabelle spent the next few minutes being passed around from child to adult, letting everyone get a turn to hold her, even Megan. We made all of them sit down while they held her, just in case. After a while though, Carlisle and Esme had to leave. They took Megan home with them, promising to drop her off at Angela's. Rosalie, Emmett, Joey and Jenny left next. Rosalie promised to give me all of Jenny's hand-me-downs. Well, have fun with your new daughter Bella. And don't worry about shopping, I'll take her, Alice promised. She's going to have a full set of clothes from Jenny and then another from the twins. Why will she ever need to go shopping? I asked. Alice rolled her eyes condescendingly. She's not going to want to grow up constantly wearing her cousin's clothes. Let her have some originality, Bella, Alice said as if stating the obvious. I just shook my head. Plus, you know me, I wouldn't want to pass up a shopping trip. She beamed as Jasper laughed from behind her. I shook my head. Goodbye, Alice, I said flatly. She laughed her musical laugh. Bye, Bella, she sang. Come on, girls. She took Jillian and Lily by the hands. Bye, Auntie Bella, bye, Uncle Edward, they trilled in unison. Creepy, bye, Annabelle. Bye, girls, Edward replied. I kissed both of their cheeks. The family of 4 left quickly. Charlie and my 2 boys were the only ones left. How's the baby, Doctor? Michaels asked, coming back into the room. Hi, Aiden said, standing up. This is my sister Annabelle. She looks like mommy. Dr. Michaels laughed. Hi there. You must be Aiden, she said. Aiden nodded proudly. You know, I knew you when you were just as little as Annabelle. Aiden's eyes went wide. Really? He asked skeptically. Dr. Michaels nodded. In fact, I knew you when you were still growing in your mommy's belly, she explained. Aiden gasped. Wow, he breathed. I laughed. She's doing wonderfully, I told Drive. Michaels. Annabelle was in Edward's arms, sleeping soundly. Dr. Michaels took her and gave her a quick once-over before handing her to me, so I could feed her when she woke up. She looks perfectly healthy, she noted. If you ever plan to have any more kids though, I would suggest a planned C-section, just in case. No more kids, Edward and I both answered. 3 is plenty, I told her. 3 is perfect, Edward corrected. He wrapped an arm around my shoulder, dotting my cheek. Aiden and Nikki climbed onto my bed, situating themselves on either side of me. And we were all together. Our family. It was perfect. BPOV 38. Mommy, guess what? Annabelle chirped. What? I asked. I got 100 on my spelling test, she announced proudly. You did? Uh-huh. And guess what else? What? I can spell onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeia. She grinned triumphantly. I was impressed. I can't even spell onomatopoeia. Great job, sweetie, I told her. We pulled into the driveway and she jumped out. Her long bronze hair fell down her back in soft waves. Her eyes were still the same chocolate brown. She was in simple jeans and a cute top, a hand-me-down from the twins. She skipped up the stairs and I followed slowly behind. Hey Mom, Nick called when I entered. Nicky had changed to Nick around when he turned 12. Hey, I replied. Megan was sitting on the couch next to him, Indian style. She had her cell phone out and was typing away on a keyboard. Hey Bella, she said absent-mindedly. Hey Megan. Hey Nick, do you know where Alice is? She's supposed to bring the twins by. Katerina is coming today, I asked, making my way into the kitchen. Cemetery, Nick answered softly. I cringed. Alice's baby, the one she had been pregnant with when I had Annabelle, had turned out to be a still. He never had a chance to live. She still visited him, almost every day. It had really crushed her, although she seemed to be doing much better. They had named his Jasper Whitlock Hale Jr. He was buried in the cemetery, right next to Charlie. Charlie died a year ago from a heart attack. Eliza was the only one with him at the time. She called an ambulance, but by the time they arrived, he was already gone. It was especially hard for Annabelle since she was so young. The boys were braver, but I could see it hurt them too. It was one of the first times any of them had seen me cry. Aiden was shaken up about that. Oh, I answered after a moment. Knock, knock. A voice sang from the doorway. Hey Alice, I replied. She danced into the room. Alice was still as tiny and hyper as always. I suspected that even when she gets old and gray, which she swears will never happen, she'll still be a ball of energy. The twins followed after her, both of them looking bored. They had grown up beautiful. They were the perfect mix of Jasper's good looks and Alice's pixie-like features. Hey Auntie, Jillian said tiredly. Lily waved. They had stopped doing that creepy, say everything at the same time thing a few years ago. I was grateful. Hey Jilly, hey Lily. Annabelle sang, dancing into the room. Hey Annie, they said together. Okay, maybe they slipped up every one in a while. But they didn't do it on purpose. Can you braid my hair? She asked eagerly. Sure thing, Jillian said. She pulled Annabelle onto her lap and went to work on her bronze locks. She sighed enviously. Annabelle's hair was gorgeous. What time should Katerina be here? Alice asked. I glanced up at the clock. Edward had left to pick her up at the airport an hour ago. I'd say another 15 minutes or so, I estimated. Especially with Edward's crazy driving. Rose coming over. I'm already here. She popped into the kitchen, grinning widely. How's my favorite, almost 40-year-old? Alice teased. Rosalie's grin faded instantly. Screw you, she muttered, too low for Annabelle to hear. I threw her a scolding look. She made a face. Jenny, Joey and Emmett all trailed into the room. Jenny was gorgeous. She was a spitting image of Rosalie with brown eyes. She had a body that most girls older than her would kill for. She started gossiping with the twins. Hey Joey, how are you? I asked. He grinned at me, sinking onto an empty chair. He looked a lot like Emmett. He had the same build, very muscular. He was the oldest at 17, just finishing his junior year in high school. I'm good, Auntie, how are you? He asked politely. Of all of my nieces and nephews, Joey and I had stayed the closest. I was the only one still allowed to call him Joey. He hated when anyone else did it. I'm great. About to gain another child, in a less painful way, I said, winking at him. He made a disgusted face and I laughed. Too much info, Auntie, he muttered. I rolled my eyes. Hello. Edward called from the doorway. I turned and beamed. Katerina was standing next to him, almost an exact replica of Marietta. She had the same long brown hair and brown eyes. Her skin was more the russet color of Jacob's, but she looked almost exactly like her mother. Daddy! Annabelle cried, jumping off of Jillian's lap. She ran at Edward full speed and he crouched down to pick her up. She placed a wet key on his cheek. Guess what, Daddy? I can spell onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeia. She sang cheerily. Great job, Princess, Edward sighed lovingly. I rolled my eyes. He was wrapped around her little finger. Hey Katerina, I said. She looked up at me, startled slightly. She smiled timidly. I'm Bella. I'm your mother's cousin. I walked over to her and hugged her. She hugged me back gently. Ciao, she whispered. I took her by the hand into the kitchen. Okay, so this is my family. Technically, you're not related to any of them, except my kids. You've already met Edward. In his arms is Annabelle, my daughter, I introduced. Annabelle turned away from Edward briefly. Hiya, she chirped, before turning back and chattering away to Edward. In the living room is my son Nick and his friend Megan, I said. Megan looked up and waved. Nick nodded at her. She smiled. And that's my son Aiden. I pointed him out as he stood on the steps. He grinned his crooked grin and waved. This is Rosalie and Emmett, my brother and sister-in-laws, I introduced. Emmett waved jovially and Rosalie smiled. Joe, their son, I said, pointing him out. He grinned at her and I noticed her cheeks flush red slightly. And his little sister Jenny. Jenny smiled politely. Alice and Jasper are also my brother and sister-in-laws, I said, pointing them out. Alice came over and hugged her quickly. I thought I heard her whisper something about shopping in Katerina's ear. The twins, Lily and Jillian, their daughters, I said, pointing them out. Katerina looked confused. I've got the birthmark, Jillian said, lowering her shirt a bit to show the birthmark on her collarbone. Katerina nodded. Don't worry, you'll be able to figure it out eventually, Lily said with a soft laugh. Katerina giggled too, nodding. And that's it, I said, trailing off to make sure I didn't miss anyone. Edward came over and kissed my cheek, placing Annabelle on the floor. She hopped back onto Jillian's lap and Jillian resumed braiding her hair. Can I show her around Forks, Auntie? Joey asked, smiling at Katerina. She returned it shyly. I raised my eyebrows. Sure, I agreed. Joey stood up, grabbing his car keys. Rosalie and Emmett bought him a car for his 17th birthday. When he was brushing by me I added, remember you're not related. And I winked. He laughed. Thanks, Auntie, he said, rolling his eyes. Come on, he added to Katerina. He held his hand out for her and she took it, following him happily out the door. So we all gathered here so Joe could take her out in his car? Alice asked. I laughed. I hope they fall in love and get married. That would be great, I sighed. That would be convenient, Rosalie corrected. I made a face at her and she laughed. Well, we're out of here, Alice said. Come on, girls. Daddy's got to go back to work. Anyways. Jillian and Lily stood up reluctantly, giving Jenny and Annabelle goodbye hugs before leaving with their parents. I'd better wait till Joe gets back, Rosalie sighed, rolling her eyes. I sank down next to her and froze. Oh my God, look, I whispered, pointing to the living room. Everyone froze and the room fell silent. I think I'm in love with you, Megan, Nick was saying quietly. We wouldn't have even heard him if anyone was talking. We all waited anxiously for Megan's answer. It had been blatantly obvious to us that Nick was in love with Megan, but this is the first time he had told her. Oh Nick, Megan sighed. She didn't sound happy. She sounded sad. My eyes went wide. I'm so sorry. She didn't need to say anything else. It's fine, Megan, Nick said, sounding oddly unlike himself. Perfectly fine. He stood up off the couch and stomped upstairs. We heard the door slam a few seconds later. Megan sat frozen on the couch, tears beginning to well up in her eyes. I bit my lip uncertainly. "You take Megan, I'll take Nick," Edward murmured in my ear. I nodded. He started upstairs and I went to the living room. Jenny was holding Annabelle, her mouth in a perfect O. Rosalie was shaking her head silently. Megan had tears rolling down her cheeks, her face horror-stricken. I sank onto the couch next to her and pulled her into a hug. She started to sob into my chest. "Why you all here that, didn't you?" She choked. "Yes," I answered truthfully. "I'm such a horrible person," she wailed quietly. "I'm so sorry." "It's okay. If you don't love him, then it's okay," I told her gently. "Edward and I were best friends too, you know." She looked up at me. "Are really?" she asked, sniffling lightly. I nodded. "He was in love with me almost our whole life. It took until I was 16 for me to figure out I loved him too. And that was only because I was jealous that I thought he liked my cousin." I smiled at the memory. "I know Nick took a chance on you, just like I took a chance with Edward. It can't always work out." She started sobbing again. "But that's the thing." She sobbed suddenly. "I do love him. Just choked you up." I was so surprised. "Well then you need to go tell him," I said gently, but firmly. "Don't put both of you through pain like this. If you really love him, go tell him." "I really do," she said sincerely. "Go," I commanded softly. She nodded, giving me a watery smile and started up the stairs. I followed up a few minutes later. Edward was standing outside the door, peeking in the small open crack. I shook my head. "Nosy, nosy, nosy," I scolded. He shushed me and pulled me onto his lap. We both watched. "Nick," Megan was saying softly. Both of their backs were to us. "Please." "I'm sorry." "Sorry about what?" Nick asked coldly. I wanted to yell at him for being rude. "That you don't feel the same way. That's your decision. It's fine." "That's not it," Megan said, and I could hear her sobs starting to form. Nick stood up, sighing. "Don't cry, Megan," he murmured, pulling her into a hug. She broke down onto his chest, sobbing. He stroked her hair gently. "I'll love you too, Nick," she gasped. "I really do." "You do?" Nick asked slowly, disbelievingly. "Yes, I do," Megan burst. I was just surprised. "I didn't mean to." A slow grin spread across Nick's face. "You love me?" he asked, still grinning. "I love you," Megan said firmly. "I love you too," he said. Megan let out a half sob, half giggle. Nick swept her up into his arms and pressed his lips against hers, lifting her feet off the ground. Her fingers laced through his hair, pulling him closer to her. She wrapped her legs around his waist. "Okay, we don't need to see this." I snapped too loudly. "Megan." And Nick froze, breaking apart and turning to the door. Edward and I both stood up and ran for it, darting into our bedroom. "Mom! Dad!" Nick yelled, half angry, half laughing. "Sorry honey. We couldn't help it," I yelled, still giggling. "Our parents did it to us," Edward chuckled. I could almost hear Nick roll his eyes as Megan giggled, embarrassed. I heard them stomp down the stairs. Edward and I burst into laughter. We fell down onto the bed and he pulled me against his chest, dotting me fiercely. "I love you, Bella," he murmured against my lips. "I love you too. Can you believe it? Our baby is in love," I sighed. "We're too young for him to be in love," Edward teased. "We were in love when we were their age," I reminded him. "Carlisle and Esme were too young too." I laughed, dotting him again. "Oh well. It was worth it, don't you agree?" He chuckled, giving me another tender key. "I agree." BPOV 51. "I can't believe it," Edward sighed. "I just can't believe it." "Believe it, Edward," I told him. He wrapped his arm around my waist and pulled me against him. "Our little girl is getting married." Edward shook his head in denial. He was wearing a black suit and a frown. "She's only 22. That's much too young," he said firmly. "Edward, we were 20 when we got married," I reminded him. "But we were in love. And they aren't." He sighed. "I don't like it," he growled. "I know love, but it was bound to happen someday. Too soon." "Edward." "Bella." He matched my tone exactly. "Let her go," I whispered. He sighed. I ran my fingers through his mostly gray hair. He ed my forehead, holding me close. You ready? No, he snapped. I scowled at him. But I have to. I love you. I love you too. Be good. I pressed my lips to his gently. I will, he promised. Mom. Daddy. We both turned to see Annabelle, grinning at us in her wedding gown. It was strapless and white, very simple with a small amount of beading around her stomach. Her bronze hair was curled and pulled back into an elegant twist on her neck. Dress on profile. Oh baby, I sighed. You look beautiful. I could feel tears starting to sting my eyes as I pulled her into my arms. I'd already been to both of my sons' weddings, but this was different. This was my youngest, my last, my baby girl. And now she was all grown up and beautiful. You do too, Mom, she whimpered slightly. I'm so happy. I love him so much. I know. I hugged her close to me. I kept having flashbacks to my own wedding night, hugging my mother, crying, knowing that this is all I ever wanted in life. I tried to keep that in mind as I held my own daughter. I know. She pulled away from me, her eyes watering, and turned to Edward. Daddy, she said gently. Edward froze for a moment before sweeping her into his arms. I could hear her crying. Edward's shoulders shook slightly and I knew he was crying too. Daddy, I'll always love you. I know, princess, he said gruffly. But you'll love him too. She keyed at his cheek gently before pulling away. I'll always be your little princess, she promised. But now I've found my prince. And I'll always be your daddy. I love you, honey, Edward sighed, his voice thick with emotion. He pulled away, wiping the tears from her eyes, ignoring his own tears. I'm going to go sit down. Good luck. I pulled her into my arms once more before turning to make my way into the church. I sat beside Rosalie, Emmett, Alice and Jasper. Alice and Jasper were holding hands, waiting peacefully. Rosalie was leaning into Emmett. Emmett's hair had turned gray, but very dark, so it almost looked like his original color. He had thick laugh lines that got worse every year. Rosalie dyed her hair blonde, but you could see a few grays popping out here and there, although she fervently denied they were there. The music began and I turned to watch. I could see her soon-to-be husband waiting at the altar, pure joy in his eyes. The first couple that walked down was Joey and Katerina. Joey was holding her gently as Katerina held her roughly 5-month pregnant stomach. They had gotten married 3 years ago, when Joey was 27 and Katerina was 26. This was their first child. Katerina seemed to glow. Nikki and Megan were the next two out. They reminded me so much of Edward and myself. Megan was smiling shyly down at her feet and Nikki was grinning at her. Their arms were linked as they slowly made their way down the aisle. They had been married for 5 years. They were 29 now and already had a 4-year-old daughter, named Lizzie. She was my first grandchild. Aiden and his wife were the next two out. Aiden was grinning his crooked grin. They had met in college and gotten married when they were 24, about 4 years ago, since they are both 28 now. They had a newborn baby boy named Kevin. He was with Aiden's in-laws for the night. They reached the edge of the aisle and turned. Jenny was next, with her husband. He was extremely good looking and reminded me a lot of Jasper for some reason. He had that calmness about him. He seemed ecstatic to have married Jenny. They had gotten married right after high school, when they were 18. Almost 10 years ago, since she's also 28. They had a 3-year-old daughter named Sadie and Jenny was 3 months pregnant with another. The twins I thought were the best married. They had actually managed to somehow find another pair of twins their age and get both of the boys to fall in love with them. I could tell people thought they were seeing double when Lily came out with her husband and then Jillian with her identical husband. It was actually quite amusing. All 4 of them were 28. Lily and Jillian both had 2-year-old sons named Steve and Jason. They really did everything together. The next out were the kids. Lizzie and Sadie were the first ones down, holding hands and wearing matching flower girl dresses. They were both so beautiful. They half skipped down the aisle and froze at the end, running up to their separate mothers. Steve and Jason were out next, in tiny matching tuxes. A lot of people mistake them for twins. The wedding march came on and I turned expectantly towards the door. Edward came out, holding Annabelle on his arm. Annabelle was glowing at her husband. Edward was grinning crookedly. They walked down the aisle and her husband took a few steps down to meet them. Edward gently slid Annabelle's hand into her husband's. He murmured something before turning and coming to sit by me. He wrapped his arms around me and I leaned into him, beaming as I watched my daughter marry the man she loved. She really does love him, Edward sighed after a moment. Even I can't deny that. He'll take care of her, I whispered. Just like you took care of me. Edward smiled, Ed my hair and turned back just in time to see Annabel Key, her groom. The two of them made their way down the aisle, their eyes never straying from each other's faces. Their fingers were entwined and they looked like the happiest couple alive. The reception went by quickly. Annabel danced with her groom and all of the couples were soon on the floor. Edward held me close, alternating between watching Annabel and watching me. Even after all these years, Edward still loved me more than anything. We had our big house to ourselves now and it seemed oddly empty. Edward and I loved our alone time though, time we could spend together, just us, dotting and talking. We spoiled our grandchildren just like Carlisle and Esme had spoiled ours. Carlisle and Esme had passed away a few years ago. It was hard on Edward, but he was strong. He knew it was bound to happen soon. It was the hardest on Alice. But we stuck together and we made it through. They were buried in the same spot in the cemetery. Carlisle was buried under Esme, about 6 feet separating them. I knew that wherever they were now, they were happy and together. I think it's time for your dance with her, I told Edward. He nodded grimly. He made his way over and tapped the groom on the shoulder. He stepped away politely, letting Edward take Annabel in his arms. The song, My Little Girl, by Tim McGraw came on as they danced. I could see Edward singing the words softly to a teary Annabel. Gotta hold on easy as I let you go. Gonna tell you how much I love you. Though you think you already know. I remember I thought you looked like an angel wrapped in pink so soft and warm. You've had me wrapped around your fingers since the day you were born. You're beautiful baby from the outside in. Chase your dreams but always know the road that'll lead you home again. Go on, take on this whole world. But to me you know you'll always be, my little girl. When you were in trouble that crooked little smile could melt my heart of stone. Now look at you, I've turned around and you've almost grown. Sometimes you're asleep I whisper, I love you. In the moonlight at your door. As I walk away, I hear you say, Daddy love you more. You're beautiful baby from the outside in. Chase your dreams but always know the road that'll lead you home again. Go on, take on this whole world. But to me you know you'll always be, my little girl. Someday, some boy will come and ask me for your hand. But I won't say, yes, to him unless I know, he's the half. That makes you whole, he has a poet's soul, and the heart of a man's man. I know he'll say that he's in love. But between you and me, he won't be good enough. You're beautiful baby from the outside in. Chase your dreams but always know the road that'll lead you home again. Go on, take on this whole world. But to me you know you'll always be, my little girl. I could see the tears in Annabel's eyes as the song ended. I knew this song was perfect for them. Good closure. Annabel would always be Edward's little girl, even though she belonged to someone else. After the song ended, Edward pecked her lightly and came back over to me. He gathered me in his arms and pressed his body against mine, burying his head in my hair. I miss her already, he said roughly. I know. I miss her too. But she's happy. She's in love. I know. I just hope it's enough. He pressed his lips to mine as we slowly twirled through the dance floor. It is, I told him, my voice firm and believing. Because I had experienced it firsthand. I knew it was enough. Love is always enough. BPOV 70. I pulled the blankets off of me, standing up shakily and heading for the shower. My clothes were already laid out, from the night before. Just a plain black skirt and jacket with a white blouse. Nothing fancy. I pulled it on once I was all showered and examined myself in the mirror. My hair had turned gray completely. I had let it. I didn't bother with hair dyes, not after a certain age. It was too much work, especially without Rosalie pestering me about it every day. My face was wrinkled, wizened. I had laugh lines and frown lines and all sorts of lines on my face. My eyes were still the same chocolate brown as always, but they were empty. Flat. Dead. I glanced at my watch and saw it was 9:30 in the morning. I held onto the railing as I made my way downstairs. I climbed into the small car I barely used anymore and drove off, towards the small place I had been to. More than I had ever wanted to. I had been there first for Alice's baby then Charlie. Carlisle and Esme were soon after that. More recently it was Emmett, then Rosalie and Jasper. And now this. But this one was the hardest. Even when I had to fly to Florida for Renee. None of them were nearly as hard as this. None of them hurt as much as this. I pulled into a parking lot beside a car I recognized as belonging to Aiden and his wife. So the kids were already here. Good. That might make it easier. I climbed out of the car and Nick came over to help me. His eyes were red and puffy, but he managed to smile at me. "Hey Mom," he said gently. Megan was standing beside him as he held my hand. Aiden came over and took my other hand. "How are you?" Aiden asked. "I'm alive," I answered slowly. I had hardly spoken lately and my voice was underused. Aiden and Nick didn't seem pleased with my answer. But it was currently all I was feeling. I had no emotions, no feelings. I was just alive, existing without meaning. "Do you want to see him?" Aiden asked, his voice breaking at the end. I nodded. "Alone?" I shook my head. I didn't know if I could. If I would be able to deal with this alone. "Annabelle," I called. She came up behind me, her jaw quivering. I released Nick and Aiden's hands, pulling her into my arms. "Oh Mom," she sobbed. "I miss him." "I know baby. I miss him too," I sighed. I pulled away, managing a small smile at her. I slid my fingers into hers and she squeezed mine reassuringly. Nick and Aiden led the way inside. The room was filled with flowers of every size, color and smell. Mostly roses. There was a bouquet of freesia right above him, a flower I specifically requested. "Beloved husband," it read, but that didn't seem right to me. Something more appropriate like eternal love would have been better. The kids had sent red roses with white lilies. I took a few steps forward, releasing the hands of my children. The coffin was smooth and dark, the flowers arranged around it in an almost heart shape. Chairs littered the room. I hardly remember picking any of this out. I was pretty sure the boys had done most of the work. I was pretty much catatonic throughout the whole thing. I took a deep, rattling breath as I looked into his face. He was so peaceful. He could have easily been sleeping. I knelt down next to him and reached to touch his face. It was ice cold. His hair was just as silky as ever when I ran my fingers through it. I traced the familiar lines of his face. I didn't even realize I was crying until my tears fell onto his unmoving body. "Oh Edward," I sighed. Sobs overtook me and I was unable to look at his face any longer. I sank to the floor, sobbing, my heart feeling like it had been torn to shreds. Aiden wrapped his arms around me, tears falling silently down his cheeks. Annabelle was sobbing along with me, trying to comfort herself and me at the same time. Nick sat on my other side and rubbed my back soothingly. "Edward, Edward, Edward." I couldn't stop myself. I just kept choking his name out, over and over. He was the only thing I wanted. The only thing I couldn't have. "Mom," Aiden sobbed. I could tell my sobbing was affecting the kids. I had never broken down like this. Never. Not when my parents died, or my best friends. He was so much more important. "Mom, it's okay. I love you Mom." "He's gone," I wailed, tears still falling fast. "I can't." "Shish, Mom, you're okay. We're here, we love you," Nick said. I looked up at his eyes, perfect replicas of Edward's, and burst into fresh sobs. Aiden started to sob along with me, tears of loss mixed with tears of worry. Nick looked away guiltily. "Edward," I sobbed. "Go," I told the kids. I didn't want them to see me like this. When I was at my weakest, my most vulnerable. Normally it was Edward who saw me like this, who held me when I was upset. But he wasn't here. He would never be back. "Mom, I don't think we should," Nick said uncertainly. "Please, just let me say goodbye." "Alone," I told him firmly, managing to keep the sobs out of my voice. "We'll be right outside," Annabelle promised, dotting my forehead. She took Aiden and Nick by the hands and led them outside. I turned around to face Edward again. "Why did you have to leave me?" I sobbed. I wrapped my fingers around his cold ones, unable to let go. "I'll love you. I can't live without you. Who am I going to take care of now?" I shook my head as I sobbed onto his dead body. He couldn't hold me like he used to. He was gone, forever. I still remember it all. I remember all the time we spent together, when we were young. I remember our first key. Our first touch, everything. All of it. I won't ever forget you, Edward. Every moment I was able to spend with you was blessed. And I know. My voice cracked. I was losing steam, losing the ability to keep talking without sobbing. I know you're in a better place. That you're safe now. And you're not in any pain. You're happy. My voice broke on the last word as my sobs started fresh. All always love you, I promised him. For some reason, I felt like he could hear me. I felt like he was there, watching me, trying to help me be strong. No matter what. I'll be strong for the kids. But I'm dying inside. You're my life. I love you. I wiped away the last of my tears. I leaned over and pressed my lips to his, just once. Goodbye, Edward, I muttered. I closed my eyes, submitting his face to my memory. I could still recall him in perfect detail, from our younger years. I could see the bronze color of his hair, the emerald sparkles in his eyes. I could see his firm body holding mine against him. I could see his crooked smile and his flawless features. I could see my love. Mom. I turned around to see Annabelle. Tears were falling down her cheeks. It's time, Mom. They're going to close it now. I felt like I couldn't breath. Like all of the breath had been cut out of me. I nodded and opened my arms. Annabelle ran into them, sobbing against me. I love you, baby, I told her. You, your brothers, you're all I have left. I love you. I love you too, Mom, Annabelle choked. Mrs. Cullen. The funeral home owner came in. It's time, ma'am. Okay. Give me just one more minute, please, I asked. He nodded, stepping out of the room. Get the others, I told Annabelle. She nodded. Everyone came in. My children, my nieces and nephews, my grandchildren. And little old Alice, with her cane. She limped over to me, tears in her eyes. I wrapped my arms around her. My last brother, Alice whispered to me. I love him. I'll miss him. I'll miss him too, Alice. I couldn't do anything but miss him. We both stood up straight and leaned over the coffin. Our children gathered around us. Annabelle reached out and touched his cheek, tears streaming down her cheeks. We'll miss you, Edward, I said loudly, firmly. All of us. My life is incomplete without you, but I know I'll see you soon, wherever you are. I love you. Alice leaned over and at her brother's cheek. The two of us slowly made our way outside. I climbed back into my car and Alice slid into the passenger seat. I was grateful. Just 1 year, Bella, Alice said in a mysterious voice. Only a year. I pulled out of the parking lot towards the cemetery. Though was there before us. I smiled when I thought of what Edward would say if he saw that I was driving below the speed limit. I stood, gathered with my family, around his closed coffin. I knew that Edward's body was in there, but I knew his spirit was elsewhere. Probably with me. I knew he would watch out for me, keep me safe. As happy as I can be without him, which isn't very, but we'll try. I didn't cry as they lowered him into the ground. I was there for my children, I stayed strong. I felt oddly detached. I knew that it wouldn't be long until I rejoined Edward, wherever he was. I knew we would be together. Always. And I was counting on that, to keep me going. To keep me alive. BPOV 71. I was sitting around a dining room table. In fact, it was the exact dining room table of the Cullens' house, from when we were young. It was long, wooden and rectangular. An exact replica of the Cullens' dining room was spread out in front of me. I was sitting at the head of the table and my whole family was spread out in front of me. All the dead ones at least. Everyone was young. Rosalie and Emmett couldn't be more than 20, 21 maybe. Alice and Jasper looked about 25. Charlie looked younger than I had ever seen him that I remembered at least. He looked about 20 and was holding hands with an almost unrecognizable Eliza. I had met her when she was in her 40s. She had to be 19 now. Renee looked about 22, holding hands with a young Phil. Marietta looked about 18, holding hands with Jacob. Carlisle and Esme were holding hands and looking peaceful, probably around 30. Me. I looked 71. I was the only old person at the whole table. Ked. Everyone around me was wrinkle-free with their natural hair colors and there I was, a prune with wispy gray hair. I didn't touch anyone. I just looked at them, taking in all of my family. They all looked just the same as I remembered. I loved them all. My heart burned with the need to be with my family again. My eyes met Edward's and he smiled, shaking his head a bit. I just gave him an, I know, look. When I first started having this dream, I had begged them to take me too. Every night before I woke up, they would leave. And I would sob. I was able to control myself after a while, especially after seeing Edward's pained face. I could tell he wanted to comfort me, but he couldn't touch me. So I gathered my strength at the end of every night and tried my hardest not to cry when they all left me. Just for a few hours, they promised. As soon as I fell asleep again, they would be back. Sometimes it would just be Edward. Sometimes it would just be Edward and Alice, or Edward and my parents, or his. Sometimes Emmett and Rosalie would come with him. But no matter what, he always came. Probably because he was the one I missed the most. Most of the time it was all of us, or just the kids. Well, I don't know if I counted as a kid, since I looked older than my parents. But those were always fun. It's almost time to wake up, Bella, Edward murmured gently. I started and whirled my face back to his. I don't want to, I mumbled childishly. I hated how weak and old my voice sounded next to his smooth as velvet one. I know, love, he sighed. I half smiled. Annabelle's missed you so much, I told him. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see the rest of the family leaving. Alice winked in my direction. It's hard on them. I know. I miss them all too, he said sadly. Do you ever visit them? I asked curiously. He smiled weakly. Sometimes. Mostly Annabelle though, when she's had a particularly rough day. She's always very happy to see me. She worries about you though, he said, his tone turning slightly scolding at the end. You haven't been yourself since you died, I finished. What do you expect? I lost half of myself. I couldn't be the same. Edward groaned suddenly. You don't know how much I wish I could touch you, Bella. Just hold you, you. Anything, he burst angrily. But I'm all old, I said, wrinkling my nose. He laughed. I don't care. I haven't been able to even hold your hand for a year. I'm tired of waiting, he pouted. I smiled. You won't have to wait much longer, I promised. He sighed. I wish you weren't so eager for death, he scolded. It's not all it's cracked up to be. I snorted. Please. I would be with my family again. My parents, my best friends. And you. What else could I want? I asked rhetorically. But he answered anyways. The kids. Our grandkids. We even have a great-grandchild. What about them? I bit my lip guiltily. I knew I would be leaving a lot behind, but I would be gaining so much more. I'll miss them. But I'm old, Edward. I've lived my life. I'm ready to move on. The edges of my dream were starting to blur. Annabelle must be coming to wake me up, I sighed. I love you, Bella. Even when you can't see me, I'm there, he promised. I could see his hands twitching, knowing he was aching to touch me just as much as I wanted to touch him. I love you too. Most of the dream was faded away, other than the two of us. I couldn't even see the table. I'll see you soon. Mom, wake up. My eyes sprang open and I was disappointed to see I was back in my bedroom. How strange to think I lived for my dreams. I lived for the sole purpose of seeing the dead in my sleep. Hello, I muttered hoarsely. Annabelle smiled down at me. How did you sleep? She asked, sinking into the wooden chair by my bed. I had fallen a few weeks ago, hurt my back and my knees and I wasn't able to stand anymore. My children had to come visit me in my room. I could see it in their eyes that they knew I didn't have much time left. They accepted that, even if they didn't like it. Very peacefully, I answered truthfully. That's good, she said, smiling. She began prattling on about her kids, how this one was in college and that one was dating whomever. I didn't pay much attention. I loved my grandchildren to no end, but I had already heard this. She assumed I forgot, just because I was old. Do you really dream about him? I asked randomly, cutting her off mid-sentence. She knew instantly who I was talking about. Daddy. Yes, I do. Sometimes, she trailed off, pain blatant in her eyes. I lifted one of my pale, wrinkled hands and placed it on hers. I dream about him too, I muttered. Although I wasn't really sure if they were dreams or if they were real. Every night. You really loved him, she said, smiling at the thought. He was my life, I replied simply. Could you go into the attic and look for a photo album? It's black leather, very old. She nodded. Be right back, she promised, standing up and trotting off towards the attic. I closed my eyes and rested until she got back. She was holding the photo album I wanted. This is how your father proposed to me, I told her. Open it. She opened it up to the first page and gasped. Is that you and Daddy? She giggled. I nodded, a weak smile on my face. Let me see. She handed the book to me. The picture was still there, us in our diapers, mud in our hair. So many years ago. Turn the page, Annabelle said eagerly. I did. Her eyes swept over the page in disbelief. It was probably hard for her to think that we were once that young. We flipped through the book. She commented every once in a while. She thought the make-out picture was hilarious. Your Auntie Alice took that picture, I told her. Edward and I didn't even know she was there. The whole family was there, watching as I confessed my love for your daddy. I shook my head as Annabelle laughed lightly. When she got to the last page, she seemed confused. Why is this empty? She asked. I smiled. That's where he taped the engagement ring. It was after our senior prom. I said yes. We were married 3 years later, I told her. Ah, who knew Daddy was such a romantic, she sighed. I closed my eyes again. I could clearly see the meadow, the candles, the rose petals, all spread out around me. I could remember Edward's nervous face as he proposed. I could remember everything, only because I held on so hard. He was terribly romantic. Sounded like a Hallmark card half the time, I said, and she giggled, a few tears welling up in her eyes. She wiped them away, seeming annoyed at her body's reaction. What does he say? In your dreams. What does he say? I asked curiously. She bit her lip, another tear sliding down her cheek. He mostly just tells me he's happy and I shouldn't worry. He tells me that he misses us all and he still loves us. Sometimes we'll just talk about nothing really. Just my kids, his grandchildren. Our past. It's very peaceful. I usually wake up happier than I fell asleep, she answered slowly. She smiled down at me. I think Nick and Aiden are here. Funny. I hadn't even heard the door. Mom. It was Nick's voice. He came up the stairs, smiling. I couldn't believe he was already a grandfather. It was baffling to me. Hello honey, I sighed tiredly. He ed my forehead. Aiden followed after him, grinning crookedly. Hey mom, he said softly, dotting my cheek. I smiled. I love you all. You know that right? I said. I don't know why. It just seemed like the right thing to say. Of course mom, Aiden said, sounding slightly worried. We love you too. I grinned. Look at this, Annabelle said softly. She showed them the photo album. I could hear their laughter and I could hear her voice as she explained it to them. My eyes shifted to each of their faces, taking them in. My eyes were closing on their own behalf. Annabelle, can you kids run to the store for me? Please, I asked, my voice dripping with exhaustion. I think I have a prescription that needs to be picked up. I'll go, Annabelle volunteered. We don't all need to and I've been here the longest. Be right back mom. Love you. I love you too baby. She ed my cheek before departing. I waited until I heard the door shut. Oh boys, can you go check on Alice's house? She had only died a few weeks earlier. I think the realtor was coming and you need to be there. I don't remember her saying that, Aiden said, rubbing his chin. I'm sure of it, I mumbled. I think you should go, just make sure. Both of you, that way she won't scam you. My voice was getting terribly weak. Sure, we'll be back in 15 minutes okay? Aiden said. His voice was slightly panicked. I love you. He ed me again. I love you too. Love you mom, Nick said, dotting me too. I love you. Goodbye. They noticed how final it sounded. The two of them left. I could feel the last drops of life slipping away from me. I didn't mind. I welcomed it with open arms. I was ready. She wasn't lying when she said you wouldn't have to wait long. I recognized Alice's voice. I opened my eyes and saw her grinning face a few feet away. She was holding hands with Jasper. Good to see you again Bells, Emmett said, grinning widely. I've missed you honey, Renee said. The family's back together again, Esme sighed. Bella. Edward's voice was a mixture of elation and sadness. I turned to find him standing behind me. He was grinning. Edward. I took a few steps towards him and I was surprised by how easy my movements were. I looked down at my legs and gasped in surprise. I was in an unfamiliar white cotton dress and I was back in my 18-year-old body. I spun lightly, the white dress flaring out slightly. I laughed joyously. I could move again. Can I touch you now? I asked Edward. Our family had disappeared. I hadn't seen them go. Edward didn't answer. He took a few steps until our bodies were inches apart. He raised one hand tentatively. It landed easily on my cheek. He caressed my face with his soft hand. I almost burst into sobs at his touch. I threw myself into his arms and pressed my body as close to his as I could. "Oh Bella," he choked. I could tell he was as close to sobbing as I was. "My Bella." I pulled away far enough so I could slam my lips against his. My whole body instantly relaxed when his lips touched mine. I couldn't be happier than I was in that moment. I was with Edward again. My Edward. My love. I laughed into his lips. He pulled away, beaming. I just took in his face as he took in mine. Edward pulled away from me, keeping our hands intertwined. I smiled blissfully. "Where do we go from here?" I asked. "Where would you like to go?" He replied. I bit my lip, thinking. "Do you remember that trip to the stars you promised me when we were young?" I asked softly. He nodded. "Well mister, you still owe me a trip to the stars." He laughed. "The stars it is then." He pressed his lips to mine once more. The two of us walked out of the Cullens' dining room, the only place in this world, or whatever it is, that I had seen. And I was met with a dazzling sight. Millions upon millions of stars were twinkling around us, each one shining, each one unique. "It's amazing," I breathed. Edward wrapped his arms around me and we sunk to the floor, completely surrounded by twinkling stars. I sighed, leaning into Edward's arms, not feeling a bit tired. I remembered all of the moments I had spent under the stars. They flashed by me like a slideshow. 2 kids lying in the grass, young and innocent. 2 kids asleep in a meadow, hiding from reality. 2 teenagers keying in the very same meadow, a twinkling ring on the woman's finger. 2 adults, lying in the grass, 3 children laid out beside them, the family of 5 staring up at the stars. Each memory as cherished as the last. And I knew then that this is where I wanted to stay. Forever, for eternity, whatever came first. Here, wrapped in Edward's arms, I had everything I would ever need. I had my happily ever after, my forever. I had my heaven. If you enjoyed this alternate journey, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the alternate path for more incredible what-if stories.